Inside, you feel alive. saying to me, but I'll think it over. It's a little bit hard to breathe, to breathe.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the finale, the grand finale of Revival League Season 2. My name is Retro, and I am joined here for the final time this season by Mr. Summon the Nerds. Summon the Nerds, how are you feeling on this grand evening tonight?
Hello, everyone. I'm feeling good. I'm ready for a long final, which unfortunately I won't be here for the entirety of, but we will have casters coming in throughout. How are you feeling for this BO5 that could be possibly staring you in the face?
I am excited, but I'm also a little bit scared of what's to come. The thing that mainly worries me is the fact that it is indeed infinite overtime for all 5 of these potential maps. So this really could be a long night here for all of us. For us casting, for everybody watching, for everybody playing, this really could turn into a really long match. And I really have no idea what to expect. I can't even make a prediction about who is to come out on top just because of how evenly matched these teams have been so far throughout this entire ordeal, throughout this entire season. I mean, Wolves do have one match up on 5STARS that was in the upper bracket finals where Arctic Wolves beat them 2-0. But 5STARS came back with a vengeance after that, beat their previous opponents in a 2-0 fashion right back. So I really have no idea what to expect here and what's to come, but I'm excited for it. In any case, Oregon will be our first map here between Arctic Wolves and 5STARS. Of course, Arctic Wolves representing for the final time the Champions League. Meanwhile, 5STARS, the only remaining Premier League team, which I do like that we again have Champions League versus Premier League in the grand final, but it's still all going to be so exciting. In any case, walk us through the bans real quick here. Summon, what do you think of the operators that we've got banned here?
The bans, I mean, I think they're really fairly typical. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of these bans throughout the league. I mean, the likes of Solis and Flores and Ying are completely heard of. Like, there's nothing new, and it's we're going to be seeing, I think, next season repeated. Definitely something we're going to be seeing repeated next season, as they're both very utility heavy and both are very important within the utility scene and information scene, as well as they can stop people from peeking, they can hold angles that are going to be really difficult for other people to hold, and they can get rid of utility, each within their own right. Fenrir is a new operator this season. Well, I don't know if I can call him new anymore. He's been in the play pool for quite a while as well, so teams have had plenty of time to adapt and learn how to play with him and to use his gadget to the most effective use that they can see with it, as well as counter him. And looking at the teams, I think it's going to be a really fun match. Arctic Wolves are our defending champions from last season, with almost a pretty much exactly the same roster. I mean, majority similar roster. But as we get into the action phase, I will pass back over to you.
Yeah, and just speaking of the Fenrir that you mentioned there, I think it's also of note to say that Arctic Wolves did ban him, so that again brings us back to what we've been seeing so far throughout the playoffs of 5STARS really liking Fenrir, bringing him anytime that they can. So Arctic Wolves again banning him, understanding that could be a potential. It could be a potential liability for them if they do not ban him and if they leave him in the hands of 5STARS, but it's not really going to be much of a liability this time, as Callum is in with an opening kill onto Reprince. Zephyr, however, immediately with an answer right back onto Callum, taking out the ever so needed utility of the Sophia and taking a man down as well, leaving Arctic Wolves now to scramble with these drones and with as much utility as they can muster to try and get into the bomb site itself.
Yep, so as you can see the execute here, I mean, it's interesting to see Attic both fully reinforced. Usually teams opt to keep one side open just to make some head holes and an easier hold in there, but I suppose it does create a bit of a choke point.
Yeah, it definitely does create a choke point, and that shield as well could have been a bit of a choke point as well, but They made quick work of getting rid of that, and now they gain themselves another potential entrance point. Of course, the original entrance point, or the first entrance point that they created for themselves, was that bedroom breach, which of course they cannot really aggress through all that confidently just because of that white stair pressure. And there goes a self-trade between Just a Noob and Selberg, both taking each other out. The man count remains even. Oh, a bit of a swing there from Zephin goes wrong, and Tony will find that kill. Now rushing in through to the default plant spot behind that foosball table. Selberg, or that wasn't Selberg, I don't know who that, I think it might have been Keppa at the top of those stairs, wasn't able to do anything. It was indeed a rush, but now it's Keppa all alone. Top of white stairs, he does find one. Tony gets finally retrieved, but there's nothing that he can do. He's able to only pick up one kill there, but immediately traded out, and a round will go to Arctic Wolves. They pick up this first one on their attack as well, and of course we've seen them be very, very good on Oregon attacks before, so this isn't too much to be surprised about. But nevertheless, though, just due to the nature of the map, it being so defender-sided, it could start to snowball into a bit of a problem for 5STARS, especially because this is something that we've seen from them before, where they not necessarily like to troll. I wouldn't even say that they like to, or that it's necessarily a troll, but they do tend to have this sort of habit of losing that first map, or losing the first half of the map, and then being forced to come back from it. Of course, they finally broke that trend throughout the playoffs just the other day on Saturday, so hopefully that trend has been good and eliminated on Saturday, and they're not going to be suffering from that again, because here in a best of 5, of course, one map lost isn't as detrimental, but if you lose the first map and then you are struggling to win the second map, the way that we've seen 5STARS put themselves into that situation, it really, really could snowball into a potential problem. But of course, only one round is gone of the first map of a potential 5, so really, there's nothing to count here. No chickens, no eggs. It's all still very early, and it all still could end up either way.
In a similar train of thought, I mean, the first round could determine the whole game. I mean, it's as much as this game is about skill, it can also be a lot about mental. You see players get dropped from teams for having poor mentals, as they can bring down the whole team. So maybe kicking themselves too much on that about what happened on that round could cause 5STARS downfall. But equally, Arctic Wolves could get a bit overzealous, get a bit too excited, a bit too happy with how well that round went, and start throwing themselves at 5STARS, giving 5STARS the chance to just completely come back, frustrating the Arctic Wolves. This game is going to be a really, really long game, as I should expect. Good round there from the attack of AW. They tackled opening up walls and getting rid of utility very, very well, making quick work of that, giving them ample time to actually get in and execute their own attacks.
Yeah, and now they're having to attack onto the basement bomb side, but it looks like to be going a little bit better here for 5STARS, as they're still on this roam, wasting quite a bit of time. Selberg, although they droned him out all the way at the start of the round, still managed to pick up a kill onto a completely clueless seeming Tash. And now Twift pushing into Freezer, again, equally as seemingly clueless, walked in, lost his life, leaving Arctic Wolves now to scramble with just 3 players still alive. Of course, they still have quite a bit of time, but there's still so much utility for them to clear. Now, without those grenades of Tash, it's going to be that much harder for them to actually achieve that. And of course, without the E1D line scans from Twift, they're not really going to be able to stun their opponents the way that they might have hoped. And also, they're not really going to be able to see if there's anybody still on a potential roam, which of course, considering that they're now down a couple drones, they're really not going to be able to drone it out either. Callum trying to push down these laundry stairs as well. Tony, in the meantime, pushing down Freezer. Zephin will take Callum down, eliminate that pressure from the laundry side. And now in a 2 versus 5, it's all down to Tony and Just a Noob to try and make waves happen in this round to get this round back to their side. Zephin tried to go for a bit of a ambitious swing and did lose his life there in the end. But that's just 1 down out of 4 more that they need to take care of. And now with Tony flashing himself out and losing his life, it's all to Just a Noob. But there's too much utility up on that door. So many thorn traps, so many guns. staring straight at him, and he does get eliminated. In the end, the round with an immediate answer from 5STARS does go their way. They're definitely going to be sticking in this one for a little bit longer, for a bit more tight of a fight than what we saw from them before so far throughout these playoffs. So hopefully this won't be such an easy sweep from the side of Arctic Wolves, but of course things are just getting started and it really could go either way, as I've said already and as I will keep saying until we are at about map 2, because that is when things really will start to shape up and could tell us a potential story or potential ending to this story.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that attack there, I mean, I certainly think that Mental played a bit in there, and winning that first round, I think, was maybe a bit of a downfall for the Arctic Wolves. They seem to be taking gunfights rather aggressively, relying a lot on their skill, whereas 5STARS had actually got that angle locked down. I mean, it was really a very effective defense. They managed to hold out, only really losing a operator's life when he swung. He didn't really need to swing, but we've all done that before. But that's the only time I can actually see a failure in that defense. It was really, really well structured. They had some good angles, and it was, yeah, it was really, really well structured, and it seemed to cause a lot of trouble for the Arctic Wolves. And I think not being able to get that hatch open was one of the main problems that stopped them from their speedy taking oversight. And
I would have to agree with you there, yeah.
Definitely. And in a 2 versus 2, 2 versus 5, I think it was at this point, it's best not to split up, I find, because at least then you might be able to get a bit more information, you might be able to work together, play off each other using each other's utility, which one might not be able to carry on their own. I think splitting up, although it can work, is not always a play, and I certainly think it's important to look at the operators you're on and use that to make your decision.
And now in this third round, what do you think about this attack on them going for that meeting attack here for the first time, or the fact that 5STARS did decide to go for meeting rather than kitchen?
I think that's certainly going to throw a cog in the wrench of the Arctic Wolves, I say, as Zephan falls to Tash. I think they're not going to be expecting it. I think they might have possibly brought a operator loadout, and I think it would have worked more effectively had they not found Sight. I think if Sight had been left undiscovered, I think Wolves would have brought preparation for kitchen and then ended up having a difficult time taking meeting.
Unlucky situation here as Rush seems to be completely undroned. Yet again, another blind push coming out from Arctic Wolves. Gets 3 of them killed, and it's again the similar faces. Tony and Twift all alone in a 2 versus 4. Make that 1 versus 4 as Rush is now on a quad. He needs just 1 to finish it off and make an ace. And he's not going to get that as Tony pushes up the stairs at the exact wrong moment for Rush, but he manages to open up the round a little bit for himself, and not enough, however, as Keppa will be able to find him through those vertical holes. Of course, that is something that we saw Rush throw down a impact grenade to do in his dying moments. Of course, that was exactly the reason why. If you were wondering, hey, why aren't you looking towards the stairs? You might know he's there. Why throw that impact? Well, you know, a lot of things can happen. Yeah, maybe he knew, but of course, a whiff can happen. A headshot, one-shot headshot mechanic in this game does exist. So, in a situation like that where you're not 100% sure that you will be able to win that gunfight, it's best to just make as much use of the utility that you have and then leave your teammates with it should they need it. And that's exactly what happened there. He made that hole, tried to get the kill, wasn't able to, and Keppa managed to utilize that utility or that hole to get the final kill and win the round. But now 5STARS are going back upstairs, a site that they were not able to successfully hold on to back in round 1. And they're bringing a pretty similar lineup, however, pretty different as well. It's sort of a mid spot for them. They've foregone the Alibi as well as the Oryx to try and go for something different. And I particularly am a fan of them bringing the Melusi as well as the Frost, because it does slow the enemies down quite a bit. And considering how very brutal Arctic can be, especially when they are, you know, on these sort of very quick attacks on maps they're familiar with, such as Oregon, maybe Clubhouse, Chalet. They can be very, very fast, so anything that will slow them down is definitely a good idea from any opposing team.
Yeah, I think Frost is most effective when she actually has been spotted, because that gives Wolves a second thing to think about. I mean, they've got to be checking their feet, and when they're swinging in through windows, they've got to be shooting their feet, and they've got to be checking floors, which can divert attention, allowing for effective swings to come out. And if they're slowed down by Malusi as well, I mean, it's just going to be even one like hell of a pickle for the attackers to try and deal with. And one very nice setup for the defense. We can see here that they've actually reinforced that wall again, forcing this singular push onto a shield and a bit of a chokehold. I wonder if it's going to work better for them this round.
Yeah, hopefully for them it will, but it doesn't look to be, as they're just getting completely decimated. First it was Keppa to fall down, and then followed Rush, but followed Selberg rather, but Rush was there with an answer, taking down Tash yet again with those grenades. But not before the damage had already been dealt, and he's on such low HP that some might say he might as well be dead. But there's still so much time for Arctic Wolves to work with, to the point where even the fact that he was able to answer onto that one player might not still be enough. A lot of these angles covered. Reaper's trying to aggress a little bit onto this potential attack, but with that wall getting opened up, it really could cause some issues here for 5STARS. Zeppin, very aggressive here on the white stairs, trying to wait somebody out. That's Twift trying to crawl into his particular hand. Meanwhile, Callum is already inside of Attic. He will get sprayed down through the wall, lose his life. Twift, completely not expecting anybody to be inside of Kitchen still, taking a little bit of damage. Unsure where exactly Rush is, but Zeppin pushes down those stairs. He's able to find him. I'm just a noob. In the meantime, finds Reaperance in the bomb site. Rush and Zeppin now have to come back. Zeppin with a beautiful swing and kill onto I'm just a noob, and then he follows it up with another beautiful one onto Tony, who had to get off the plant. It just wasn't safe anymore to continue sticking it. The round will go to 5STARS after a beautifully overtaken a round. I mean, that round was completely through and through in Arctic Wolves' favor, and then first it was Rush with one, and then they just kept tumbling down. 5STARS were able to find the weak points of Arctic Wolves' defense, which at this point, I would have to say, keep being the fact that they are not droning or not droning enough, because this is the fourth round now where they lost players due to the fact that they either did not drone them at all, or they droned them but forgot about them. And that really, really could start to become an issue. Of course, it is only map 1, but there's only 2 more rounds remaining of their attacking half here on this map, and then there's potentially 4 more maps after this. And if this continues to be an issue for them, I really don't have too high hopes, because droning is the most basic thing about Siege. I would call it an even more important utility than any other utility that you have. More important than grenades, more important than even your guns, because of how incredibly crucial that information game can be. And if Arctic Wolves are failing on such a basic thing, I really truly worry about what else could start to become a pillar that completely crumbles for them throughout this game.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think they are checking their drones enough. I mean, well, there goes one, pop goes the weasel. I don't think they're checking their drones enough, and I think they are trying to play separately far too much. I mean, at the end there, we saw Gumley, or I'm just too noob, quite far away from Tony, even though Tony was trying to put the plant down. I mean, whether there's just no communication doing it, and they're relying on just sort of each other playing on their own, or what's happening there. I mean, he really couldn't get Tony's reflag, even if Tony had stuck it and gotten picked. It's just not something that is ideal, and you always want to be near the player planting, in my opinion. You just always want to have someone nearby, or at least within eye line of him, and the eye lines he can go for. I think that's what's most important. I think things like that, small mistakes, little slip-ups, is what 5STAR is really capitalizing on. I mean, we've seen 3 rounds where they've won... 3 rounds where they've won now, yeah, and it's been almost pretty decisive victories. I mean, there's at least been 1 or 2 up from I think at least 2 up from the Arctic Wolves player count in these last 3 rounds. It's been really an impressive display from 5STARS, and these are one of our Premier League teams, so in quotations, they are meant to be a lower level, but judging by what we're seeing now, I think we're going to be seeing a lot from them next season in the Champions League.
I couldn't agree more with you, and now completely unprecedented so far in this matchup. Arctic Wolves are completely stalled. They really don't have too much map presence to really save for. Of course, they're now beginning to open up those hatches and gain themselves a little bit more eye lines, but that's still really might be enough, as Reprince is able to find one at the Tash, immediately to trade it out, and then some, however, by Justinu, who pushes down those back stairs, is able to now gain entrance into the site. Keppa with the beautiful pixel angle there onto Callum, whiffs that C4 a little bit, and that's not really going to be used for anything. Doesn't matter, as he's able to find the kill, immediately trade it out. Trades going one way and then the other. Tony knew that he isolated one player inside of elbow, but Zephin is too quick with it. He was found one, and then he was quick to turn around, find the other one as well. That 1.5 on the Uzi doing God's work, especially with that Thorn, who's been gaining a lot of traction, especially with 5STARS, who didn't really used to bring her all that much before. Of course, she has become a new fan favorite since the addition of the 1.5 scope, and we see exactly why, because you are able to just traverse throughout the map and throughout the bomb site completely freely and not worry about being too far away from your enemies to see them. Of course, that was a very... but it still really shows the power of that operator. The round went to 5STARS after it looked like it might have been broken in a little bit by Wolves, but 5STARS had their entire map set up or their entire site set up a little too close for Wolves' liking, and they were not able to penetrate through that defense. 5STARS now go on a 4-round lead, or a 3-round lead rather, and are looking to find themselves yet another one, completely flip their so-called curse from the earlier parts of the playoffs on its head, where they were the ones going on a 1-5 half in the first half, and then went on to now could potentially be looking at a 5-1 split on their first half rather than the 1-5.
Yeah, I think we're going to see we're very close to possibly seeing the end of map 1. We could be looking at 5STARS just winning map 1 here in a very, very good style. I mean, that would be a very good place for them to start, and that would damage the mental of the Arctic Wolves, I think, almost hugely. I mean, defending champions coming in and then being beaten sort of 7-1, 7-2 in the first round, the first map. That's got to hurt a little bit. I mean, that's got to have a bit of sting, Retro.
Yeah, but it also really could work in the opposite direction of making them that much hungry and that much angrier, to the point where they're like, oh, you're going to beat us 7-1? Well, we're going to do that right back at you, and it might be beginning here as Justinu finds that opening kill onto Rush. He follows it up with another one onto Zephin. They are hungry this round. They find another one onto Selberg, Reaperance, and Keppa all alone now, trying to make something happen from this round, with nearly 2 minutes still remaining for the attackers to work with. They're both locked inside of kitchen. Can't really retake onto meeting, and now goes Keppa down as well. There goes the denial of the ace and the flawless, as well as Reaperance picks up 2 with the Alda, but now hatch control is just too strong, but he's stronger. He finds the kill. The plant does not get stuck. Reference 20 HP working against Twift and Tony. E1D line scan, final one still goes out. Reference will have to retake onto the kitchen bomb site as the plant gets stuck. Finds a lot of damage down to Twift, not enough to down him. Unfortunately, he finds the quad, however, and the kill. Reference now 1 versus 1. Unbelievable potential comeback. He's only got 9 bullets left in that Alda. Hatch is open above him. He knows he's going to be being attacked from above. Tony a little bit too wise, not really pushing right away. There goes a Selma as well as a breach charge, but he's sticking it and it doesn't hear it. But there goes the swing and the prey, or the spray rather, as Tony finds that final kill, denies the ace. for Reprints and finds that second round in this half for Arctic Wolves, as we now see the side switch, and Arctic Wolves are trying to make up ground as they head on to their defensive half. This was more than 5STARS could have asked for on their opening half and on their defensive half as well. Now they just got to make those 4 rounds count and stick with the theme of getting this to a potential win. But Arctic Wolves are not going down without a fight. We just saw that displayed right there.
Wow, what a play there from Reappearance. I mean, there's absolutely nothing you can take away from that. That was an outstanding play, and I really thought he was going to have that really good use of Tony using his gadgets to a really good use there, as well as his breach charge. Really threw the sound off for Reappearance, which was unfortunate for him, as it allowed Tony to peek sword pretty comfortably and get off that pick. Yeah, I don't think we can fault Reappearance at all there. I mean, he managed to pick up 4 of them, which on a good day or in a ranked game is hard enough as it is. But to do that in a competitive scene against the as I say again for the 3rd time, defending champions of Revival League, incredibly impressive display, really impressive. And I think Arctic Wolves were throwing their bodies there at Reappearance at the end. I mean, they were just sort of peeking in, looking at angles they didn't need to look at, each thinking they were going to be the ones to sort of finish it off. Only when did they slow things down, they retreated upstairs and got the plant off, did things get safe for them to actually continue.
Couldn't agree more with you. And now Arctic Wolves, just as I said, they're getting a little bit angrier and a little bit hungrier as well. They're getting very, very aggressive here. Twiv tried to go for an initial spawn peek of sorts, but is still being under a lot of pressure as there's 4 players actually pushing straight his direction. They have drones. They know exactly where he's at. Do they know that he's in a prone position, and are they going to have the necessary cross? Cross isn't necessary because Selberg is able to find that on a swing anyway. Just Noob, however, immediately nullifying that advantage. Selberg nullifying that original nullifier himself as well, remaining put upstairs and putting down a couple of their players as well. Not only a couple of their players, but so far the star player on the side of Arctic Wolves, Just Noob, will be down for the remainder of this round. And having those 2 players eliminated, those 2 roamers as well, does allow 5STARS free roam of this upper floor, of this middle floor rather, to open up these hatches and get themselves set up in time for that sort of 20-second execute that we all know and love.
Yeah, I mean, 3 versus 4, not impossible for the Arctic Wolves at all. I mean, we've seen their gunplay, we've seen how they move. They can this is certainly winnable for them. But it does favour the side of 5STARS. I mean, they've got Diffuser in hand as well, as almost full HP across the whole board. They definitely outnumber and out-utility the defenders on this. But if the defenders play it right, play it slow, hold their angles to play off each other, I think this is still a very, very winnable situation for them.
Yeah, it really could be a winnable situation. Flashbangs and grenades were flying straight at Tash, but it was pulled back far enough for that to not really be a problem. Selberg taking a little bit of damage here at the bottom of these front side stairs, these laundry stairs. Tash and Callum absolutely cleaning house as they find Keppa and Zephyr. And now the next one to fall will be Selberg. Rush is able to find one there on the trade. 9 seconds left. He does not have the diffuser. Will have to go for kills. He's able to find Callum. It's all down to Tony to hold on to this round still, and all he has to do is hide. That's exactly what he does. If there had been another second there left, I really would have worried for potentially that round going 5STARS way, but the timer was just in their favor, and Arctic Wolves take the round, close that lead a little bit, and are now just a round away from equalizing that score line and potentially putting themselves back in the lead.
It was a really good round there from both the teams. Actually, it was really quite close. 1 versus 1, bringing it down to the wire, down to the teeth. Again, 1 more second, I think that would have fallen into 5STARS round. They seem to collapse onto site sort of in a very individual fashion. They didn't collapse all together for refrags or to play off each other, which, I mean, if they had done, they had the man advantage. As long as each of them picked up one or two, they would have easily won that. I think it would have been a more successful round had they dropped them together. But there's no point in dwelling in the past. They're going upstairs now, which is the obvious choice for somewhere to go. I believe they are leaving head holes. Oh no, they have also reinforced both the walls open, but they're creating head holes into armory, possibly trying to. But they've got a more aggressive choke point here. Actually, I believe they're trying to choke the armory walls, as well as directly into balcony by setting up that shield in hunting or trophy, whichever you decide to call it. And here we see Selberg pushing straight up to take armory control, which is what I think Arctic Wolves are planning to fight against almost directly, rather than holding verticals or always.
Yeah.
Always, they're just holding that room directly.
Yeah, it really does seem like that, and a lot of early engagements here coming out. Twift under a lot of pressure. So far, so good, but taking a lot of damage there from the window. Manages to still stay alive, but so does Selberg, and he does have the HP advantage, but Tash will find the opener regardless onto Keppa. It's the window pressure that finally takes Tash down, however. Twift still alive and gunning inside of Armory, just waiting for somebody to peek their silly head onto him. So far, no one missing those shots a little bit there onto Selberg. Aggresses even further, but Selberg has that cross and finds the kill there. Beautiful 2 minutes still left to go, and 5STARS have the advantage at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a similar position as they were in the last round, a 4 versus 3, but this time they've got a more direct method of attacking these sites. And as I say that, the shots come out and Rush takes his damage, but they've got more direct methods on site. Rather than having to collapse in 1 versus 1, they can collapse in 2 together and pick off refrags together, as well as getting that defuse down. It's going to be a far harder defense for this defensive side.
Yeah, I think you might be right here. And oh, good lord, Callum wasting there pretty much an entire mag trying to shoot that drone out. And now a grenade will come flying at his face. Cannot do anything about it. There's no ADSs. There is no mine magnets. That grenade will find him well and truly dead. Tony and I'm just a noob now in a 2 versus 4 trying to hold on to the bomb site with the added control now firmly in 5STARS' hands. They can aggress through there, but Tony is a little too aware of it and finds Zeppin on that particular kill. I'm just new all the way in the back of dorm, still trying to hold on. And now the grenade comes flying. This one does not find anybody, but I'm just too new. Finds himself on the ground, and there goes a beautiful attempt from Tony. He is able to find one at the reprints, but that, as it appears, turns out to be a self-trade between the two players. So it was reprints taking one down with them as he went down. 5STARS extend their lead by another round, deny Arctic Wolves from tying up this scoreline, and are now just a step away from putting themselves on the very first map point of tonight's matchup.
Yeah, it's going really, really well for the 5STARS. I think they've done really, they've had a really impressive few games. Rounds even. Sorry, it's been a long day. They've taken 2 very convincing attacks here so far, and a lot of convincing defenses. I mean, we saw 1 round where we thought Arctic Wolves might have this game in the bag, and since then 5STARS have done everything they can to prove against it. The Wolves have seemed to have lost their bite a little bit. They're not as convincing as when I saw them in round 1. I mean, round 1 it was fairly clearly close to a shutout. We did see an almost flawless, but then one operator by himself, the Maestro in the hands of Reappearance, was able to almost completely ace clutch that one up, which is, well, it cannot be good for anyone's ego, but it also cannot be good to show that the team's information or working together is going very well. I mean, just for that to be able to happen is very, very intense. Interesting play here. I mean, see Gumley on the very, very bottom floor. That's not a deep throw, and that is a drowning throw. I mean, that is so far away from sight. He could completely catch them off guard, or they're just going to be confused and not quite understand what he's doing. I'm interested to see how it pans out, though.
Definitely. I'm also equally as interested about what Keppa is intending to do here with this Amar, of course. He did go in through the tower as I expected, but that mute will be putting a stop to his continuous pushes through that attic room. Of course, he's still going to need his teammates to come and help him out with grenades or anything else that they might have of use. Tony taking a lot of damage from a vertical grenade. Somehow it does not find him dead just yet. Keppa is indeed able to clear out that mute jammer. I do believe he went below and found it himself with just a few bullets, which of course is very possible. And now with that attic opened up again, that really could be another alley of entrance for 5STARS. But again, I'm just, really could be the thorn in their side that they did not expect. We spoke a lot about Arctic Wolves and their misdroning. It could be a problem here for 5STARS as well. Not before Zephyr is able to find the opening kill on the Tash, however, and open this round wide open for 5STARS.
Yeah, I mean, a 4 versus 5 is far more ideal. 4 versus 4 is even better for the Arctic Wolves. A minute left, and they've still got Gumley below on his little walkies. Hopefully, he'll deploy his lifeboat, and he will start to swim up to the surface and save his team as it gets into these dire moments. However, I do think he is pushing the wrong side. Callum, that was a wild play there from him, but one that works nonetheless. A 3 versus 3, 42 seconds left is very important. I mean, this is a complete make or break now. This depends on teams' mechanical and coordination skills. They're going to have to work together to the wire to secure this one.
Free Prince, the next one to go down. Keppa will get shut down as well. Zephyn all alone now as I'm just a noob. Rotates his way back to the bomb site. That's the second one as he swims up back to the surface. And now with 15 seconds to go and the diffuser lost and far away from Zephyn, he's all alone trying to make something happen. C4 goes out. He manages to shoot it midair. Finds one at the Twift, but now there's just too many angles for him to cover, and he cannot do it all himself. Arctic Wolves find the 4th round in this matchup, close that lead once again, and now 5STARS are looking to shut them out yet again to hopefully put themselves on map point. Of course, they do not want to let Arctic Wolves aggress any further from this point, as this easily could end up in a 7-5 for Arctic Wolves, especially considering the fact that they remain on the defensive side for the remainder of this half. Which, of course, as we all know, despite the 4-2 sort of win from 5STARS. Actually, no, they were on defense, so actually it rings true. As we all know, Oregon is a very defender-sided map. It especially is so in Revival League with something, I don't know, like 60% defense win rate. So 5STARS definitely do not want to leave anything up to chance, and they are looking to take this round. It's going to be harder than ever as they are going back down to basement now, which of course back in round 7, Arctic Wolves won with just a second on the clock in a 1 versus 1 fashion, and it all went down to the fact that 5STARS were just a little bit too slow, and I don't think that we're going to be seeing the same from them again, as their entire lineup tells us that this will be a rush. They've got the line, they've got the blitz, they've got the finka. This will be a blue barrel rush. You can almost bet on it. Actually, you can bet on it. Place your bets right now before it closes, because that's exactly where the push will be coming from. So many drones coming out. Unfortunately, Wolves did not leave the elbow wall open with the rotation there. They are not going to be holding it with a man back there, so they're not really going to have another point of entrance. They're going to have to funnel in through this doorway, which, of course, Tony is holding down with the TCSG in hand. I'm just a noob far back. Again, that Uzi with the 1.5x is going to be doing some damage. Cash now on the rotate back, and there goes the C4, beautifully deployed. Rush goes down, so does the Blitz. Free Parents is able to find one at the Tash. There goes another C4. That one will get shot up before it can do the damage. But there's still so much work for 5STARS to do, as now their intentions have been made clear to Arctic Wolves, and their rush has been stopped in its tracks. course, they were not anticipating the elbow wall to be closed, which stopped them first, and then they were not able to do anything once Rush died. Of course, he was the sort of the make or break for their attack. Zephyr will be the next one to go down. Kappa immediately with the trade. Callum is close up on that breach with a shotgun. Of course, that Mujammer again still blocking them from being able to do anything. No. Wow, what a shot there from Reaper and so to Tony. Selberg will find another one to Twift, and Keppa will follow it all up with another one to Callum. The round will go 5STARS' way after it shouldn't have by any means, but they were able to weasel their way into the bomb site any way they found that they could. I think losing Tony in that position right up on the wall, that beautiful shot from Reaper that we could see, I think that truly was the make or break point for this round for 5STARS, where a rush that failed, backfired, and shouldn't have worked ended up working better than they probably could have anticipated it going. Now they find themselves on map point, the first one of the night, and could just be looking here at a 7-4 closeout against the defending champions, and are maybe already mentally in the snowy Alps of Chalet, awaiting that particular map to begin. Of course, map 2, but it's still not all over yet. Arctic Wolves, as I said, they're gonna bite into this, and they're gonna bite hard. They're not gonna let this go without a fight, so we could still be looking at a potential, and remember again, potential infinite overtime.
An infinite overtime, that could be possible, which I would absolutely hate. That would be a very long and depressing time. It would be like a long time of just sort of being edged with the actual match winning. But as we're going into this here, we can see a very strong defensive lineup here. I mean, it's pretty typical, and it's something you'd see in most matches anyways. And the attacking lineup, similar to such a counter. But looking at last round, I mean, how have they won that rush with the walls reinforced and basically every odd against them in the rush? I mean, it was almost a perfect counter. There was the Oryx with the Blitz, there was the Warden. I mean, it was pretty much, it was a almost impossible situation for the attackers to have won, and they still managed to less weasel, more sort of elephant in a barrel their way into that victory. They just crammed in an excellent C4, and everything's happening, so I'm going to say
yeah, so much is happening. You could not be more correct. Initial opening kills coming out from the side of 5STARS, but immediately traded out. And then some, as Reprens and Selberg are the next ones to follow. Immediately, however, finding their own answer to that gunfire. 5STARS find themselves at even numbers. And as I say that, Tony finds yet another one onto Kepa. That TCSG hits so hard, and now Rush and Zephyr remain completely disjointed, but the benefit to that is the fact that everybody has their attention directed towards Zephyr. And with Rush already being so close to the bomb site, he could make some waves happen. He will not be allowed to do so, as Justin Noob finds his 13th of the game and is able to find that final kill. Zephyr now, with 12 of his own kills, is looking to try and win this 1 versus 3. Of course, we've seen it get close a couple of times. We've seen him be in a position where he was almost able to do it. You remember back on round 7 where he was left with just a second on the round, but I don't know if they're going to necessarily let him do that again. 50 seconds to go. Limited utilities. He's only got 1 flashbang left, and that one will go out. No boosts left, so that final HP count of about 5 will be all that he'll be working with. And there goes that TCSG. Beautiful. I do believe that it was a pixel angle as well there from Tony. Not quite, but yeah, basically, he's able to find that beautiful kill there and find that round. Round 12, meaning that this is the final round of regulation. Should Wolves win this, we go into the dreaded potential infinite overtime. Of course, infinite overtime, what it means is that we are waiting until one team has a 2-round advantage in the overtime. So if 5STARS, if it does go to overtime, 5STARS win, and then Wolves win again the next round, it will continue going. There will be no round 15, you know, free-for-all, best of all, to see who will win it. It will come down to who can build a 2-round advantage, and that really could, you know, be a long night. But it also just as well could be 5STARS taking the lead here, as of course they are going back up to dorms, which if you've been keeping tabs on how the rounds have gone so far, you'll know that both of the times that Wolves tried to defend this site, they were not able to hold on to it. 5STARS ended up winning both of those rounds. And, well, I really have no idea what to expect here. Twift, again, being very, very aggressive, as we've seen him be every round so far. Tash just as well. It all comes down to whether or not they're going to be able to find anything from these opening engagements, as that is really what it's going to come down to between these two teams.
Yeah, I think that 5STARS were too eager to close it out in that last round. They didn't play how they had been playing, and I think they just sort of went for it again, which did not work, and it allowed the Arctic Wolves to feed off of that and adapt their way and just completely combat it. I think here we're going to be able to see a slower round. I think this is certainly going to be a more 5STARS styled round, and I think we might see the match point victory. If we do not, everyone get your snacks, order your takeaway, because we're going to be here for a long while.
Yeah. Twift is there at the bottom of those stairs, and Tash finds himself at the top of the stairs. The worrying thing about that is that I do believe that was Rush all the way across the highway on the other window, just waiting for somebody to peek their head on through. Of course, that is the same way that a couple of the same players lost their lives before in round 7, or round 8 rather. So hopefully they do not peek their heads through in a way that they could die, and it doesn't look like they do so. Callum tried to go for a C4, gets shot out yet again. I think that's the theme of the evening, is that if there's a C4, it most definitely will get shot out before it gets a chance to really do any damage. Twift still holding that advantage, still inside of Armory, which of course a few rounds ago you spoke about that. You spoke about how that will be the key point for 5STARS, or for Arctic Wolves rather, and before, they weren't really too successful at holding that position down, but this time they were able to hold on to it. He peeks his head on through, and Rush finds him just the way that I thought he might. Rush is there, however, to answer right away, or Tash is to answer right away, rather, onto Zephin, and now Selberg trying to push in from the Armory side. Meanwhile, Rush still aggressing through the attic, trying to find a little bit of advantage there. The walls are barely open inside of the game's wall, so they're really not going to be able to push much through theirs. Of course, they only brought the Hibana, not an Ace or a Thermite, to be able to open up a really big hole. So it really does look like the main point of pressure will be that Armory door, that trophy door rather, and the attic side of things. Keppa holding down to the window, the big window back inside of dorms. Tash will get down, but immediately answering are Tony and Justinu with the C4. Does not get shot out this time. Tony is able to find Keppa, and Callum is there to find Reference. Arctic Wolves win the round in a very hectic final collapse, bring us into overtime, and this is when things could seriously get interesting. I still haven't decided if I'm excited or completely terrified of what is potentially to come of this situation that we have right ahead of us.
Oh, I'm terrified. I'm absolutely haunted by the fact that this could literally, I mean, it's not going to, but in theory and on paper, this could go on for the rest of our life. It won't. I doubt it will go past 4, maybe 6. But in theory and on paper, this could be the rest of our life retro.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm willing to make that sacrifice. I mean, I'm already sacrificing my curry that I made downstairs. So,
I mean, I really don't know what to expect here, because both halves that we've seen so far ended in a 2-4 split for the defense, or in a 4-2 split for the defense. So, Arctic Wolves now having that defensive side in their favor for the overtime, I truly have no idea, or at the very least in the first round, of course, there is still overtime side switch every round, so that hasn't changed. We haven't completely gotten rid of that rule. There's not going to be another 6 rounds of just watching Arctic Wolves play defense. But considering the fact that the attackers have only been able to find 2 rounds on the defense, or on the attack rather, it really, it could go Wolves' way, but if they do win this round, 5STARS could just end up winning the next one, and that is where the infinite part of infinite overtime comes into play. But Basement, yet again, it was won once and lost twice for 5STARS on their attack, so really don't know what to expect here. That rush that was not to be ended up being theirs. The other potential rounds really did not go their way, and I'm just was for a moment in a pretty killable position, but has since retrieved, and a grenade was cooked a little too perfectly for Rush. I think if it had had time to bounce off the door frame, it really could have found something. But nevertheless, though, 5STARS still pressuring on through Rush, coming down these freezer stairs. In the meantime, Cedric is trying to find a little bit of an entrance into Meeting, and that is where Twift could come into play, who we saw just a little bit ago being inside of Meeting itself, and it looks like he's still there behind the sandbags. If they misdrone him, which I do believe they have, he really could be the power play here for the side of Arctic Wolves. They do finally drone him out, and he takes a lot of damage. Finally, they take him down. The opening kill once again in 5STARS' favor. It so far does not necessarily mean that if you have the opening pick that you will win the round, as it sometimes tends to mean, but it still could be quite a bit of an advantage. Of course, there's still so much work for them to do, still those hatches to open up, and only about a minute left to go. Twift, although he lost his life, wasted so much time here for 5STARS, to the point where they might just have to collapse onto the bomb site, which even in a 4 versus 5 situation could not work out in their favor. We'll just have to wait how this one goes. Kappa taking a tiny bit of damage. I think that was from a Gone 6 there, potentially. Reapers, there go the flashes. Tash taking a little bit of damage, trying to hold on to the front side of Laundry. Flashes coming in, getting swallowed by ADSs. I think that was a potential grenade as well. Zephin still has those grenades, could potentially toss one Tash's way, but of course it is questionable whether that one will hit. We find ourselves in the final 20 seconds of the round. 5STARS do have the man advantage, but they've not really been able to open it up any further than just one man. Finally, they make a difference, but I'm Just a Noob is there to answer 1 and 2. Keppa finds one on his own, finds another one. It's all that to Tash. 1 versus 2, but they do not have the diffuser in hand, and the timer once again goes Arctic Wolves' favor. They are able to find that round, the first round here of overtime. And we are in for a treat. Unfortunately, I will have to inform everybody watching that some of the nerds has had to depart from this game and from casting here. So I don't know if he'll be returning later on, considering the availability of the rest of our casting team. But nevertheless, he does have to depart for the remainder of this map. So you will just be dealing with me, which honestly, I am fine with. I was very worried. I think if you had watched our Saturday broadcast, you might remember how I was absolutely terrified, and I kept, making a point about how, hey, I might have to cast a solo cast a best of 5. That could be potentially really bad for me, because I don't know that I'll be able to do something like that. But just having even a little bit of help, of course, helps in preserving that energy and preserving, of course, the voice. Very important in this particular business. But now we find ourselves here in round 14. That usually would be, telling us that this could be a potential, end of the game, or it could lead us into round 15. Well, here it as well will lead us into round 15, but it's unknown how much really that will mean in this particular situation. 5STARS going back down to the basement. Of course, we saw them take on this site before. They won it both times, and it all sort of came down to the fact that Arctic Wolves were not quick enough with their attacks in a very similar fashion to 5STARS, what we saw from them whenever they were attacking this bomb site, where they just were not able to win those rounds because they were low on time. Quite literally, it came down to 1 second that they were not able to hold on to. So it really could end up being that way here again for Arctic Wolves, where so far every single time that they've attacked onto this bomb site, they were just a little bit too slow. And I do believe that that's exactly what's happening here, is they're taking their time clearing that upstairs floor. And I don't think they've found Selberg in his position quite yet. Of course, if that doesn't end up being a potential push point for them, it might not matter. Although it does look like they found him finally, as he did take a little bit of damage, and I don't think it was from a fall, considering that it wasn't instantaneously all of those bullets. He has since retrieved back to the tarp store, Shiko door, however you want to call it. 90 seconds still to go for Arctic Wolves. And they're still not really opening up the hatch, but Keppa is looking to... He is able to trick it! Wow! He is able to trick that final EMP does go out from Tony, and... Oh my god, he managed to trick it again! Oh my goodness, he managed to trick it again. They have no more utility left to clear those cage claws, which means that they will not have that hatch open at all. Not unless they're able to shoot it out from below, but at this point, that is just unrealistic. Callum! That was a fat finger. He flashed down the stairs and unfortunately slowed Tony down in his push. Not only that, but gave away a potential push point, a potential presence for his team as well. They do find Zephin here on top of the washing machine. He was trying to hold on to a very cheeky angle, getting attacked immediately from Laundry side, is able to find Callum's backside. Can't quite find enough bullets there, but Keppa and Rush both go down. Reapers is able to answer immediately. Zephin is able to find one of his own as well, but now it's essentially a 1 versus 2 as Twift is all alone, taking a bit of damage there from the smoke babe as well. Keppa, Zephin, both on such low HP. Keppa and Zephin both were able to retrieve themselves, and oh my goodness, a complete collapse, shut down. Twift was able to find one more. It came down to a 1 versus 2, but Zephin is there. Those Kiba barriers providing so much cover for himself to the point where it really wasn't even questionable at that point. And oh my goodness, we are still in this. Again, this would say normally overtime match point right here at the top where it says Arctic Wolves 7 and then the seconds and then 5STARS 7 and underneath it it's overtime. That would normally say overtime match point. As of course this is round 15. It's, you know, a sudden death. Whoever wins this round wins the whole thing. But that is not what we'll be seeing here, as of course the next round will be overtime match point for whoever is able to win this round. Is of course, actually no, I don't think so. No, because it's not just getting to round. Well, I guess technically it is, but it is down to, yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. I was saying that it's going to say overtime match point next round, because then if the team that won this round is able to win that one, they win the whole thing. I confused myself a little bit trying to explain this whole thing. I don't remember the last time that there was an infinite overtime in Siege that went to that length, because it is no longer present at Majors. It is only present at SI, and I don't think that it really ever came into play at SI. I think the last time that we even saw, like, a game that close to the point where it, like, went 5 maps and was that, like, exciting, it wasn't even at SI. I wanted to say it was Berlin between G2 and... No, it wasn't G2, it was Rogue and... I can't remember who, but that wasn't even overtime. Or that wasn't even SI, so I really truly do not remember the last time that overtime, infinite overtime came into play in this way. I'm sure I must have at some point, I just don't remember. In any case, while I was rambling on about the things that I do and do not remember, Twiff went down. He was able to get himself eliminated very, very quickly, and now Arctic Wolves are still scrambling on to try and hold on to this side or to this round. 5STARS, of course, already so very good at finding a particular round on this particular map, or on this particular bomb set. Of course, they were able to find it once, and that was a very, very good execute. The next round, however, Articles answer back with viciousness and were able to find the round immediately after it. Tony will be the next one to go down, although I don't think they're aware of it. However, they will find Tash, and they're aware of that one. It was a grenade from Zephin that found him, but Reaperance will go down to a C4. Again, so many C4s have gone out, they were not able to find anybody, and I think that this might be a twofer. It will not be, as that got caught on a light. I'm just a noob crossing over quickly, trying to find the res there, but it's not able to do so, as Zephin is able to find a grenade kill onto the down player and then some onto the player trying to pick him up. And now in a 1 versus 4, Callum is able to find one with the shotgun at close range. Selberg will be the next one to go down. Rush is creeping up behind him. They they cleared that, they shot that Syria gate open. Okay, well, just they shot that Syria gate open so that they would know when he's crossing over. He did get shot in the back by Rush, who was creeping up behind him. And if you're wondering why I just laughed, well, in the bottom right corner, you might have seen in chat Reaper say GH, which of course means good half, i.e. good map, or, you know, GG for this map. Let's take a little break and wait for the next one. Of course, that would be true in, again, every other setting other than a max OT game, where that just does not mean that. Of course, it could mean that after this round. Should 5STARS win this round, it absolutely will mean that, but we don't know. We just don't know what that could potentially mean for us here right now. And of course, as I was explaining last round, overtime match point. It says it now, and that is because 5STARS have a 1-round difference. If they take this round, they will have a 2-round difference, which ends the infinite overtime. It is sort of like ping pong. If you've ever played it, most games end up in a getting played in a, you know, two point difference sort of situation. Although I've played them where it was like a 4-point difference, which is just ridiculous, but usually it does tend to be 2-point difference. And oh my goodness, I was gonna say 5STARS went to meeting, which they were able to win the first time around in quite a confident fashion. It was a 4K near Ace from Rush, and then it was a 4K near Ace from Reaperance on the retake. And I was going to say that it might not work out that well for them, because the round that they lost, it was because was just in and killed everybody. But now everybody is dead on the side of Arctic Wolves. Instead, it's all down to Tony in a 1 versus 4. A couple of these players are very, very damaged, so this is actually quite doable, especially considering the amount of time the he still has. But Rash in a bit of a ratty spot with just 5 HP at the bottom of the floor is able to find that kill and is able to find that round. So it didn't quite go round 15 and it didn't quite go round 150, but it did end in round 16 in favor of 5STARS, the sort of youngins of Revival League, as the Premier League team end up being the victors of this first map. And, you know, normally I do like to ramble quite a bit in between maps. This time, tonight, you will not be hearing me ramble on that much, just because of the fact that, again, I will be soloing most of the night, unfortunately. Or not necessarily most of the night, but I could be soloing quite a bit of this, so I will try to preserve my voice as much as possible. In any case, we are not going anywhere, and so don't you either. We'll be taking a short break, and when we come back, it will be map number 2, potentially 5. It will be Chalet Arctic Wolves versus 5STARS. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
I fell in deep again. I always knew that it would come back for me. Can I just pretend that I'm not losing control? They say, hey, I can't stay late playing on my video games. You got things to do. You need to wake up early and read the morning news. Maybe I fit in if I tried a little more just to look like them. Maybe I'd fit in if I tried a little more just to act like them. Play my video game. 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 They say, hey, I can't spend all my money on my deadbeat friends. They need things to do. They need...
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Revival League Season 2 Grand Finale. My name is Retro. I am joined here for potentially the final time tonight, and for definitely this season, Mr. Ultra. Ultra, it's so good to have you back here again, but also, are you excited for the remainder of this game following that very, very lengthy map number 1?
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm hoping to see more infinite overtimes on the next one.
You and probably no one else.
I mean, yeah, well, fair enough. It's gonna be a long day, but I mean, it's
Yeah.
gonna be exciting as well.
That's true.
Do you have any favorites? Like, what team are you voting for?
I really have no favorites. I think it would be cool to see 5STARS win for the simple reason of dethroning the defending champions. I don't like when teams or people win back to back. Of course, I'm an F1 aficionado, so having to watch Hamilton win it for like 7 years in a row, and then watching now Max Verstappen win it for what will definitely be 3 years in a row. I'm not a fan of it, but for that reason, it would be cool to see 5STARS win it, especially because they are the Premier League team. And of course, we were unfortunately robbed of an opportunity to see that potentially happen last season, where Flying Fabians were able to get all the way into the grand final from the Premier League as well. I almost said lower bracket, but now from the Premier League as well. And, we were robbed of seeing them perform in the grand final against Arctic Wolves. So, 5STARS here do come in representing Premier League as a whole, both this season's and
Fair
last
enough.
season's. And I think for that reason it would be cool. But apart from that, I really don't have any favorites. It is just the fact that I don't like seeing repeat winners, and I think it'd be cool to see a Premier League team win. But it really is survival of the fittest, and I think regardless of our own biases, it's gonna go whichever way the universe decided that it will go. But without rambling on about that, walk me through the bands, which, if I do say so myself, are pretty much the exact same as what we saw just a map ago on Oregon.
So we get very default bans for Chalet. We get the Flores, to destroy any utility, especially for this bar hold specifically. There's a lot of shields going on the top floor, and Flores is very good in taking them out. Because you just deploy a drone, you drive onto the shield, and then the shield is no longer there. You banned we see Activals, they also banned the Fenrir along the Flores. I don't know if they have a trauma. Like, a lot of teams ban Fenrir just because they get traumas from trying to get an execute going and then they die to it. But Fenrir is really good because he can block a lot of vision and he can really mess up an execute as a whole. And now 5STARS, they also see they banned the Nuke and the Solis for just like the most default bans. Nuke, you don't want the Nuke to sneak up on you, especially when you're trying to hold a difficult select bar where the team is pretty split, across the map. So you need to be able to see if an opponent is coming up the stairs with the cameras, and Nuke is really good to deny that. And Solis, the last ban, just she can see utility through the walls, she can see the plant going down or anything else really. She's really, really good, and someone that plays Solis needs to be able to survive as long as they can. So banning that operator also eliminates a lot of safe roaming, trying to flank on the last seconds of the round.
Definitely, and I think a point about Fenrir that has to be made is the fact that 5STARS are a very, very big fan of that operator. They have been since he released, and they've been very, very determined to bring him every time that they can. And Arctic Wolves are now 2 for 2, or I guess 3 for 3, for banning him against them. And Zephyr taking a lot of damage, but they were able to pick up the opening frag there on the Callum. Very interestingly here is the 5-stars are going for this sort of FOD default attack of bringing a Maverick and trying to do a little slit here in the supply wall to give themselves a little bit of an entrance. And with a player not currently covering the chimney position itself, Tash removed a little bit from it. He's not able to use that vertical position to kill the player there, but he is able to kill him as he tries to aggress him up those stairs. Instead, finds him with the Pokeball as well, but Rush immediately with an answer of his own onto Twift. Tony, Amjastadub, and Tash now trying to hold on to this round with a minute left. Still quite a lot of time for 5-stars to work with, but we've seen them be quite slow with these final executes before, and it could be their issue again. Tash taking a lot of damage and having to retreat from his position due to the firebolt being deployed his way, but Reprints, where's the Capitao ever so strong. Selberg, the next one to take a lot of damage, but is able to find him just a noob regardless. Tash finds Reprints. Tony just waiting for somebody to push in through this doorway, and will find the first player, will find the second player too. Can't quite find a third. Rush is able to find him instead. 1 versus 1. A similar situation, or a familiar situation rather, between both of these teams and for both of these players as well. Rush will try to stick the plant now in the final 10 seconds of the round. Tash trying to make his way back to the bomb site. He sees just the head of him there, the white uniform of Maverick sticking out. Tash is able to find that round for his team. Arctic Wolves take an early lead, but of course this is something that we saw from them before back in map 1, where they took an early lead. It was a very, very confident early round, and then 5-stars went on to dominate them from then on. I don't think the 5-stars will have just that luck this time, as of course we know how defensive-sided Chalet can be. But more importantly, we've seen 5-stars have really, really bad luck with their attacking halves on Chalet, where they have gone, you know, to a 1-5 split on their attacking opening half of Chalet before, and it really did not work out in their favor. And fairness, in actuality, it actually happened against Arctic Wolves as well back in the upper bracket finals. So 5-stars definitely do not want to have a repeat of that, because Arctic Wolves in no way will let them go for a potential comeback the way that they did against Eterno in the upper bracket semifinals, where they went on a 6 or 7 round streak where they just were not losing. I do not see Arctic Wolves letting them do that, especially when map 1 went all the way to round 16. But nevertheless, round 2 begins, and 5-stars are having another challenge placed right ahead of them as they are now attacking the basement site instead.
Yeah. You can see they brought a very default lineup, having the thermite there. They're probably gonna go for the wine walls. Surprised to see that they get an ace as well. Oh, never mind, they go for the main bridge instead. The bug does get no hybrid devices. That might imply that they won't go for a vertical play, but more of a two-dimensional play, pushing the main bridge and the wine bridge at the same time. But Buck, I'm not really sure what he's planning to do on the cannon bulk. Now Zephyr trying to contest the guy just playing on the submarine stairs, but or maybe, yeah, there's nothing happening there. Rush now about to go in and get some vertical in office. Well, yeah, Kepa and Zephyr try to push the wines there, but Kepa gets the entry kill onto the Jaeger, and that's Twift of the round.
Yeah, Twift off the round. He has not really been too lucky with these opening engagements. He has had some success, but also has been the opening victim for quite a few of these rounds. And didn't have too much. Wow. Oh my god. I for a moment did not realize that that was a defender up there, but he did manage to get himself killed. That's Tash off the board as well. Callum did manage to find one of the Zephyr. I do believe that was before. Nope, it was not. It was after the wall got opened. I think that was through the wall itself, actually. So now they have everything opened up that they really needed, with still so much time in their favor. Hatch will get opened up too, and now that will give 5-stars so much more pressure onto Arctic Wolves. A minute still to go. They have man advantage. Everything is looking to be perfectly in 5-stars' favor, but we saw them in this exact position before. right, a map ago on Oregon where they were not able to translate these rounds into a round win every time. So not all is lost yet for Arctic Wolves, especially when they still have so much utility at their disposal. Specifically, this shield, of course, will be very, very crucial. Flashbangs are coming out. They're not really going to do anything against Callum, the Warden, who is still largely uncontested. There goes a grenade. It will find him. Pressure from the main breach coming in as well. Reaperints will find Tony. It's all that I'm just a noob. He is able to find another player pushing in from that main breach, but the plant is being stuck on now. And oh goodness, there's nothing that he can do. Grenade flew at him and right past him, but there's nothing that he can do against the G36C of the Iana that is shooting bullets at his head at near lightning speed. 5STARS equalize again, and this is really the hold your breath moment where either Arctic Wolves are going to be able to pull off the same exact success that we saw from them before against 5STARS, where they will go in a 5-1 lead and then almost undoubtedly take the map shortly after, or 5STARS will repeat what they did against Eterno in the lower bracket finals, where they were able to finally break that 1-5 curse and were able to actually win the half. I think it was a 4-2 split for them, and then they were able to win it in a 7-2 fashion. So, you know, this is really the hold your breath moment for 5STARS fans everywhere to see how this is really going to turn out for them, whether the curse will return or if they had gotten rid of it for good. But nevertheless, though, Arctic Wolves deciding not to go back downstairs to basement, instead choosing to go to kitchen, which I find interesting, the fact that they went down to basement in the first place, just considering how unfavorable of a bomb site it is for most teams now. But I guess maybe I don't have the correct insight. Ultra, you're a player, you play for Lumina Gaming. Maybe you have more insight about the decision to go to basement and then not go to basement, instead go to kitchen after losing that round.
Personally, I wouldn't even go to basement ever, except if it was like really necessary. But them going to basement is like a bold move, right? Because you know that if both of the wine walls are open, you almost have nothing to play against the attackers. You have like a 70% chance of losing. So it's really a big risk to go on the bottom floor. Now going to the kitchen side, I'm in favor of going to the kitchen side, especially if you have a mirror. But I'm surprised to see that Arctic Wolves don't run a mirror and instead get an alibi, which is not really an important pick, I should say. But maybe I'm just Noob is probably gonna do like another big play of his, and that's how the alibi is going to translate to a really important pick later in this round. Other than that, you can see that Arctic Wolves are holding top for quite heavily, but Selber gets an entry already onto I'm Just a Noob, the guy that I was praising literally 2 seconds ago. So that's the alibi of the board already, and yeah, by the looks of it, Arctic Wolves are still going to contest on the top floor. They don't want to give that hold of the office that quick, because as soon as all of them run away from Cannon office, 5STARS are going to have complete vertical control, and that's really going to be bad.
Yeah, that really could be bad. And now with that wall getting opened up, Twift is able to just get away and find a kill with it as well. This door, we saw it get broken up just a little bit ago, but he was able to put it back up, and now Ray Francis has something to say about that. Flashbangs are coming in through Twift. Can't really do much against it. Ray Prince will find the down, and then the finisher as well. Tony, however, re-aggressing back onto them. Zephin has that window control, finds Tash, who was trying to help Tony with this rush. I, for a moment, thought that he was on drone, but no, he had his gun up and found Tony. Callum now, TCSG in hand, 1 versus 4. He was in this position before. I think it was in the final round of map 1 where he was not able to hold onto it any bit longer, but now he's going to have to try and find it this time. 5STARS have everything in their advantage at this point. They have the vertical control, which you spoke of. It is so very crucial for this particular bomb site. They have so many players, and despite the yellow pings, they knew exactly where Kepa was. He has just too strong of a position. When he's prone like that, he really cannot do anything against it, and it was proven right there. 5STARS take the round, take the lead as well, and you can stop holding your breath as a 5STARS fan now, because, well, even if they don't go on to win the half, they did definitely break the 5-1 or 1-5 curse. So you have that going for you, but as I keep saying, and I will continue saying, because I feel like without that, this entire thing falls apart. Arctic Wolves will not let this go without a fight. We saw the first map go all the way down to round 16, and I expect nothing less from this map as well, and from all of the maps that come. So, really, everybody here is in for a long ride. I think right before we went live, we were discussing, sort of here in the Caster channel, what, we think this is going to end up at and where we think this is going to go. And none of us expected either of these teams to go on a clean 3-0. That I just don't think is possible between these two teams. I could see a 3-1, but I just don't think that there's going to be a team that wins this without losing at least one map. But regardless, back to gaming they go now as it is finally unlocked. And that was a pretty good round for Arctic Wolves. They had the advantage. They had the pressure early on. They lost it a little bit midway through the round. They were able to clutch it up finally, but it was sort of shaky for a moment, and I hope for them that it's going to be a little bit less so this time around, just so that they can save themselves the energy expenditure of having to win rounds so closely. Looks like it's going to be another, as I said, FAW default push here from the basement up. Alan getting droned out, trying to tack onto that initial push and trying to keep them at bay.
I like how Callum is getting really aggressive here. He's taking the gunfight with Selberg, but none of them gets none the wiser, and now Selberg shuts down both Callum and Tony. That's both Valkyrie and Frost off the board. Utility has already been placed, so in terms of utility, it's not really an important pick, but that's already 2 people down. Twift fights back at 7, but Rush kills him instead, and now leaves Tash and just a noob in a 2v4 situation with a lion alive, blocking any movement whenever he uses his ability. Natash tries to take control over Mezzanine and almost gets a kill onto IQ, but Selberg goes up the stairs instead, going for an immediate backup with a pistol, and he gets a 1-1 to Tash, leaving just a noob in a 1v4, but he won't be able to do much, because Rush is just there already without him realizing, getting a really beautiful shot. 5STARS kept their composure even after losing one player, just because they had the advantage. It didn't mean that they had to just rush in the site and try to get a win off of that. They just held their positions, played time, and just let Arctic Wolves go to them. Arctic Wolves really tried their best to get the refrags there, but didn't really achieve anything much.
Yeah.
I'm really like an advocate for holding top floor as much as you can, but sometimes going for the refrags is not a wise option.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. I mean, every single time, and I've casted, this solo quite a lot. I've seen a lot of Chalet, and this is something that I do tend to always say is that for maps like Chalet, where it is so vertical to the point where every single bomb site in the entire map has a great deal of verticality to it, you have to hold on to that vertical, because if you don't, your opponents 100% will. And so you have to go for that, but at the same time, as you said, sometimes you have to really analyze the situation that you're faced with and make the right decision, and not necessarily go for what is sort of the default, but go for what is in that moment the move that will give you the most chance of survival and of winning that. Last round or last map, I do want to quickly say this, is that last map, the trend was not there at all, that if you win the opening engagement, that you will win the round. But so far, it absolutely has rung true, with Arctic Wolves having the opening engagement, or winning the opening engagement in round 1, and then 5STARS taking a clean sweep for the following 3 rounds and taking the rounds as well. And now they're looking for another opening engagement. The Pests have given away the fact that somebody must be downstairs, but are they aware of Twift pushing down these stairs after they droned him out? Doesn't look like they are. Selberg taking a lot of damage, but immediately Rush is there, finds the opening kill yet again. And this could be trouble for Arctic Wolves, but 2 minutes still left, and the man advantage is not far in 5STARS' hands, so it still could go either way.
That gunfight aggravated me. The way that Twift ran out of bullets at the end, it was such a close one to get a 2 key for himself. But sadly, his gun deceived him. He thought he had more bullets than he actually did. Zephyr with a really interesting angle onto that dining hallway. We can see here just a noob tried to contest it, but he didn't really achieve much. 5 stars are going for a multi-dimensional push here. You can see they're pushing the K9, they're pushing the mezzanine. And we also had 2 players on the bottom floor, but they rotated after almost losing both of their lives to Twift. Now, the shields are still being there intact. I wonder how they're gonna clear them out. They have 4 nades in their pockets, which is more than enough to clear 1 shield. But will they be able to burn the utility in time, or just crumble under the pressure? Now, Tony contesting players that are pushing the lobby side, or cannon side, I should say. Shield is already down. Okay, that was kind of to be expected. But the Frost is still there. She's not afraid of taking any gunfights. You can see that Diana is cloning, trying to get info for 5 stars. Callum is going to contest the Diana clone though. Zephyr now able to push in. Callum gets spotted out, so he decides to go back into side and play the safe game. Now, you have 2.5 players that are playing safe, and Tony that is trying to contest as much as he can. Right now, Arctic are really looking for a kill to get that man count down, but since there's only 25 seconds left, they should really just wait and let the attackers come to them. Callum getting a really quick kill onto that back, which is a huge kill, because there's a lot of backshots left in his gun right now, but he's dead. Kepa trying to contest the window. Does he know about Tony though? He does not, but he still gets a kill. Reappearance follows with that by killing Justin Noob as well. Now, Callum and Tash holding a nice cross angle. Will they be able to hold this off for at least 4 seconds more? Tash gets the kill onto Kepa, but the plant is in the process of going down. Rush gets the kill onto Tash. Callum gets the refrag, gets one more, leaving the planter on his own, but he finishes it up with the Diggle kill. That was like a 4K for Callum. Goddamn, he went crazy that round. And he leaves the diffuser onto the floor. How did that happen? And yeah, exactly, Happy. He just woke up in the right moment to save the round for his team.
That was crazy. That is the first time that the pattern has been broken of winning the opening engagement and losing and winning the round.
Yeah.
Callum single-handedly broke that. And I think that we see another pattern form, however, from the side of 5 stars, which we've seen it a little bit on Oregon, where it was sort of touch and go, it was sort of 50-50 on it. But so far, it does seem to really be ringing true for them, where if they don't have that initial very deep man advantage of like it being 5 versus 3 or 5 versus 2 even, they aren't really comfortable enough in their own skin to be going for the executes and to be really, transitioning from phase 1 to phase 2 to phase 3 of their attack. And it really does leave them in these exact same situations where they just simply do not have the time. They might have the kills and they might, do all of this, but they really do not have the time and time again. And that was now the second round where it went down to no time left on the board for them, where sticking the plant was the only other option. Otherwise, they just lose by default. And that really could start to become a serious issue for them if they continue to not be able to find rounds in a timely manner and keep losing down to simply the timer running out. That really could become an issue, especially for, potentially us getting down to Cafe, which will, not even potentially, because it is the next map. So us getting to Cafe is a very slow map. Them having this sort of slow methodology really, really could come to hurt them on Cafe.
Yeah, I can definitely see that happening if they don't change their ways quickly now. I'm just still surprised on how 5 stars had 2 players covering the planter and none of them realized that Callum was still in stock. Especially after he got 1 kill as well through that position, I'm pretty sure. But now we're moving on to the next round. Zephyr gets an early kill onto Justin Noob. That's torn off the board. Justin Noob not having the greatest of games, but I'm sure he will come in handy in a bit. Now, 5 stars have already taken control over the entirety of Mezzanine and already breached office walls. They might be in a position to plant any minute now. There's no player from Arctic Wolves playing below for vertical denial of the plant, so that might actually hurt them a lot if they don't realize it right now. Callum is completely unaware of the double window, but gets away with his life in the last second. I'm wondering why Tony didn't give the call out there. Now, Piano Shield almost gets taken down, but the Ash Charge was missed for just a couple of inches. Reappearance gets a kill onto Swift, leaving Arctic Wolves in a 2v5.
It's a 3v5, yeah, but
3v5.
it might come down to a 2v5. It will not, as Tony is able to find one, but there goes a grenade. This one will hit. Rush will hit as well. It's all down to Tash now, 1 versus 4. He does not have C4 in pocket. He's only got those impact grenades, and those will not come to use either, as Zeppin has that window covered and cut off. The round once again going 5STARS' way. They leave their attacking half with 4 rounds in the bag, and that really could put quite a damper on the Arctic Wolves party, as of course they are already down a series point in this best of 5, as 5STARS managed to crawl it out in the previous map. They managed to crawl it out all the way in round 16, and now Arctic Wolves, of course, they were working with a similar disadvantage last map on the second half, but of course they were going on to the largely more advantageous side of defense on Oregon. Of course, Chalet, I think, sort of in the grand scheme of esports, R6 esports does tend to be a little bit more attacker-sided in Revival. However, that is not the case, so Arctic Wolves are still not out of the woods, and it's going to be quite a lot of work for them to try and get this done, especially get this done before that dreaded infinite overtime. Is, of course, it's not only, you know, the fact that it goes on for so long and it might get a little bit repetitive, but it's also the fact that it takes so much energy already to play just one map. To play a best of 3, it takes so much out of you. To play a best of 5 with infinite overtime, every map potentially, that really could drain you quickly. And again, already working with, you know, a map point or a series point in the hands of your opponents, that really could be wearing down on Arctic Wolves' energy levels and team morale as well. So they really have to preserve themselves and try to find these rounds quickly so as to not let 5STARS get away with it and put themselves even further in that advantage in this series.
I do have faith in Arctic Wolves' attack though, because I classify Chalet as on the same level as Clubhouse, which is a map that you need a lot of teamwork and not a lot of like complex stakes in order to win. So as long as Arctic Wolves manage to play together and cooperate at least well enough, they don't have to be gods about it, but if they cooperate well enough, they definitely can turn this around and even get the 5 rounds that they need in a row. But it all depends on how they cooperate and how 5STARS will come up with ways to counter that. Now, Tony getting the breach onto office is really huge for Arctic Wolves. 5STARS can already feel the pressure above their own side, and as we talked about earlier, they shouldn't leave the control to the attackers right away, because it's still too early and it's gonna be deadly for them.
I couldn't agree with you more, and that really could be an issue. Keppa, however, on a lurk. We've seen him in this position before. It looks like they are aware of him, but not early enough, as he was able to find that first kill onto Callum, take him down, take the sledge down as well, which of course, you've already spoken about that verticality, how important that is. Losing the sledge could be an even bigger issue. Twiff tried to quick peek there. Behind those Kiba barriers are players, but he's not able to find anything, unfortunately. Tony, in the meantime, pushing into the half wall, is able to see Selberg, can't unfortunately kill him. There goes Tash, however, finds Zeppin as he pushes into Piano, and now he's going to try and aggress, but Keppa from below with the C4 will find from just a new last map's hero for Arctic Wolves. Selberg will find another one, shut down Tash. It's all down to Tony and Twift. Familiar faces in a clutch situation, fortunately for Arctic Wolves. All down to Twift now as Tony got shut down as well. He's able to find one at the Selberg, but shots are going every which way from below. They're trying to floor bang him, wall bang him. They're trying to bang him any way they can. And there goes a long angle from Rush. MP5 in hand, finds the kill and finds the round. 5STARS now just a step away from putting themselves on the second map point of the evening, and well, securing themselves another series point, which it really could come in their favor because, again, as I said, they have been making quite a few mistakes, and if those mistakes follow them onto a much less forgiving map such as Cafe, it really could work against them in a big way. But of course, there's still theme and border to potentially play out depending on how everything goes. So it really, really could go either way. And in any case, though, Arctic Wolves now going back down to basement. And you've already said, or not Arctic Wolves, my apologies, I meant 5STARS, going down to basement. And this is something that you've already said that you do not like. So, and I don't like it either. I for the same exact reasons that you mentioned. I also agree with you 100%. I always say that that is a very surprising decision that the teams might make.
And both of them especially.
Yeah, exactly. Both of them especially. And I think the only reason why there really would be a decision to go for this site is because it could be a potentially free site, right? Or potentially a free round. If you win it, cool. You didn't really waste a round or a site that you know that you can win, that you know is a lot more in your favor. So if you win this, which really you weren't banking on that much or banking on that much in the first place, then it's sort of like, whatever. We really weren't expecting to win it. But if you do win it, all of a sudden, you are on that point. But it does look like they are going for a completely different approach to defending it, as they have this very strong pressure inside of Kitchen itself, with Reaperance and Rush holding down the fort. That hatch open for a quick retrieval should they need it. And Arcticles seem to be on their case about it already, as the sledging has commenced.
Oh my god. No way. So, for anyone that didn't realize what happened there, Reappearance tried to go for a C4 above, but Sledge, or I should say Callum, Sledge at the perfect time to make the C4 fall from the floor, and it landed perfectly on both Reappearance and his teammate Rush to take both of them out of the round. That is a huge play for Active Wolves, and it happened completely coincidentally. So, now they have the entirety of the advantage they can have right now. They're in a 5v3, and 5STARS are all stuck in a side that, if you open the walls, as I mentioned earlier, you're kind of done for. So now, Tash knows about the fact that one of the breaches is completely clear and the other one has nothing to contest. The breaching, the thermite charge, or ace charge, I say. There's no thermite. I don't know what I'm seeing. My eyes are deceiving me. Callum gets injured from Zephyr C4. That was a very nicely tossed C4. And Zephyr gets even more aggressive now, contesting that angle onto the trench door. Twift gets spotted, and the blue player, that I'm not really sure who it is right now, is going to contest Swift or Twift himself. But Selberg, it is, he gets injured from Twift, and almost Zephyr as well loses his life to him. But he managed to get a refrag, and Kepa follows it up with a kill onto Callum, now in a 3v2. There's a lot of time left for the attackers to take at the time and talk about their approach.
Yeah, a lot of time, and Zephyr on such low HP that it really might not be that much of an advantage for them. Kappa is able to find one, but immediately taken down. I'm just Noob and Tash were too quick with it. They found both of the players. That was a one-tap? For a moment, I didn't even realize that I registered as a kill, but he was able to indeed find that one-tap behind the Kiba barrier, which was so... That was apparently a kill, yeah, because that was the only thing that was in the kill cam. That's the only thing that would explain it, because I don't really know where both of these players were, unless they both collided and just lined up perfectly on the pillar. I think that was a kill there onto the blue player behind the Kiba barrier. But I don't know. That C4, however, questions are coming out from Arctic Wolves, and I think the questions will be coming up for weeks to come about how exactly does that happen. It reminds me of Turno versus 5STARS, where in the upper bracket semifinals, where 5STARS were working with a 5 versus 4 for the entire, no, not the entire, but for the majority of the third map of Villa, and they still somehow managed to throw what was a 5v1 or 4v1, I think it was a 4v1 on Villa. Round 10, it is the round that will haunt me forever as somebody who had to witness it. And I think that C4 will haunt me right alongside it. I think it will just sort of blend into a montage in my head as the reasons why I cry when I think about 5STARS playing Siege. But nevertheless, they're going to be attempting that same exact hold again. Hopefully this time it doesn't end in a team kill suicide, as that would at that point just be throwing from 5STARS.
Oh, you think so? Yeah, now we can see them. We can see Arctic Wolves not taking a different approach either, though. The only big difference I can notice is that Tash, or actually no, it's the exact same setup on the exact same players. Rush and Reappearance on the same spot, but this time they get away with their lives, at least up to this point. They both fall away to side, making it a 5v on side. I don't know now. No one is really trying to rush this time. From the side of Arctic Wolves. They're taking the time, droning and getting info for the team because they really shouldn't make any rational or irrational moves right now. Twift is already quite low. I'm not really sure how he got all this damage, but Callum already dies to rush, which is a huge pick because the vertical play is now all gone. There's nothing that Activals can do other than the 6 breaching charges, which are kind of enough, but they're not. They can't cover the entirety of the side. Now from above, the remainder of Activals is trying to clear all the utility along with the Melusi gadgets, allowing Justin Noob to push in from the door later on when they actually need to go for an execute.
Yeah, wall's getting opened up now. A little bit less than 90 seconds to go. A lot of these drones spotting out their remaining utility to open up the other wine wall as well. And this is exactly what you spoke about, specifically about how once you have both wine walls open, that is really, really impossible for the defense to really hold on to. And 5STARS are going to try their hardest to try and hold on to it, but it really could go either way. Selberg trying to go upstairs to find a kill. He's not going to be able to find that as I'm Just Too Noob is able to find Rush. There goes Selberg finally finding Tash. Reaprints in the meantime finds Twift. I'm Just Too Noob trying to collect Selberg. Does so, but now the remaining 2 attackers are disjointed for the remainder of this round, or for at least a little bit. Tony trying to push his way into the bomb site. Can't do that. Reprints TCSG from the back of blue is able to find that kill. And Just a Noob, again, as I said, star player from the last map is able to find one. And Pregnant's flying his way, and there's a bit of a pixel angle there that Zephyr could have picked him up on, but fortunately for him, he did not. And the C4 pre-ripped from Zephyr to try and find that kill. He is aggressed already. The C4 covered up the sound of him walking in, so they have no idea. But it was a self-trade for Kepa there. He managed to stay alive, but bleeding out on the ground as he found that final kill. 5STARS now. Second match point for the evening, and could be potentially looking at a series point as well. Series, match point, whatever you want to call it, as they will be 2-0 in the best of 5 series. So if they are able to win the map following, well, it's unfortunately bye-bye Wolves. But again, as I said, it will be such a long night, and no doubt about it, 5STARS are already going down with their energy levels as well. And when we head down to Cafe, which will be a much stronger side, or a much stronger map rather, for Wolves. And of course, again, 5STARS, we've only been able to see them on defense so far throughout this half, so we really, might have forgotten about the smaller mistakes that they do make on some of these maps. Of course, they made them on Oregon, they made them here on Chalet as well on their attacking half, and of course, these maps are a lot more forgiving about it. I don't think I'll ever stop talking about how potentially crucial that could be once we head on to Cafe, because of how unforgiving that map is, and I'm genuinely surprised to see it. I definitely expected a clubhouse as map 3, and then God knows what for maps 4 and 5. I did not expect a Cafe and Rush. Unfortunately, botching that Kiba barrier. Did he botch another one upstairs on the trophy box? I think he might have.
That's uncertain.
Kind of a waste of utility if he managed to botch 2, but hopefully, no, he did not. That one stuck. Thank God, because imagine that kind of waste of utility already in the prep phase, 2 gone. Yikes. But he did manage to keep it for himself, so the round should go okay for 5STARS here.
Yep. If I were Arctic Wolves, I would probably have taken that tactical timeout before this round. As to for 2 reasons. One of them would be to kind of try to cut the the progressive success of 5STARS off in sense that I would kind of slow down their mentality so that they don't have as much confidence to just swing everything and get away with it. But at the same time, I feel like Arctic Wolves have a lot of things to discuss about right now. They are really they seem disoriented. They're not doing exactly what they were planning to do, and their plans are kind of all over the place. But in the meantime, Rush, Gollum, and Tweet have already died, and Tony gets the final refrag onto reappearance for now, or reappearance. I cannot really pronounce his name correctly. Uh, in terms of health, right now 5 stars have the big advantage because Tash is honestly just a small shot away from death. But 5 stars have also managed to kind of play inside. How did Tony miss that? Wow, that was such a perfect pixel for him to miss the kill onto Melusi. Silver gets away with his life, and it's surprising to see how close that was. But 5 stars have managed to play safe into side and play positions behind barricades, which is huge for them, while Cerber gets a kill onto Tony, meaning that all kind of hard breaching is now off the board and inaccessible for Arctic Wolves. Leaving Tush and Justin Noob, the two entries alive, but one of them is now dead, so it just leaves Justin Noob.
Oh,
With a beautiful pre-fire onto Zephyr.
Wow.
Holy, that was a very nice shot by him. Now, will he be able to close out this round in favor of his team or crumble under the pressure? Now, he's going to go to that blue door, but there's two different players on two different angles contesting him, which he doesn't know about certainly. Now, he runs away, goes on the top floor. Is Kepa going to acknowledge that he is, and he falls down? Now, 5 stars both in that billiard, in the billiard side now, coming away their lives. One of them rotates over to piano with 15 seconds left. There's not really much for Justin Noob to do.
10 seconds to go.
Yep. No, yeah, there was not enough seconds. There was just not enough bullets in that gun either. Nothing that he could have done in that particular situation. 5 stars take the round and take the map as well. Another victory for themselves. They secure themselves the second map point and put themselves on series point here as well, which could, you know, mean the end of this this particular matchup. And I really don't know what I'm gonna do with my evening if it ends that early. I sort of thought, oh, we will be here all night, but it could just so end early. Again, as I said, Cafe will be the biggest challenge so far for 5 stars, and I do not see Wolves letting it go easy. I do not see them going out without a fight. And as I said already before, I don't think anyone went into this expecting this to be a 3-0 from either sides, and I still think that. I think even the fact that the 5 stars are on a 2-0 right now, I think that will change come Cafe. But, you know, I have to keep saying it could go either way because there's truly no predicting it. These teams are very, very crazy and so evenly matched in so many ways that really cannot know which way that it will go. But as I said last map, we will not be rambling too much in between maps to preserve, of course, our voices and, of course, to not waste time. It is already so late and it's already going to be such a long evening, so we will not be rambling on for too much. We'll be taking a short break, and when we come back, it will be Arctic Wolves versus 5 stars in Revival League Season 2 Grand Finale. It will be Map 3 Cafe. Don't go anywhere. everyone, and welcome back to Revival League Season 2 Grand Finale. My name is Retro. I'm joined here for potentially the final map of the evening. Mr. Ultra, you just watched 5STARS essentially decimate Arcticles and Chalet. I've already expressed my thoughts about how I think Cafe is going to go. I think it will end up going in Arcticles' favor, but what are your thoughts? How do you think this map is going to go?
Unfortunately, I haven't been able to keep in touch with the entirety of the season, as I've been playing in a lot of different leagues. So I cannot talk by watching them play and the results. But in my opinion, I feel like Cafe needs a lot of strat work. It's not like just about teamwork. There's a lot of ways to play this map, and you need complex ways to, to counter whatever the defenders are doing, because there's a lot of ways to play this. It can be vertical, it can be one-dimensional, or it can be just roaming all around the map and splitting yourself in literally 5 pieces. So now, I don't know. It depends on how 5STARS manage to win this. I'm not sure whether 5STARS have any weird strats on defense, which I'm kind of hoping to see. I like watching a lot of different odd takes and defenses on different maps in T4. It's really entertaining to see every single time. And yeah, so I don't have any preference. I don't think any team is certain to win this map.
Okay. Wow. You want the what's it called? Oh, good. I forgot it. I forgot the word.
Ultimate.
No. Oh my god. I could not remember it. Oh my god. No, I meant like. Please, Happy, stop trying to give me words because all of them are wrong. No, I meant like you want the politicians' way where they're like, oh no, we're gonna be neutral, but I can't. It's not politician. It's like the other word. Like, is it delegate? Is that the word? I don't know. But you went the sort of the politicians' way of like, oh, I don't know. It could go either way. I don't think any team is gonna have this.
Oh.
The PR response. That's the one. Finally, Happy or good use of something.
Wow.
I'm just joking. He is producing tonight. He is observing tonight as well as pretty much the entire season.
I think yeah.
So,
exactly.
So yeah, he's definitely been. he's just like spectating nothing now.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was joking. But nevertheless, I think this is the first time that we've seen a pretty different ban phase. Of course, Solus remains a constant throughout, but
Of course.
Ying is off the board, Dokubi, Azami, quite interesting. I think Azami is probably the one that is sort of like a dead giveaway. Of course she's going to be banned, just because of how impossible she makes piano to work with. Like, if you have Azami in piano, you cannot get into the bomb site on top floor. It just is not happening. And even downstairs, if you're trying to go for kitchen, if you have Azami playing around that restaurant VIP area, again, she just completely locks it down. You cannot attack. So to see her gone, the least surprising thing I think we're going to see all evening.
Oh, how much this shield in Twitter annoys me every time to play against. I'm really wondering how Arctic Wolves are going to contest that. There is a way. I'm not sure whether you can achieve that with EMPs actually, but I feel like you can EMP the roof above it and deactivate all the ADSs in order to get nades going, you know? But I'm really... I'm kind of... I don't know how to call this exactly. I'm excited to see this 5-star defense. They have 2 players on the bottom floor. Kepa or Selberg already contesting the Hell guy, but Callum actually killed him first. Kepa now in position to contest him, and he gets a beautiful delete onto Callum. That's Sophia off the board. That's a lot of utility that can burn ADS is gone as well, which is really important. Personally, I would never send the Sophia on Hell, but instead I would send her on the piano windows to get rid of that pixel shield, or the freezer shield even. So now we already are in a 4v4, 1 minute and 30 seconds down. How is this going to go on?
Ray Prince, the next one to fall down for the side of 5-stars. I'm just too new. Not really sure where he found that one. I think it was as he pushed through into the cigar shop area, and now using his utility to open up that bar, of course, to give his team a little bit of insight into the actual bomb site. Zephyr took a lot of damage through the wall, which they were not aware of. Tash was able to take down Rush, and now Oh, immediately following it up, Zephan finds a kill, throws on another magnet to just protect himself. Kappa, in the meantime, finding yet another one with that DMR onto Twift. And now this is a lot closer than Arctic Wolves really wanted it. They managed to retrieve the diffuser. Still so much utility for them to try and contest against those Syria gates. Most notably, of course, they don't really have any flashes left or any other utility to try and force the defenders off their scent. They're just going to have to go for pure, unadulterated gunfights. Keppa taking a lot of damage. Zephan cannot take anymore. And neither can Keppa as he's down now. Tony manages to find the final two players there, although they did sort of line up, and he might have just been able to pick up both of them there if he had maybe had more HP to work with, but unfortunately for him, that did not go that way, and Arctic Wolves managed to find the first round. A theme that we've seen from them so far, every single map, they opened up with a win for themselves. Twice they were not able to translate that into a map win, and well, I really, I already said that I think that this time it will be going their way, but I don't know if round one is necessarily the telltale sign of that. Why do you think that round did not go 5STARS' way, Ultra?
I can't really say. I'm pretty sure that there was a lot of over-aggression that shouldn't have been there. That Frost pushing up the CS area, as you talked about the second kill that Arctic Wolves got, it was not really a necessary thing to do, in my opinion. But at the same time, 5STARS were holding on by a thread and almost turned it around, which is also very concerning to see by the sides of Arctic Wolves. Like, you can't really lose so many bodies in such a short amount of time, except if you're Lumina. Now, like, as you can see, there's not such a different approach coming in from 5STARS. Yeah, okay, sure, the shield from Freezer is missing, and the shield from Pixel is missing, but you can always play around the shield without having them there. And that's really, it's a bit of a tweak on the strat. But how are Arctic Wolves going to push now? They don't really have to clear piano, so they can either just take it right away. Of course, there's a mirror, but you can get rid of the mirror easily. Not gonna lie. If they get a bit less aggressive overall, and just hold their angles instead of pushing into the attackers, they're definitely gonna get this round at their belt instead.
Callum yet again pushing into that help position. We could just see him there. But of course, this time he is not playing a high value operator such as the Sophia. Of course, still a high value operator in terms of the utility that he brings, or in terms of the gadget that he brings. Of course, playing the Jackal, he's able to find these roamers quite quickly. But well, that is a once and never opening kill there from Tash. I think he only wanted to open up the wall, and instead he got the kill for it. Managed to open up that round wide open here for Arctic Wolves, and Selberg still trying to contest against these players. He knows he's going to be pushed here in a second, so he better retreat, and that's exactly what he does. In the meantime, Callum rotated all the way to this white stair window, trying to make something happen from there on.
I forgot to mention the castle barricade on the bathroom door. That is a big tweak on the strat. Reaper and they're playing in the bathroom behind the mirror window. That's actually really huge for 5STARS. So I'm wondering how Arctic Wolves are going to clear it out. You can see someone is already prepped on that hallway window, but the utility that is going to be needed in order to get rid of the castle barricade is going to be immense. Having, Aruni gets in 2 ADSs as well, it's really huge. Twix gets injured there, but and gets finished by Rush, but he's only getting away with a small number of HP to his name.
Yep, only a small number of HP and only a small number of time as well still left for Arctic Wolves. Of course, 45 seconds might seem like a lot, but considering the map control or lack thereof to their name still, it might not be that useful. Callum, of course, helping his teammate out, shooting open that window. Now it's going to be a bit of a window play on the bar side as they cannot really contest anything else. Rush, Keppa, both find a kill. Tony's able to trade him out, but not that much. Tash all alone. 1 versus 2. Can't do much against that particular situation. He did manage to find Reaperance there, so he managed to bring it down to 1 versus 1, but too much utility, too much information. Not too hard of a job there.
I'm so confused. Did he get like 2 kills in one motion? I thought like they lined up, or maybe I don't
think
know.
it might
Maybe
have
a
been
bit
a
slow.
flick. I think it might have been a flick there from him, like a very small flick. It wasn't necessarily a
Maybe.
lineup, but they were very close to each other. You're correct about that. As I think they both were either around in freezer or around the freezer door. But
Oh, I
somebody
see.
please clip that and show that to us because I'm not 100% sure about it either. Nevertheless, though, 5 stars managed to equalize the score line. Again, another very familiar thing to continue to see so far throughout this matchup. And
Yeah,
now they go
100%.
downstairs into kitchen, which I am excited to see how this one goes, just because of how sort of back and forth it can be, and considering the fact that they actually did not go for a smoke, which of course smoke is less favorable for that particular position now because he lost his shield, but it's still very useful again in that position due to the utility that he brings. Of course, being able to close down that entire white area for a long period of time is pretty much the entire appeal of smoke. So the fact that they decided to not bring him but still made that rotate in the freezer wall really makes me curious for how this round will end up going for them. Of course, they still have that ADS shield set up, but without the smoke, I'm just curious as to how it will go. We didn't really have too much opportunities to see, you know, Cafe throughout this season since the smoke changed, so I really have no idea what to work off of here. Stelberg, dead first to a position that I don't think that he thought he could die from that early, but he did. 5 stars now. Disadvantage rather, very quickly hitting them.
Yeah, I like to see the 5 stars are holding the entirety of the bottom floor because they're spread out from VIP all the way to bakery. They're holding every single position. But when you do that, you don't really want your roamers to die that early. You're playing for a fallback because you need players in order to hold such a huge range of I don't know, meters. Rush already gets a kill onto Twift, though. That's a very early refrag, or quite early because the execution is so far from being done. And I'm pretty sure he got all, and if not all, at least 2 of the Lion scans on him at the time that he died, which is really bad for Arctic Wolves. But at the same time, Lion does kind of tend to show or indicate when the execute is gonna go through. So it might be good for them because 5 stars will not have that privilege now. Now you can see Rush and Kepa are both in that bakery side, and there's also Zephyr playing in code. So Arctic Wolves cannot really push that side, but it's gonna be free for them if they decide to rotate over to that garage area, because there's only one of 5 stars players contesting that side, and I'm pretty sure that's Reaperants. But they don't seem to acknowledge that fact, and instead go for a split take. 2 of them are above, and 2 of them are bakery side.
Yeah, they do look like they're trying to contest this bakery side as well. Of course, there's so much utility this way, so many magnets in their way that shield. Flashbacks are coming through, but Keppa is there to hold the fort down alongside Rush. The Echo, of course, probably the highest value operator currently on the board for 5 stars. That Echo, the longer that he stays alive, the worse it becomes for 5 stars, but Callum is in. He takes down Zeppin. Immediately traded out, however, Reprints far and away manages to find that. Rush finds Tash as well. Tony now trying to push in, maybe into Bakery, maybe trying to push for Red. This coat wall being opened up. The Keppa is aggressing through and from Bakery. Oh, goodness, that information was just a little bit too stale there. Managed to get himself killed, and now it's all down to him just to move. His player got traded, or his teammates got traded out. Reprints is able to find that kill as well. Reprints has been all over it all round and manages to find that final one as well. 5 stars extend their lead by another round and are looking even stronger than ever. Of course, sitting on top, 2 map points right now, sitting on series point as well. You know, if Arctic Wolves let this one slip away, it could look troublesome. Again, this is still the first half of this map, and it's only round 4, so still so many things could go either way, and especially once we get to see 5 stars on their attacking side, which I already said could be problematic due to their very slow attacks, which are completely unforgiving on on Cafe, that is when we really could see a turnaround. If not before then, which we absolutely could see it before then, too. But the setup now, going for reading and dining. Interestingly, they did not decide to go for dining and mining. Of course, it doesn't tend to be quite a favorite site, but walk me through why reading specifically does tend to be the favorite site and why they decided to go for it this time.
Oh, the answer is actually simple. There's less windows. If you go to mining, there's 2 windows and it's one on each side. But if you go to reading, there's less windows to work with. It means that there's less possibility for a rush, right? So that's why reading is so much more preferable for almost every team. It's all actually a universal thing now. It's way easier to hold as long as you don't give up your vertical right away, because vertical is the most crucial part on this side. If there's only 30 seconds left, yeah, you can work around it. But if you leave it up for the attackers to take at about like 1:30, that's a lot of time for them to work, gather info, and find a way to annihilate your team. Now, what I believe that should happen here is that the Wolves seem to find a couple of openings quite early on, and they have a lot of time to play around them. The thing is that they don't take that time to drone, and instead they're trying to make plans on the spot, which doesn't really work. It doesn't seem to work. It hasn't worked once. So maybe I suggest taking more time. Like, see, that's exactly what I mean. They need to take a little bit more time to gather info and plan an attack according to the info instead of just, I don't know, going for a random split push on Bakery, which was all actually really, really bad. Now, Stefan is already down. He has already used his Keikos, obviously, so utility-wise, it's not really an important pick. But having a player less in 140, or even like 2 minutes at the time that he died, is really huge for Arctic Wolves now. They have a lot of time, and they have already established control over the vertical side. Now, Twift gets another kill onto Reaperants. And let the round just, yeah, let the round carry on.
Yeah, he found that kill through the window, which I found insane that they were playing that position. Very, very exposed without a castle, with that, you know, of course they can't have Kiva barriers there, but without any sort of cover from that window, I mean, that's just the, you know, Siege 101 that you're going to be shot through that window. You do not want to have that uncovered, and the player playing behind it. Only one player left in the bomb site. He goes down as it's rush, and it's all down to Kepa, but there's just so many bullets raining from above that there's just nothing for them to do. The round will go Arctic Wolves' way, and well, that was a complete collapse there from 5STARS. It was like they were looking like a shadow of their earlier selves. As soon as Zephan went down, it looked like the round was over for them before it really even began. I mean, the rest of the team just didn't know what they were doing or where they were holding. They're going to be going back up to bar now that they can, that it unlocked again, but that I'm so confused about what went wrong and how that not only went wrong, but the magnitude at which it went wrong for 5STARS. I really did not expect for Arctic Wolves to have that much of an advantage.
Yeah, although I didn't notice Arctic Wolves trying to drone as heavily, you could tell that they were very much better composed than the round before, because they knew exactly where every single one of the defenders were, especially that Valk, Kepa at the end. He wasn't trained. It's not like a random position, but it's not a position you expect to be for a defender to be in a 1v4, right? It was not inside, which is very simple. And they knew exactly where he was, even though they didn't try to go for a take right away, which makes it evident that Arctic Wolves try to be more slow instead of just going in for the rush, and it really worked out for them. Now the question is, will they be able to keep it up? And I don't know, will they be able to keep it up, or will they just start being aggressive again and losing out on these free opportunities to win a complete round from scratch?
Yeah, that's the question of the day here, and I think that really will be what makes or breaks Arctic Wolves' chances here in this particular matchup, but we'll just have to see how it goes. Again, as I mentioned, again, another top 4 hold, bringing a completely different lineup to what we saw both of the rounds that they were defending this. Bringing out Warden this time, still staying with that Frost. Of course, they love the Frost, even though so far it hasn't really gone that much into play. There have been no, pog mats. No player has been down to a Frost mat, at least not on this map, of course. On Oregon and on Chalet, I think we saw it a couple times, so there might still be time for that to happen. But nevertheless, they are back with this Pixel Shield, which wasn't that successful for them. If you remember back in round 1, they really didn't find too much success with this particular hold. Of course, they're holding it a little bit differently with that freezer shield now being a little bit further back, but I still am wondering why they decided to go for the exact same setup that didn't work and decided to just ignore the setup that did work.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I feel like Zephan just looked away for no reason at the wrong time, causing his whole show to just, crumble to the floor zone. It feels like both of the teams are starting to lose that momentum, and they're less focused on the game now. Making these minor mistakes can actually lead to you losing the whole map, and we don't. 5STARS don't want that from themselves, right? So now. Yeah, exactly. Zephan needs to kind of recover from losing the shield. So I'm really glad to see that he's still playing that position instead of just running away. He actually contests against a beautiful kill onto Touch, but Twist gets a kill on reappearance, but gets shut down from Rush. I don't know how he was able to get inside that right away. Kepa gets a kill onto Tony, but Callum is coming across, man. Yeah, actually,
I just mentioned it. I just mentioned how it didn't. Yeah, I really just mentioned how it never came into play, and it finally came into play right there. But, wow.
You should be happy.
Yeah, I mean, I am happy in that way, but I'm confused. So I was confused earlier about the fact that 5STARS went for a setup that didn't work, and then it ended up working for them. And I think that the reason why it worked wasn't so much the setup itself. It was really, as you said, Arctic Wolves finally found a round where they played calm, collected, they gathered their information, they played off the information, and they won the round, and it was a complete sweep back on round 5, or round 4, rather. And you said it yourself, it's like, okay, are they going to be able to hold on to this? Are they going to be able to stick with it? Or are they just going to get too aggressive again and lose the round? And if that wasn't a display of over-aggression, I don't know what is. Because 3 players, what I believe, either dropped the new hatch and just walked into the bomb site, or what's worse, dropped the skylight, made a boatload of noise, and then just tried to get kills onto players that they had no idea where they were. Like, okay, everybody was shooting freezer side because they knew there was a player there. What about the player that is inside of bar that killed 3 of them? I'm so confused about what the idea behind that was. And for a moment there, Callum was on blitz, and I thought, please, like, we already established that aggression does not work in your favor. Please don't try to go for a blitz rush that 100% won't work because Cafe is not built that way. For a rush like that to work, least of all on this site. You can maybe pull it off sometimes upstairs, and especially if you have a Ying on board, but like that would just be a complete mistake. Glad to see that they got off of it. They managed to get a down. I'm not even sure how, but they managed to get it down there onto Rush. I think it might be from the restaurant window, or through the freezer. No, it's through the freezer wall. Okay. So Rush and Twift, didn't trade lives, but traded HP, as they now both have very limited HP as this round. Again, finally, Arctic Wolves are starting to listen to what we were saying and went for a bit of a slower approach again. Hopefully this time they don't go for a split push that doesn't work in their favor. Of course, while they still have man advantage, it could, but once they lose it, it might not.
This is exactly a case of Arctic Wolves droning thoroughly and not seeing what their opponents are doing, right? Right now, what they need to do is understand that Jaeger is completely trapped in restaurant, one nice shot from Twist onto Zephan. So if they manage to kill that Jaeger, they can literally just take that side of the map and push into freezer carefree. Right now, it doesn't seem to, they don't really know that, but the round is still working out towards their favor. Tony gets another kill onto Kepa, making it a 4v2. But now Cellbreak is forced to move back into side because his teammates are all falling down. He needs to kind of get a kill now and make a play along with his teammate reference. Otherwise, they're just gonna crumple to Arctic Wolves. Weird split take that worked again. I don't know how that worked. Twift now trying to watch out for the flank, because once again, Arctic Wolves are not droning thoroughly. They don't know where their enemies are. Tony going in for the plan here. Silver literally breathing away from his head, but Josh gets the kill onto him instead, and now leaving Reapers in a 1v4 in Bakery. The plan going down successfully for Arctic Wolves, and Callum finishing it off with a kill onto the small Bakery guy. This is exactly what I'm talking about. There's no info. coming in from Arctic Wolves. The play is right there in front of them. Clear the Jaeger and push Freezer. There's no one contesting you. But they don't do that and still get away with it around because, I don't know, Twift gets a really nice kill onto Mute. The Lion on Red Stars, yeah, it was a very nice kill. But that play should not be coming in through 5 stars. You guys need to contest it. You need to counter that because it's not the way to win against you. You know, just random things happening. That shouldn't lead to a win.
Yeah, that was an insane round. And as you mentioned, of course, their droning or their lack thereof really could have been a mistake, and it is something that we've seen from them before. Not so much on Chalet. I feel like they were a lot better for it on Chalet, but back on Oregon, this is something that we saw time and time again, where they either weren't droning at all, or they were just misdroning, or they would drone a player and then not take care of him and just forget about him for the entire remainder of the round. And, you know, time and time again, that ended up being their downfall. That ended up being why they lost that round. It was just that information game not being in their favor. Chalet, they improved a little bit on it. Of course, Chalet is a little bit more forgiving in that sense. But here, again, we could see it, and we could see it to an even bigger fault than what we saw in Oregon, and where I was counting all of the mistakes that 5 stars would be making on their attacks that could put them, you know, into a potential really bad situation due to the fact that they had improved on Chalet. I really didn't foresee that happening for Arctic Wolves. Luckily, now they are on the defensive side, which of course should be easier, but considering the fact that first half ended up going even ways for both teams, I really truly don't know what to expect. And there goes Rush with a very immediate kill, vertical grenade onto Twift, which there was a player covering that. Where did he go? I think that was Callum that was holding it from somewhere around the pillar side. So he was covering that hell door and then just sort of left it. But it's not even so much into the player not covering that. It's also that's such a basic grenade to come up from below to the point where why was Twift even in a position to go down to it, unless it was, you know, of course we couldn't see it, so maybe it was a different grenade to what I'm used to, but just knowing where Twift was the last time that we saw him and which door Rush came in through, I could only assume that it was around that C1 or C3 bar. I don't know which one is which, but it was around that bar that I really don't understand how that ended up killing him. Nevertheless, though, using the Flores now, they're able to clear that shield and gain themselves another alley of entrance.
It should have been like a lack of info, honestly. 5 stars, oh not 5 stars, sorry. Arcturus lacked info to know that Rush is already in hell, getting an 8 down. Callum gets a kill onto Rush in the meantime. Now, Twift is dead, which is not exactly a bad thing for Arcturus, because someone is going to constantly be on comms, giving info, putting info into the rest of the players. And since the man count is even, that's really good for Arctic Wolves. They only have a minute left to play with. All they need to do now is hold. You don't have to over-aggress. You have a really good setup. You just wait, sorry. You hold X lines, or like X angles. Or cross angles, I should say. I don't know.
I was confused about what you meant.
And yeah, you just wait, you play time, and the attackers are just going to feed into your bullets eventually. While I was talking, Kepa goes down, and right now Zephan is also down, both by Justin Noob, who just seems to be hitting every single shot that he's shooting. Getting another kill onto Reaper and is leaving Selberg in a 1v4. Will they let him get the 4K, or will someone steal the Grace away from him? Tony steals the Grace, yeah, so that's unlucky for my friend to Noob, but it's fine. That leads to Arctic Wolves going on a 4-3 score right now. So they're 3 rounds away from achieving the win and 2 rounds away from getting into overtime, which is also a really good thing.
Yeah, both of those are very, very good things, and absolutely they need this win in order to stay in this series. Of course, this is a best of 5, so if 5 stars take this one after being on a 2-0 lead so far in the series, they will take the entire series home, and that really could be bad for Arctic Wolves. Of course, it would not bad. It would be detrimental to them. Of course, they'd be dethroned as Revival League champions, and well, they would have to know the fact that they allowed 5 stars, a Premier League team, to take them in a 3-0 fashion. Of course, that can be good for their egos, but of course, it's round by round, and right now they have the lead. They've retaken it after they didn't have it for quite a while. They've retaken it. They're defending Kitchen now. A very similar lineup from what we saw on 5STARS, with the exception of Fenrir, who I spoke about back on Chalet and on Oregon as well. I spoke about how 5STARS love to bring him. So the fact that Arctic Wolves didn't ban him, and more importantly, the fact that 5STARS didn't bring him, both of those things are very, very curious to me, but nevertheless, Callum is bringing him and will be undoubtedly utilizing him to the fullest potential.
No, I'm excited to see the Monty here. He's feeding info to 5STARS about the bakery hold. Now, 5STARS need to analyze where everyone is playing, see if there's any roamers, and determine whether it's better to push this side or, Garrett side. But by the looks of it, they will go for a bakery take. They will just drone out the Jaeger, try to clear out the ADSs, and eventually probably mate him, which is a possibility. It's not certain yet. I like how aggressive the Monty is. He's not like trying to get in. It's like passive aggressiveness, He's not trying to get in and enter, but at the same time, he's not a coward. He just stays there looking at the Jaeger face to face, and he doesn't care at all. I like to see that coming in from Reference.
Yep. Oh, and they do finally clear out Twift. He was not able to hold on to that bakery position for all that long, and now Callum having to rotate around his utility as well, activating different pieces of that Fenrir gadget. Of course, not being able to utilize it for his own protection anymore and having to protect the site itself. Does manage to rotate back in. I didn't realize that was a rotate, but that is very, very good. The fact that they were able to rotate back, and now having droned out exactly where the Cade Claw is, they were able to utilize those impact EMPs to find the kill. But Callum was able to find Reference with the knife. I have no idea how that happened. Of course, we couldn't see it. Oh, wow, and Callum will find it down there onto Zephin, who's currently in a pretty irretrievable position, as of course any move across that wall will surely get him killed. Selberg does manage to find another 102.
Oh, wow.
Wow, but it doesn't matter because they are cleaning house. Callum is on a 3K right now, Rush all alone in a 1 versus 3. And I don't want to count out the man and say, hey, you cannot win this, but I think that this one might be in the bag for Arctic Wolves. As I say that, he manages to find Callum on the most unbelievable play of the game, I think, so far, just considering the fact that why are you there? Why are you just not expecting him to be at the door? But, or just not even expecting him to be at the door. Why are you so carefree that you think that you're just safe? But in any case, not enough time. Diffuser is nowhere near him. And still 2 players remaining. That time dwindling away. A familiar sight for 5STARS is exactly what I said would be their downfall on a very unforgiving cafe. They're too slow, too methodical. And what you were saying, or what I was saying as well about Arctic Wolves being a little too aggressive, 5STARS may not be aggressive enough. Arctic Wolves now breathing in the fresh air already of theme park and just wanting to get this over with as quickly as possible. They're only 2 rounds away from doing so. And, they can breathe a little bit calmer once they actually get there. Still 2 rounds to play out, however. And, if we know anything about 5STARS, they will not let it go without a fight. So we still have another couple of rounds to play out, at least, if not going back into overtime, which absolutely will be like a tranquilizer shot to all 10 players in this lobby. Of course, having to play another overtime after you didn't have to play it for round 2 or for map 2, and then having to sort of preserve your energy for potentially even map 5. It's gonna be a long night mentally for both of these teams, that's for sure.
Yeah, I want to go back to the last round. It baffles me how Callum actually got a knife through the shield there. Because, yeah, I completely agree with you. 5STARS are a bit too methodical, but at the same time, I felt like they shouldn't have lost that. It was like a lot of minor inconveniences that happened, because they had the whole setup, right? They had the whole setup, they opened the walls, they had the Monty pushing in prep, and everything. They could easily win that round so much. But so many things happen in such a short amount of time that they got hella confused and just lost around out of that. I feel like it was literally in their hands and they just lost the grasp. So 5 stars, I would suggest that maybe that, as you said, they should get a bit more aggressive, or maybe not more aggressive, but instead of just waiting for the right moment every single time, creating the right moment for themselves. That would probably be a better idea. But I like the see a lot of heavy vertical play coming in from Arctic Wolves. They have a lot of side setup, but a lot of vertical setup above as well. They have the mirror windows, a shield in cocktail as well. Unfortunately, Zephan gets the kill onto Callum, which has been the star up to this point, but it doesn't seem to matter because there's still 2 minutes on the board, and 5 stars have not taken control over anything yet, except from Piano, which was already clear.
Yep. Minute already gone. Player down for Arctic Wolves to try and still hold on to this. Of course, they still haven't, as you said, given a lot of map control away to 5 stars, but that could be changing here in the moments to come. Of course, there's still this mirror window for them to contest against, and I think that will be the biggest time sink here for 5 stars, and I think that might be what makes or breaks this round for Arctic Wolves as well. As the longer that they can hold on to these mirror windows and keep control of this top floor, that will absolutely be a huge, huge advantage. So it's getting a little bit aggressive here up on that window. Of course, he could be shot from the window itself if he gets too aggressive, but so far so good. Kappa in with the 417 DMR. Cannot quite find that kill. Selberg trying to take the white position as well. Clearing that shield. Twift will be the next one to go down. Selberg manages to find him. Tash has to give it all up. Can't hold on to it for any bit longer. And now the pressure is really going to come in. Keppa finds him just to noob. They isolate Tony as well. It's all down to Tash. Drones are on him. He can't shoot it. And Zephan is there. It's a flawless round for 5 stars. They close in that advantage that or that lead that Arctic Wolves were able to build up, and now they're just a round away from equalizing this again and forcing Arctic Wolves into a corner where they have no other choice but to win the rounds and to win it in overtime potentially. Arctic Wolves have got to win this next round and then some in order to still stay alive in this competition.
I really like to see the fact that they held onto the top position for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. That's a lot of time to hold the vertical position, and I'm really happy that not only they held it for that long, but Tash also managed to get away with his life and play into side. In fact, being the last one to die. So if Arctic Wolves manage to do that more often with the verticality and shit, we just need to hold the side a bit better. The side itself, and if they hold the vertical positions as well as they did last round, they can definitely win at least this map. So
Yeah.
I'm just excited to see how the rest of the rounds go. They escalate because right now they went on top floor, which it doesn't really need a lot of verticality. You just need to have info on whether you're getting naded or not, and everything else is going to come in time. With time.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. Back upstairs after the first round was sort of touch and go for a while, and they managed to still hold on to it. Now it'll be questionable about whether or not they're going to be able to do that again. There's really not too much to discuss about Cafe before they really get into the building and get into these sort of positions, just because of how long it takes for people to get anywhere. And it does look like it's going to be a white over push, which we really don't see all that often. But with the Nook, the Iana, and I do believe Kempa on the line as well, all pushing up there, they're going to be able to find the opening kill there. Selberg onto Callum again. He's able to find that kill. The cover is there on the window as well. No one's really going to be able to aggress onto them. Rush trying to drone out reading as well. Tony has that vertical angle, could potentially contest, but there's really no one giving anything away from either end. Really not too much information.
Okay, they do know. Okay, I was gonna ask, do they know about who's playing in bottom floor? But by the looks of it, Celebrate had already read him like an open book and just managed to kill him. Celebrate is really good with his unnecessary entries, because like they're actually so unnecessary that it's baffling to me. How he gets so many entries, you know, he's very consistent with that.
Oh wow! Tries to go for a grenade.
No, he killed himself. No way.
Oh, not only did he manage to get the kill on the grenade, but he also managed to not allow just to noob the satisfaction of him gotten that kill because he also killed himself. It reminds me of the Reaper and C4 back on Chalet. If you remember that was a beautiful one. It was similar, except it wasn't his teammate involved in it. It was an enemy. But nevertheless, they were able to find another one there. It was onto Zephin. And Kappa now going down as well. Suddenly, they brought it down to a 2v2. And I hate to say it, but I think that Arctic Wolves do have the current advantage, just considering how much map control they still have remaining. Meanwhile, 5STARS, the only two remaining players, are completely disjointed. Reaper runs all the way up on the roof, and Rush still trying to make something happen from below with the grenade. It did work before, this time it won't. That's the last of his utility, and now Reaper and all that he has, I believe, are smoke bolts in the pocket of the Kappa Tower, which of course might not even have enough time to deploy that as there's only 10 seconds left, but Rush,
my god.
what a shot he's able to find Tony! All alone, can't do anything. Rush is there to find that kill. How do you allow that to happen? Arctic Wolves.
Stop this man. Like,
Arctic,
Rush
yeah.
is so good.
Arctic Wolves let another round slip by. 5STARS equalize the scoreline yet again. And now they are looking at potentially winning the next 2 rounds and taking the whole thing home. How has this happened?
Honestly,
What?
I have no idea. Selberg, is like as I said already, his entries are so random and so unnecessary at times that it makes the game so much. I, I don't know, like you know, is such a big chance of random things happening that you start to fear the unknown. You don't know what's gonna happen. Both as a viewer and especially as a player, because if I was active wolves in that, I would have shot myself. Honestly, right now. You can see, like, you can see 5STARS going from what was it, like 3-5 scoreline to 5-5
yeah.
scoreline. Yeah, they're really picking up the pace right now, and Arctic Wolves have not used a single tactical force up to this
I
point.
was gonna say
don't
the
understand
same
why.
thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. They can literally just use it now, so they can stop the momentum. But they're not. They're choosing not to, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, I really don't either. I think in a lot of these situations, and this sort of does tend to be the problem with sort of T4 in general, T4, T3, where a lot of teams will end up without a coach. So you don't have somebody there in the call with you who isn't in the game, who isn't completely immersed, who isn't, you know, whose brain isn't completely inside of Cafe Dostoevsky, right? Who can take you out of that, who can recognize this because, you know, they're not killing people, they're not doing this, they're not doing that, they're strictly tracking data. So when they find this data, they're like, okay, this is starting to look messy, let's pull it back. If you don't have that person who's able to pull that back, you know, a lot of the times that ends up being on the IGL, I believe for Arcticles at the moment, it is Callum. So when you have a player who is trying to IGL, who's trying to coach, who's trying to do all of these things, it can be a lot of pressure and it can be, you know, simply forget to, because you just cannot take yourself out of the game even a little bit because it ruins your focus. And I think that might be sort of a you know, sort of downfall of a lot of teams in T4 and T3 where they just simply don't have a person to do that and they might not recognize it themselves. Selberg, once again, finding that opener onto Tash. Callum, however, immediately answers onto Rush, who you were praising just a round ago.
Yeah.
Still keeping it in it. I cannot believe I talked for that long, but 90 seconds have already gone of this round, and there's really no control from 5STARS to speak of at this time.
Honestly, yeah, they don't have any nades going in from the vertical because, you know, Rush just died and Sledge is not in position to do that. But do they even know about Just a Noob? They seem to have joined him out, so he's kind of stuck in the room. He's gonna play his life, obviously, but is he going to play his life long enough for 5STARS to miss out on, you know, the possibility to get actual nades coming in from below in the right time? By the looks of it, They do kill him quite early on because there's still 1 minute left in the board. But Tony gets a beautiful shot, or maybe lineup onto Zephyr, getting that beautiful refrag. Kepa, in the other hand, getting Twift off the board, leaving them in a 3v2. Now there's only 40 seconds left. It's enough to make a play, and it's definitely enough to gather info for 3 players that are only looking to fight 2. You know. By the looks of it, both of the defenders should be inside right now. So what they need to do is gather the info and then just consider whether they should just go for a rush or go for a double up basically. So 1 plant and 2 cover. Now Reaper's in a position to go in for a plant any moment now. He gets put out by the BP and Tony goes for a beautiful swing. Callum goes for another swing, getting the guy that was supposed to hold the diffuser and cover it, and finishes it up with killing Silberg, I believe. Yep. That these Arctic Wolves, ladies and gentlemen, they are also quite random.
Yeah, this is. Oh my goodness, this is so nerve-wracking. I mean, I really thought for quite a while there, okay, 5 stars, I've got to have this in the bag. But Arctic Wolves, they're not letting it go. They managed to find themselves on that overtime, or not that overtime, but on that match point. And they desperately need this round. They're going back down to kitchen. It worked in their favor the last time that they went here. I'm glad that they didn't decide to go for it last round. Of course, last round it was already unlocked. So last round they could have gone for it, but they decided not to. Instead, they decided to go for bar again because they realized that the mistakes that they made in round 10 when they were defending bar were easy enough for them to correct, and they managed to do it. And now they have kitchen, which went in their favor completely due to quite a lot of misplays coming out for 5 stars, and through hero plays coming out from Callum. Of course, it was 3K, 4K. It doesn't even matter. It was a pretty big round for Callum. So them going onto a bomb site that they sort of have in the bag, and then they know that they can win, is definitely an advantage for them right here, right now, in a potentially final round for this map, to be able to just take this cleanly, take that map point, and go on a break and recuperate again for theme park.
Yeah. Now I'm excited to see how 5 stars take the approach here. Because Arctic Wolves, they don't have setups basically. They try to put their pressure onto the roam so that they can get early picks, as roamers. But by the looks of it right now, they choose to take a different approach, and I'm curious as to see whether 5 stars will pick up on that cue and actually go for a direct push, or maybe potentially waste their time on a roam clear that will not even be effective.
Yeah, wow. So many gunfights going on very, very early on. These opening engagements so far this entire half have gone in the favor of 5 stars. Twift and Tony both very, very lit from their own engagements. Tony now even more so as he takes another shot to the body, and now Twift and Tony basically cannot aggress any further, not without a severe risk of the man advantage going the opposite way. But Dash manages to find Selberg, and actually that air jab might have saved him there. Kepa is able to find Callum to answer back onto that initial pressure. Now Callum, the star player from the previous time that they defended this bomb site, is gone. However, I'm just still upstairs, and I think at this point still quite uncontested, maybe even on drone. And nope, definitely not, as he just shot a drone as we switched to his POV. So I definitely know he's out there somewhere, but look at the time. They've already wasted so much, and I don't think a single 5 stars player is in the building even yet.
Yeah, I mean, they don't seem to be taking a lot of vertical yet, but there are 2 people in bakery right now, from what I can tell.
Oh, yeah.
Kepa going for a beautiful contest there to Tash, and he actually wins that, leaving Arctic Wolves in a 3v4, and they're quite spread over the map. Twift, I don't think he has the ability to go back to side right now, but with Gamli going down the stairs, maybe he will be able to assist him into getting back to side, because Tony is literally on a slither of HP, make that no HP at all, as Reappearance gets the kill onto him instead. Oh, Twift will make his way eventually back to side now, but Gamli gets shot by Kepa, and Twift will be lost in the trenches right now, while Kepa will go for another kill. Kepa is going crazy this round. Oh my god, can I stop saying the name Kepa? Like, Kepa is good. Get it? You've shown us already. Like, holy man. 5 stars managed to get around, which means two things: they salvage the overtime. So now they either have the ability to win right now, but since it's unlimited overtime, it can even take forever. But it can also mean that they use all of their brain power in order to win that last round, which means that they will be very. They might. There's a possibility of them being really tired now and them not making the correct calls. If you get what I
Yeah.
mean.
Oh, 100% get what you mean. It really, really could now be quite a problem for them, which, of course, would not be ideal, to say the least. 5 stars still sticking on the attack, as Arcticals, of course, had... Actually, I'm not sure who had the pick. I don't know who picked this map. I forgot to check that. But nevertheless, though,
I'll go pick that up.
thank you. Okay.
It's a wolf
Okay,
pick.
cool.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Wolves... Yeah, thank you, Happy. Wolves picked the map, so they, I believe, managed to pick the... Actually, no, the Stars then got to pick the sides, right? That's how it works? You pick the map and then they'll pick the sides.
Sure.
Ah, okay. So 5 stars did get to choose the initial start, but Arcticals got to choose the OT start, and they decided that they wanted to stick it on defense, which, defense, I really cannot say that they worked out better or worse for them, considering that both halves ended up in a 3-3 split for both teams. So truly, tough to tell which way that it went, although I would say that it probably went better for 5 stars, just off the fact that 5 stars for the entire half had the opening kill in their favor. In the first half, Arctic Wolves had it for most, except for round 5, where it was 5 stars that managed to break the pattern. But for the entire second half, 5 stars did not let go of that opening pick, and for the most part, I think it always was Selberg as well with that, which was
Of course.
terrifying, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've talked about Selberg enough this game. He's so, he can be so uncertain with his injuries that he becomes frightening. But they almost got the injury as well this round. Twift is on decimal HP right now, literally hanging on by a thread, but he is still going to contest Selberg there, who seems to be completely oblivious to Jaeger being in that position. But the looks of it, 5 stars have not taken any crucial control yet, but Selberg they get the end with a claymore. That's so, okay, so two is off the board. Now 5 stars need to fight their way into piano in order to start clearing the side itself. As you can see, there's 2 players below, one of them actually having a C4 in pocket too. Oh, never mind, Tony made it up the stairs, so it just leaves Callum below. He will try to play that suicide position that I'm pretty sure Just Noob tried to play last time with Alibi, in reading, if you get what I mean. Meaning that now 5 stars need to either go for roam clear or go for a direct push and make that quick. So let's see what they do.
Yeah. Oh, that better not be what I'm seeing. They better not be trying to go for a skylit drop. I don't think that that's what they were doing. I think they were just holding a very long angle that I'll be honest, I didn't know even existed, but they better not be going for a skylight drop, as that will not be good. Trying to push in through the hell door. Wow, what a shot there from Rush on a disadvantage angle, as of course the player above has a better angle and better view of you. He manages to get that kill. Nevertheless, Tash is able to find Rush, however, immediately answering back. That's the first kill coming out from Arctic Wolves this round, and they're in position to go for the plant, but Callum has something to say about it. He's able to find one, immediately taken out. There goes the C4 from Tash as well. Plant attempted. It's so close to being done. Zephyr is able to find Tash, and there goes just an Uber. There is not enough time. Oh my god. Unbelievable scenes tonight. Arcticals are able to take the first round of this infinite overtime and could be looking at a round 14 win of this entire matchup. Wow. Wow, what a job there. What a job from Callum to be able to take them down as they tried to go for that plant, like right away. And then for the rest of them to follow up, I think it was Just a Noob and Tash all sort of working together. They all got a kill for themselves, and then it was all down to time. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Did I not say this? Did I not say this all the way back and like halfway through Chalet, saying the 5-stars need to get this under control, because if they are too slow with their attacks, it's really going to hurt them on Cafe, which is completely unforgiving when it comes to time. And I think that every single time so far that they've lost a round of attack, it did come down to the fact that they were painstakingly slow,
Yeah.
and they weren't able to recover from it. And this was a perfect example of that, where they had everything going for them except time, and that is what Arctic Wolves took full advantage of and managed to put themselves on overtime match point here. Wow. I mean, unbelievable. 5-stars now back on defense, going back upstairs to bar. I have no idea what to expect anymore. Truly.
Honestly, like Rush's game sense is immaculate. He's so good, and like he's so smart as well. Like that pre-fire onto Tony. It's you should not like literally Tony did not even see that coming. Like he didn't even think about that, seeing that coming. You know what I mean? It was so good, and if he keeps that up, he can definitely change the score around. But right now, what we're looking at is Active Wolves having the advantage, which we haven't seen yet, I believe.
We've seen it, I think, once. No, we saw it back. Yeah, we saw it back when they were 5-3 up.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
So
I'm
they,
talking
they
about
had the lead.
yeah, fair enough.
But
Yeah, they did have the lead.
it took a while,
I'm talking about like the match point advantage.
Oh yeah, no, that. Well, they had it, I guess, back on Oregon. They had it once, but then they immediately got traded out. So.
Well, right now they have it for sure, and it's really huge for them. But Selberg once again gets at the early entry onto Twift. Lion of the Bird, we already talked about him last game. Having these Lion scans gone, it's really bad for the side of Active Wolves. Reaper's following it up on Callum. That's Twitch of the Bird. I'm not sure that he even used these Twitch runs at all yet. So interesting to see.
Wow. So much utility flying at the shield. They managed to take it out. Another grenade will follow to try and find the player, but they will not do any such thing. Again, they did manage to clear out that pixel shield, but not the position where the player itself, as Zeppin is still there. And much similar to 5-stars, they are quite slow on their push here. Justin who manages to find a break in it as he finds Zeppin. And now trying to progress through maybe onto the default plant spot. Tash will find another one at the rush. Your favorite player from this lobby, as it sounds, does go down. He equalizes the man count now. And now Keppa, Reaper, and Selberg all trying to hold on to this round. 45 or so seconds still to go. What a disgusting engagement there between him, Justin and Keppa. Both remain to stay alive, but good lord, this is quite of a stalemate here. Oh, good lord, please do not let that be a fog mat, and it will be. Tony had no idea about the frost mat, and it got him good. Selberg now at the top of White Stairs trying to contest against anybody here, but Justin Noob is inside a freezer, finds that KO. The plant will stick. Reaper and Kepa trying to rotate around. Tash manages to avoid that bog mat. Tash will find Reaper and it's all down to Keppa. He's inside a freezer. He manages to find him just to noob. It's all down to Tash. It's a 1v1 because Tony is, of course, still down in a frost mat. Keppa nearby the diffuser.
Attackers need to protect the diffuser.
Tash is not too far away. There goes the swing and there goes the kill. Tash finds the kill, finds the round, and unbelievably finds the map. Arctic Wolves stay alive in it.
I was so lost.
They stay in this. Wow, this was the most nerve-wracking experience of my life. Oh my god. So we will definitely be seeing map 4 here as that round wraps up and leaves us all speechless, except for me because I still have to continue talking. But wow, what a round, what a map, what a everything. That was... Oh my goodness. Good job there from Arctic Wolves to be able to close it out quickly, get those 2 rounds on the board in overtime, not waste any more energy than they needed to. Take it at a 8-6 fashion. You know, if you looked at that scoreline, you'd think, oh, it was just an overtime game. There's nothing suspicious about that compared to the 9-7 from map 1. But nevertheless, great job there from Arctic Wolves to pull it back in. But now Now it is really going to become a game of resilience and energy and who can really survive to play maps 4 and 5, which of course, if 5 stars win map 4, they win the whole thing. If Arctic Wolves manage to win or map 4 rather on theme park, they are going to be heading into map 5, which means that we are not going to be going to sleep for well, another little while. It's going to be a long night. Everybody that has a job tomorrow to go to, especially in the morning, good luck to you. You're not going to sleep for a while, especially anybody who's currently in the lobby. I mean, huge props to anybody who tomorrow has a job, who's still playing. That is, I couldn't do it. But nevertheless, again, we won't be rambling too much between maps just so that we can all get a little bit of a break. So when we come back, it will be map 4 of the grand finals of Revival League Season 2, Arctic Wolves versus 5 stars on theme park. Don't go anywhere.
Talk to me honestly. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I've been so far away. I don't know when I changed. Your voice replaying in my mind. I'm not prepared this Talk to me honestly. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Feeling like there's no other way. Talk about a long night trip. No, no, no. Don't ever wait. You kept traces of my past. Your frames are divided in my thoughts. Your love. Dance so I can feel your lips. Oh no, no.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Revival League Season 2 Grand Finals. My name is Retro, and I'm joined here for potentially the final map of the evening. I say that again, it's almost like I have myself on soundboard, but I'm joined here again by Ultra. And, well, we're here on map 4. I will say that I predicted both the fact that this wouldn't end in a 3-0 for either team, and that I also predicted that Arctic Wolves would be the ones taking Cafe. I did not expect it to go all the way to overtime to happen, but Arctic Wolves did manage to close it out in overtime at an 8-6 fashion, so we did not get to see infinite overtime in play since map 1, and even then, it didn't go that far. It only went to round 16, so only one round further than what we are normally used to with overtime. But nevertheless, we're here on map 4, and potentially we could be seeing map 5 here if Arctic Wolves manage to pull it off. Of course, 5STARS currently still sit on series point as they have won the first 2 rounds. Arctic Wolves managed to secure themselves at least 1 map point in this matchup, but there's still so much to play for, all to play for, actually. The entire prize pool, well, not the entire prize pool, but the entire prize for first place is still to play for, and both of these teams not only want the money, they also want the recognition, the title, the respect that the Revival League champions would get. So all of that will be a thing on its own, and its own satisfaction for either of these teams if they manage to win it. But without any further ado, Theme Park has begun officially, and with those bans out of the way, walk me through them, Ultra. I mean, it's something that we've seen pretty much this entire day, except for one purple little outlier there in the middle. I don't know if you know what I mean, but there's someone who we haven't seen banned yet.
Yeah, you're talking about Mira,
Attackers
which
Mhm.
is pretty
Make bombs
obvious.
if they can.
Let's take the bans one by one, from the first to the last. We
Mhm.
got the Dokkaebi ban. Now, honestly, Dokkaebi, there's no
Attackers have
a
located
big,
a
there's
bomb.
not a big reason other than the fact that she's annoying, right? So you ban her just because she's annoying. She can get the defenders off the camps, the dead defenders, I should say. Because when you're dead, you cannot disable the phone. You don't have a phone. And with the new update, when you're dead and you're on a camps, and there's a Dokkaebi call going on, you cannot see or access the camps at all
10 seconds
until
left
the
before
Dokkaebi
insertion.
call duration has finished. So that's why a lot of teams like to ban her because the info is precious and you don't want to miss out on that. Now moving on, we have Azami. Azami is great on every map and every side. Azami can make a lot of really good angles. She can block off angles, even block entire doorways. So she can be really good, and that's why a lot of teams ban her. I specifically like playing with an Azami, not necessarily the Azami on maps like Lab, which are maps that you need a lot of utility clearing because they're more open than maps like Theme. For example, Theme is kind of, I don't know, I don't like the way the layout is on Theme. Flores is also banned. I mean, Flores, the Chalet game is the perfect example of why Flores should be banned. He's so good with clearing utility, especially utility like shields and ADSs. If anyone here watched the Chalet game, they can definitely say that the Flores was the most important component on for active, oh no, 5STARS winning the attacking rounds. Tony facing some ping difficulties, from
Yeah.
what I can tell.
That's
Yeah.
yeah.
Fine.
That's him and Ping. Yeah,
Yep.
I've seen quite a few, ping spikes, and me myself, my bandwidth sometimes cannot handle siege all that well, so I, even on native servers tend to have quite high ping. 700 though in a competitive game props to Tony for not just outright leaving, because that would be hell to contest against, even if you even if you're not really playing, even if you're just pulled back at sight. Tash manages to get the opening pick there on the Reaper, and not only taking him down with the C4, but taking down their only hard breacher. Selberg manages to kill Tony with the grenade, and also rids him of the heartache that is having to play with 700 ping, which I, salute goes out for me for sure for that one. A minute to go, and
Oh wow.
5STARS have even less control than I was just about to say that they have. And Selberg will be the next one to go. That will be their sledge, so now they have even less vertical pressure to use against the defenders, and a player still sitting up there inside of dorms, knowing that he doesn't have to, or inside of daycare rather, knowing that he doesn't have to move, and that if somebody's going to contest them, or somebody going to contest him, he knows that he doesn't have to move just yet. Keppa does contest and finds the kill, or, wait, what?
Yeah, Kepa shooting from behind, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay, because I was like, wait, but he's not the buck. Yeah, okay, that was a
Yeah.
bit of a steal there from Keppa, but nevertheless, though, 5STARS managed to equalize the man count after losing a couple players very early on.
On
But-
the shiny gadgets.
Yeah, Fenrir gadgets, and once again, the time is so far 5STARS' biggest enemy, Callum. Beautiful swing and kill, Rush all alone, stuck inside of that purple Fenrir bubble. And, well,
The triple
nothing you
coming
can
in at the
do.
end.
Now you know why everything to do with Fenrir has a sort of fear. What's the word? Fear. I'm so confused about what's happening in chat right now. But
Same.
anyway, for that reason, you know why everything to do with Fenrir and his season has fear in it in some way, and why the operation is called Operation Dread Factor, because that was terrifying. Seeing that from Rush's point of view, where he cannot see anything but a purple smoke cloud, and he's just being shot at everywhere. He cannot see. He can just feel that he's being shot at. That is terrifying, and that is exactly why Fenrir is so good. As when it gets to those dire seconds and you're not really thinking about anything, you have no utility to clear it. Even if you did, you can't really use it in a way that is really going to help you. For example, if you have a grenade, sure, you could toss it, but that's just going to delay you even further until it explodes. There's really not that much that you can do against them, and when you're stuck inside of that smoke, there's nothing that you can see about it. But Arctic Wolves managed to find that opening round. Of course, I've said this. So far, the theme of the evening has been Arctic Wolves take the first round. Twice, they were not able to translate that into win. Finally, they were in Cafe, or on Cafe, rather. So hopefully, for their sake, they're going to be able to do it again here tonight. Here on Theme Park.
Oh,
and I
I
w-
see what he's trying to do. He's trying
Yeah.
to get it behind the box.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's trying to do. I don't think it's gonna work for him, unfortunately, and he gives up on it.
Ah, that's
Unlucky.
unlucky.
Yeah, same thought.
I just want to mention the fact that both opening kills for the teams, like for both teams, they were projectiles. One of them was a C4 and one of them was a nade, which is really interesting to see. But like now I want to see both teams use more of their guns because pew pewing is more fun. So 5STARS are going for that full cafeteria take with an exception of a sneaky little Zephyr going above and opening the hatches, while Ash has already made her way inside of cafeteria but gets shut down from Tash. That's a very obnoxious play by 5STARS coming in. It didn't really work for them, and I hope not to see it again, honestly. So yeah, 5STARS just now started to spread a little bit around the map instead of just going for a 5-man push in cafeteria. You can see the Ace repelling it around the break windows. Reapers might go for a kill on the back or something, or from the back. But I also have a slight feeling that 5STARS will plan to drop on the on the CC hatch, eventually, because it's a good pinch. Wow. Zephyr and Rush getting two refrags, I should say. Callum and Tooth are off the board, leaving 5STARS in a 4v3. That's a really good opportunity for them to start picking up the pace and turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, so far we've counted this as a really big issue for 5 stars is their time management. Right now, they find themselves with a bit of map control and the man advantage, and still quite a bit of time. I mean, a minute is an eternity in Siege, especially when you're in this particular position. Of course, that window cutoff could be so crucial, but I'm just a noob. Has something to say about it. He finds Zephyr. What a beautiful kill! He finds Keppa as well. I got worried. I thought he was gonna get taken down by Rush here in this corner, but he did not advance far enough for that to be a factor. Reference manages to find Tash with a Claymore. Unlucky. That's the second time we see a Claymore at work, and both times it was 5 stars that got the kill with it. I'm just a noob. Reading them perfectly, knows somebody will drop the hatch, manages to get the kill. Now Rush gives himself away, and he knows exactly where that player is. Just Noob manages to avoid that grenade. Another grenade will be sent up for that camera. Rush, 1 versus 2, no diffuser in hand, has that Alda to compete against, manages to find the kill there. He finds that one too. Why?
No shot,
my
man.
God.
I'm telling you, like that's simply the reason why I love this guy, bro. He's so good. Yeah, honestly, he's the 3 ready. This guy is so good.
What?
Man.
There was no way he should have won that.
Oh, you
That
think
I
so?
was, I literally caught my breath to say Articles take the round, and then all of a sudden it says attackers won the round on the screen. What did I just witness? How do they allow that? Unbelievable.
And insane stuff coming in the level finals.
Yeah.
Okay. So from the looks of it, neither of these teams are doing like well when it comes to team play, and you can tell that from 2 factors. One of them is that both teams have individual success. Right now, Rush is on a 4 kills and 1 death, and Arctic Wolves have 2 players that have more than a negative KD, which means that both of these teams do not seem to cooperate with the players are not cooperating well enough with each other. This is an effect of playing 4 maps in a row, as we both talked earlier about. Means that there's fatigue coming in, like probably sleep deprivation as well, which will lead to plays like that. Callum just spamming his control key at the random spot, for example. And small things like that mean that it's either Activos pick up the pace and go to the 5th map, or 5 stars pick up the pace and finish this insanely long and tiring best of 5.
Yeah,
No.
it really could go either way. I keep saying that, and I'm bored of it saying it, but it really could go either way here.
Yeah, it's scary to think about. Oh, will Callum actually think about going prone there? That would have been such a Phoebe for him, but he didn't think about it. That's so unlucky. He misses an entry kill onto Diana there. That leaves Rush to see another day. Now, Tony with a quite a well play, I guess, getting the ace charges off the wall. He's going to prevent some utility, wasting that ace charge is really precious for Arctic Wolves. Now, 2 minutes left on the board, and 5 stars have taken literally 0 control over the map, which is a really big mistake. They need to pick up the pace, and they need to do it now. Otherwise, they're just gonna have to run in on Arctic Wolves' crossfires and die 1 by 1, which is something that they really don't want to happen right now.
Yeah, I mean it keeps being an issue for them time and time again. And with them just a new playing that Solus, of course, she's been banned every single map so far up until here. So, him playing with that operator and being able to know not only the utility is there, but also being able to know that is where the push will come from. It allows now Twift to rotate around, know that there's a player going to be coming in from cash, and knowing that he can stop that, and if not even stop it, at least stall it for quite a while. Tony there as well to help, holding on for that hatch as well. So there have a lot of utility and a lot of people holding out for a certain push. Meanwhile, 5 stars at this point spreading themselves thin. It's a sort of split push, which you've seen them not be too successful with. The Twift is able to find Zephyr exactly from that pressure from the information gain that somebody's going to be pushing in from cache site because that's where the drones were coming in. A C4 goes out, will not find anybody. I think he got shot out midair again. But 30 seconds to go. 5STARS, 4v4 essentially. Twift is there and manages to find one at the reprints. Still hungry for more. Is able to find one at the Selberg. Get out to 2 versus 4 for 5STARS. Essentially, as you say, 2 versus 4, but for all they know, it's a 2 versus 5. Grenade will come out, that won't find anything, and as I said before, it'll only delay Rush even more. Manages to find Callum downed, but that's all that he'll get as he jumps into the window, and Rush all alone can't get anything. Twift on an absolute tear. If you've been following so far, you'll know that he has struggled map after map after map after map. A player that we know can do a lot of really, really good work has not had that same fortune this time around. He has really struggled to get his feet up off the ground so far in this entire series, but finally he woke up and he found a very, very successful round and a very, very good round for his team. They retake the lead and they put themselves into a bit more of a comfortable position here as they head on to round number 4, and they will be defending Throne and Armory yet again. The first time around they defended this, it was a near flawless round. I say near flawless, it really wasn't. It came down to a 3v3, but the way that they played felt very, very flawless. The way that, they were able to waste a lot of 5STARS time, and they were able to completely hold down the site to the point where no walls were breached because they managed to kill the hard breacher immediately on that opening pick. And then they were just able to hold on to it despite Tony playing on 700 ping and somehow still being fine about it a couple of rounds later without Rios. So I'm expecting that to happen again, but unless 5STARS are able to say something about it, I think that's exactly what we'll be seeing.
What do you reckon the 5STARS should do in order to win against Arctic Wolves on bottom 4?
I mean, I'm not the analyst, so there's a lot of things that I could be thinking about, but I think just them being able to drone out a little bit better, know that there's a roam presence from Arctic Wolves, which is exactly what stopped them before, and then also being able to actually utilize that vertical pressure and their hard breacher to actually open up the walls and give themselves an avenue of sightline, because without it, they're just funneling in through a doorway or through the split hallway. And those are just not positions you want to be pushing into. Luckily, they managed to find the opening kill this time with the Tony, but of course his utility had already been placed down. So I worry about how much that will really mean, especially as Twift is on the lurk again. And it's questionable whether they know about him, considering how lackluster their information game has been all throughout this matchup.
5STARS getting that entry, especially on an operator like Arcade, is huge for them. It means that there's less utility to trick against the ace charges. So now they still have like a lot of time left. It's about 2 minutes, which is enough for them to drone, gather as much info as they can and as they need, and then make a play according to that. Now, I'm not sure whether they know about Twift being on yellow stairs, on top of the yellow stairs, but I'm pretty sure that Selberg is about to contest them. He's playing close on that waiting double door, and Twift doesn't seem to fall back. He's confident in his abilities, right? And that's what you need to be in that position, He's in a 4v5 and he needs to turn that man count around. So playing as aggro as he is, which is not the most aggro, but it's aggro enough, I believe it's the right thing to do. With the rest of his team feeding his info on him through the cameras and also the verticality, the sound that the verticality can give, actually, I should say, which is also a huge thing. 5STARS managed to win, managed to get the maintenance bridge, leaving Bandit a bit disoriented, because Dash now cannot really fall back and go in different positions safely, so he's kind of stuck there behind the bomb. Therefore, he's gonna go for a kill, and he managed to do that. Selberg is off the board, and that's the Yana. The obnoxious play we were playing exactly. We're talking about last round, but yeah, as you said, Dash is now on decimal HP. He can die to a single dust particle falling on his head right now.
Yeah, I don't know if that's really going to be a factor considering how low that clock has come to. Ooh, and there goes an impact grenade right up on that breach to eliminate it. Kappa manages to find Callum, who is getting a little too aggressive on that late roam, but Tash aggressive finds one, finds two, three! Oh my god! Oh, just through from inside of the bomb site, Will managed to find Reaperant, who found Tash as he entered into the bomb site. Unbelievable the fact that they allowed Twift to do that. It reminds me back of, what was it, round 2, where 5STARS won it, and Rush had no business winning that 1v2 clutch. That is similar to how I'm feeling about that, because although they were already in a pretty unwinnable position there, 5STARS, they had no wall open. I mean, they kind of had a wall open. They're on yellow. Maintenance was a complete no-go, considering that Amjad was covering that, but they pretty much would have had to funnel in through the doorways or do something, and especially with that timer being so low, there was really not that much for them to do or to think about. They sort of just had to go for the frags any way they knew how. And for them to be that lost in it, to the point where they just allowed Twift to come and collect them like pennies, that is... wow. Beautiful play there from Twift. Again, had a really, really, really bad start to this series all the way throughout. I mean, if you look through, the past few maps, I say the past few maps, the maps 1, 2, 3, if you look through, he has been the opening death pretty much every single time that Arctic Wolves had the opening death. It was either him or Tash, and then Callum a little bit more on Cafe, but he has been really, really unlucky so far this entire time, and finally is waking up, found 2 very, very beautiful rounds here on this map, and I think that this is only the beginning of the story of Twift, and I think that we could be seeing a completely different Arctic Wolves than what we saw from them so far. And actually, I do believe that this is still Arctic Wolves pick, right? Because it's pick, right?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. Okay, so this is still Arctic Wolves pick, so it would make sense why they are so much more comfortable here than they are. Oh, how does that work? Isn't it pick? Isn't it bang pick? Oh, it's pick for either team. I'm dumb. Yeah, this is a 5STARS pick, as it turns out, because I don't know how to read map bands, apparently. But the fact that this is a 5STARS pick and Arctic Wolves seem to be so much more in control definitely speaks a lot to their play here on this map specifically.
We see a different side of Arctic Wolves when it comes to aggressiveness, but also confidence. Because on the previous maps they were aggressive without having that confidence, and they just lost their ones. But right now, I mean, 3 out of them for sure are getting a lot of kills because they're confident in the gunfights. Saying that, Sonny goes down to Solberg, and Justin tries to recover for that loss of his fallen teammate, but Solberg is faster and gets him as well, putting Arctic Wolves in a 3 versus 5, I should say. Tash with a really nice angle onto that Amaru, missing a pixel of him slightly. Dropping down, Amaru hears him, and that's how Kepa manages to act upon that. Beautiful shot on the reference now, leaving to himself and Callum in a 2v4. God damn, I wanted to say how had the feeling that 5STARS are going to be doing very much better on defense, but they have already picked up the pace on attack, and now they're just annihilating Arctic Wolves 1 by 1.
Yeah, that was a very, very unfortunate opening engagement coming out there, and wow, beautiful shot there from Twift yet again. Yeah, it's a shave. He found one, and then the second. Callum somehow staying alive and finding that kill. Twift goes for the finisher. Callum stays alive, leaves us in a 2v2. Zephan having to retrieve that diffuser, manages to do so. But now they don't really have too much control or too many avenues of entrance for themselves. Callum's shield will be getting taken down. Twift in one of the bomb sites, Callum sort of in the other. Actually, that shield is not taken down yet. And the ADS will swallow up the final Ash charge, so they will not be able to take care of the shield at all. And they're going to have to push in to the initiation.
Oh my god. Twift is on a fucking rampage. No way.
Oh my god, the player that has not had a good time at all.
T3 ready.
And a round that was not good for them at all. A round that shouldn't have gone their way at all. Like, do you not remember how it was a 2v5 like 10 seconds ago? And then all of a sudden Twift was like, no, why should we lose this round? Tell me, give me one reason why you should lose this round, and then just fucking. My apologies, but he just completely annihilated that team. Got an ace, which we've had quite a few close aces so far. We had a lot of 4Ks that either got stolen by another player or the other, or the only remaining player managed to kill the 4K person, but. That was the first ace that we've seen. I don't know how to say it, but the other player, I guess. Swift managed to find the first ace so far. So many, 4Ks.
Yeah.
And win that round that by no means should have gone Octopol's way. And 5STARS find themselves now just one round away from that dreaded 1-5 split, which, of course, it's theme park, so there's a little bit of room for forgiveness for them to find themselves in that sort of split because, it is so disgustingly defender-sided. But still, that round, if every other round went a completely different way, that round, it never in a million years should go Arctical's way. Beautiful play, Swift. Like that, flip that one. Wow, beautiful play.
Like, you do realize that he got 9 kills in just 2 rounds, right? Literally.
Yeah.
Like,
Man woke up completely. I think he looked at my spreadsheet here and he saw how many times he was opening death and he was like, really? Okay, never again.
Yeah, honestly. Wow. Now I'm going to be their death. No, okay, I'm gonna stop that. That was the cringiest thing I've ever seen. So, Tony here kind of getting stuck with where he should put the mesh account down. So he decides not to put it down at all. Okay, yeah, he finds a spot eventually. Now, 2 minutes left. 5STARS, once again, they're being methodical. They're not in the building. They're taking their time. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. But I mean, you can be a bit quicker than that, mate. Maestro, in the meantime, the Maestro of Tony is shooting down a lot of drones, and that's going to limit the vision that 5STARS have. But how is Rush already so low? What happened there?
I think it might have. Wait. Yeah, I wanted to say it might have been a grenade on himself, but no, it wasn't. That
Of course, it's 3 once again.
Oh my god! He finally gets shot down, but
not
what
12 kills in 3 rounds.
What? Stop cooking, man! This man is not even cooking; he's burning. Oh my god! That is insane.
Yeah.
Holy crap! I mean, you were praising the ground that Rush walks on Cafe. I don't even have the words for the things that Twift is being able to pull off here. It's not even just about his ability, but it's also about the fact that 5STARS is just letting him do that. Unbelievable. Oh my god, they have no idea, do they? They have no clue Tash is in there. Callum finds Reapers through the wall and they still don't know he's there. He manages to find the kill. Oh my god. And the issue persists again of 5STARS not being able to drone things. Yeah, Tash says, good drones. Couldn't agree more. Although, I mean, Wolves, you're one to talk considering your history with drones, but it was a good bite there from Arctic Wolves to say that, because really truly, where were the drones? 1-5 split again for 5STARS, and now they're heading into the other half, into defensive side. And Arctic Wolves have the biggest advantage they could have asked for. I guess the bigger one, the only one that could have been more, would have been
attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
What's the word? Would have been if it was a 6-0. Sorry, my brain is fried after so many maps. But and also, do you want to recall about how the only round that 5STARS won came down to a rush clutch that shouldn't have happened? That, like, Arctic Wolves had it in the bag and that it shouldn't have gotten away from them. So that, like...
Yeah, that's actually true. Wow.
It might as well have been a 6-0. Like, Arctic Wolves were absolutely and completely in control of that entire half. I mean, yeah, Twift was there for pretty much the entirety of it. I mean, leave some kills for Tony and Callum. I think they would also like a piece of that pie, but I also don't think that they mind it quite that much. They're like, you know what? You just keep getting the kills if we keep winning. I don't really care. My KD is fine.
Honestly, though, defense is a whole different side on maps like theme park.
Yeah.
So I feel like 5 stars have a really good chance of turning this wholly around and going from 5-1 to 7-5. I believe it's a really big, possibility as long as they pick up the pace now. Because, for example, players like Zephan and Callum are both, or Tony, they have no impact when it comes to decreasing the man advantage. For the enemy team. So right now, they just need to get themselves on the board. Twift is just making his way in and gets an early entry onto Selberg. That's already starting to crumble for 5 stars. How do they even have info on Selberg that early? Actually was showing that they can actually lose the drones compared to 5 stars.
Oh my god, he gets another!
Oh my god, this guy is on a rampage right now. He cannot be stopped at all. Whatever happens.
Reaper's taking
getting
so
the
much damage from inside of control.
Yeah.
What in God's name is happening? Twift is lurking. He wants another one. Reapers will go down. Rush did manage to get retrieved, but Kappa is now under a lot of pressure. Good lord. Finally finds that drone. Took him a mile though. And Twift, they left yellow stairs unattended. Twift is able to push up. That barbed is far
This is a
away from
Pogmat.
anybody. Okay, the pog map might
he
at
knows
least
about it.
might at least slow him down. I think he sees it at this point. I think he must
Yeah,
have been
same.
drowned out, but it will definitely slow him down as he'll not be able to advance any further, even if it doesn't kill him. But the pressure is most definitely coming in from that initiation side as Tashin is trying to push in from there too, but Zephan will find that kill nevertheless. Keppa now just holding back anybody pushing in from that yellow side of things, and if he overextends, he is good as dead due to Twift, who was able to shoot that frost trap, but he's not going to be aggressing through there anymore. I think he's going to rejoin his team instead. Kappa will find Callum, equalize the man count now. The wall will get opened up. That will blow up the Vulcan canister, so that will definitely delay Arctic Wolves by a little bit longer. They're not going to be able to push in through there. Tony's drone gets shot out. That's the last of it. Or that's the last of his, rather. Keppa going back to the bomb site. Knows there's somebody on the yellow stairs. Rush finds a beautiful kill there on Tim Justin Noob. Zephan finds Twift finally. It's all down to Tony. The Thermite 1v3. There's just not enough time.
Oh.
Can't quite find there onto Zephan. And Zephan repeaks it, finds it. 5 stars take the round. Keep themselves alive in this. I mean, this is a very familiar sight to see 5 stars to be on. If you remember them, playing this game specifically on Chalet, the 1-5, and then they win the next round. And if that pattern is to be followed, Arctic Wolves should win this round, and then 5 stars will take it to overtime from there. But I don't think that it quite will work out that way this time, just because, and again, you mentioned that, and I think everybody at this point knows it. Theme park is so disgustingly defensive sided to the point where I really wouldn't be surprised if 5 stars are able to go on a significant lead here, and then Arctic Wolves are just gonna have to hope and pray that they're able to find a round here in this half and take it to overtime, if it really has to come down to that.
I mean, right off the bat, you can spot the big difference in the scoreboard. Zephan got 3 kills to his name, or maybe 4 to his name, but he got 3 kills just in the last round. It means that everyone is putting their work in, and they're not expecting their team to carry them, So Zephan showing up his work right now, it means that he's back into the game, and he has proved, especially on the attacking side, which has now passed, that he's really good on other maps. And now he's going to show that as well. I have a feeling that 5 stars can definitely turn this around. But Arctic Wolves, they're still going strong. Twift is the one that's definitely going strong. He's going 15-4 right now. That's a huge KD for just a man on his own. And yeah, he's just going crazy. He's looking to create some noise to possibly disorientate the roaming defenders, because the entirety of Arctic Wolves is splitting up. There's like 3 groups, I believe, split. 2 of them are going cash side, there's one going cafeteria side, and there's one going CC side. So I'm curious to see how Arctic Wolves will decide to take this, and whether they're going to go for a full roam here. Wow.
Wow, yeah, indeed. Couldn't have said it better myself there. That was a beautiful, beautiful kill there from Zeppin onto Tash. And I mean, you mentioned Zeppin. You said that he just got a few kills in the round previous, and he's still going with it. Quick now up on the CC window. Will be throwing himself right in, but a ghoul mine will give him away and will also slow him down a little bit. But I'm just a noob. Finds a beautiful refrag there with the Zeppin. Equals the man count, and now Rush and Selberg, who are... Oh, actually, there's so much of this team roaming. That means that only Reprints is in the bomb site. I don't think the Arctic Wolves are aware of this, but if they were, that would be disastrous for 5STARS, because I don't think that they really would have a way to retreat quickly enough, especially as I believe that hatch is closed as... Oh, no, actually, never mind. It looked closed, but it is open, so I guess that would be the way that they would have to retreat, but still wouldn't be too good for them. And as I say that, Arctic Wolves are going for this maintenance breach, trying to open that up and give themselves an avenue of entrance. They will open it up, and Twift remains upstairs, just waiting for anybody to cross his path and try to maybe go for a flank, which Selberg looks to be doing that, or trying to be doing that, upstairs somewhere. Of course, I could just see him walking. I couldn't see where he was really going to, and
Is
he's all the
Selberg
way inside
completely
of office.
unnoticed?
No, he definitely knows about it, and he has a perfect angle there onto him. So these two players are just holding each other at bay. I think if it really came down to it, Twift might have the kill there. Oh, he doesn't, as he completely misses him there. He has to know that he's pushing into cash right now, right? In the meantime, though, Tony went down, and Twift will find the kill into Selberg there. 25 seconds to go. Arctic Wolves still yet to enter the bomb site itself. Gonna have to happen now or never. Very far away angle for Count to try and contest against. There's still a player playing behind the throne.
10 seconds remaining. Attackers
Oh.
have recovered their
Yeah, so
There-
Arctic Wolves decided to go into the breach, but both Callum and Twift get injured, and Twift is eliminated in the process, while Reaperance gets the final kill onto Just a Noob, closing out the round for 5STARS once again. Slowly they're making the mark again. They're taking back what they lost, which was a lot of rounds in a row, and now they're taking them back. So that's really fun to see. That's really good to see. And I like how they're patient. They're waiting for Arctic Wolves to make their moves, because they know that they're defenders. They don't really have to do anything. They should just wait for Arctic Wolves to come to them, holding the crosses and playing as they should. Selberg doing a really good job on the roam, wasting a lot of time. Like, I'm very sure that the Lion was still contesting him when there were only like 20 seconds left on the clock, which is a really good advantage for 5STARS,
attackers have located a
because
bomb.
Lion had to just run across the map in order to get to a point where he can execute the plan, which, as we could all see, didn't really work for Arctic Wolves last round. So
Yeah.
are we gonna see the same kind of passiveness coming in from 5STARS, or is something gonna change?
I really don't know, and I think that that is even harder to know considering the bomb site that they picked. I was just about to ask you, you know, a lot of people, especially when you're playing ranked, seem to think this is a complete troll of a site. If you play this site, you were looking to lose, but it does actually tend to have quite a firm ground, especially in competitive R6, where a lot of teams tend to go for it over some of the other bomb sites as they really, really like it. It's basically why this site may be a favorite of some teams, and why particularly here 5STARS decided to go for it, because I think a lot of people might still think, oh, this is an
draw
easy
pick,
round here
yeah.
for Arctic.
So honestly, this side is it's like a very hot and cold pick. It's either you're really confident, you have a really good strategy you have put to the test multiple times, and you know that it's gonna work, and that's why you choose it and you go for the win, or you're completely uncertain and it's like a Hail Mary to see if it's gonna work or no. Honestly, I like to see the way that 5STARS have set it up. They have made quite a wide hold, extending even to initiation, or not initiation, sorry, I meant armory, which is a big area of the bottom floor that they're holding. But sadly, Kepa is already off the board with 2 minutes left, which will put 5STARS in a disadvantageous spot. As we can see, so basically they choose to pick that side because there's less vertical that you can actually access. It's really hard to get vertical because cafeteria, I guess you can take vertical in cafeteria and bank, but it's not enough to clear the entirety of the site. While I'm rambling on about the site, we can see that two people from 5STARS have died, taking only one down, and that would be Callum from the enemy team. There's 1 minute and 20 seconds left, and 5STARS are really not inside. They're quite heavily spread. Leon is getting injured. Oh, Frost read it perfectly. Reappearance with a shotgun from below. Very well played from the Frost there. Now the verticality starts to come in after, and there's only 1 minute left in the round. So Active really have to be quick with the verticals, and then go for an execute. Otherwise, they're going to miss out on the chance to go to a fifth map even. Tash spotting out the Legion there, but Zephyr will go get away with his life. Now, not a lot of time left. 5STARS need to just wait and hold like they did last time. It really proved to work, so I hope they do it again.
Yeah, 40 seconds to go. 3v3. The only player that's working with lower HP up until right this moment was Selberg. Tash did get hit up a little bit. Zephyr and Selberg both find a piece, and now Tony once again all alone. The hard breacher, the support. He was very, very successful a couple maps ago. There's nothing that you can do against that for us, Matt. Oh, my bad. Reprince is able to find that kill. Not really having to shoot his gun all that much, and 5STARS are now just a round away from equalizing this scoreline yet again. Again, I said that Arctic Wolves are going to have to find at least one round here, and finally we see a tactical timeout in this entire matchup. Wow, it is taken 4 maps, not a 4.5. It is taken 3.5 maps to get here into finally a tactical timeout. What do you think that Arctic Wolves are really discussing here right now? What do you think that their main issue or their main thing for them to get on the same page about is right now?
They're not thorough when it comes to roam clearing.
Mhm.
So they get the entry picks, and then it seems like they're kind of paranoid. I don't know if you can say that too, but they get the first kill, and then they waste so much time doing nothing. So there's no way you get a kill when there's 2 minutes on the board, and you start, and the first sign of vertical is on the 1 minute mark. It means that you're way too slow, and you need to get a bit faster when it comes to executing your plan. So now, I'm hoping to see a different side of Arctic Wolves. Like a side where they become a little more aggressive, because they have been aggressive up to this point, and now that they actually need to be aggressive, they start to passive down, which is really bad.
Attackers
Yeah.
need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
I really don't have too much to add. You said it all so perfectly, and now Arctic Wolves are going to have to be attacking to initiation and office, which we have not seen brought by 5STARS so far at all. And the last time that we actually saw this site played was all the way back on round 5, which, if you remember, is actually quite symbolic, the fact that that was round 5, because it was the round of Twift in every way possible. It was the round we got the ace, and it was the round where it absolutely should have gone 5STARS' way, and it did not. Twift was able to hold on to it. I don't know if he's necessarily going to get the opportunity to do something like that again, but Arctic Wolves as a team might be able to pull something off here, as I think initiation is probably their best opportunity to do that, if they weren't already able to do that on Labs. I think you said, actually not even I think, you said it already, how Labs can be a very hot and cold map, and similarly for attack, it can also be that way. I mean, if you're not confident with the way that you're going to be attacking that bomb site, and of course there's so little information or so little time for you to gain information into the way that your opponents might be holding it, it could be really, really tough to get in there. So if that wasn't the round that they would win, I feel like this is their probably best opportunity, just considering how wide and open this map or this site tends to be and tends to be held, and I think we can see exactly that for 5STARS here as well. So yeah, hopefully Arctic Wolves are going to be able to find that one round in this half. Otherwise, they're setting 5STARS up for a flawless half, and then they're going to have to try and actually, no, they're not even going to have to try it. If it's a flawless half for 5STARS, they win it. So definitely do not want to give something like that away.
Yeah, 100%. Now, Arctic Wolves, up to this point, they have not really bodied up to a 5-man push. Every time they seem to be splitting, and that's a good thing. That's something that 5-stars actually didn't do on attack. And I think that it kind of costed them because they lost a lot of bodies quite quickly on this map. That's a very unfortunate nade coming in like at the perfect time for 5-stars. Very well played by Tash though, getting the injury onto Zephyr and so much HP gone from his name. So, and as I was saying, there's 1 minute and 20 seconds left, and Arctic Wolves are completely split up and ready to go for a pinch any moment now. Will 5-stars read that decision and actually counter them, or will they start dying to the pinch one by one? The mute seems like he's quite aware of the guy in CC, the lion in CC. So maybe Twift, he might get the perfect chance to go in and clear Reaperance, but at the same time Reaperance might just go for a C4 or an aggro pick and clear the
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
clearly and evidently star of Arctic Wolves at this minute.
Ravens will find that opening kill into
Oh,
Twift
I'm
after
right.
that grenade did not go the way that they wanted it to. Arctic Wolves, 35 seconds to go. They have gained cash control, but that's about all that they have to speak of when it comes to map control itself. They're going to try and push it into the bomb site. Do they know that Zephyr is close up on the door? It's such a default position for him to be holding. They have no clue. He shuts Tash down. He's able to continue on the sweep. He finds Tony as well. Keppa and Zephyr both still good to go. Zephyr will get taken down. I'm just a new ball alone. Will find 1 and 2, but can he do any more than that? Nope. Close range reprints with the SAS shotgun. Truly nothing that you can do against that thing, especially at that close range. The round will go 5-stars way. They equalize the scoreline now, and now it's, survival of the fittest. Arctic Wolves need this round desperately as quickly as possible so that they can get onto that overtime or so they can get onto that match point before it gets to overtime. And 5-stars really just want to take the next 2 rounds and get this over with, take that win home. I really don't know where it's going to come down to. The first half ended up being a 1-5 split. It might happen here again. Arctic Wolves just need to be able to get themselves into a position where they're going to be able to do something about it, where they're going to be able to actually get in. I think apart from initiation office, which we of course hadn't seen, so of course I was saying that this was their opportunity. I think that this could also be a good opportunity for Arctic Wolves to find a round, considering that it was the only round where they really managed to get into the bomb site and try to do some pressure. Unfortunately, they all ended up dying inside of the bomb site itself, but if they manage to play their cards right this time, it could work out a little bit better in their favor, maybe. I think that that's
100%.
probably the hope here.
I mean, what happened last round is exactly like one of the 2 options I gave you. It's either getting the kill onto Reaperance or the other way around. And what happened is that Reaperance got the kill onto Twift with the aggro pick, causing Arctic Wolves to lose their top frag and they're evidently MVP of this map, meaning that they started to crumble because they didn't have the confidence. As soon as Twift died, there was no longer confidence across the scoreboard of Arctic Wolves. Wolves, I should say. So now 5-stars, maybe seeing that, they should probably prioritize the fact that if Twift dies, then their mental, or Arctic Wolves' mental is going to go down. And they need to try to think on how they will try, or Arctic Wolves will try to put Twift up front to do all the fragging and try to counter that instead of what was happening up to this point. Because right now, yeah, they are going for the bridge, but is the bridge going to be enough for Arctic Wolves to win? Because, not gonna lie, if you don't get the split bridge, nothing really happens. No one can get in the side because it's being held from every single angle possible.
Yeah,
So
and
now,
with that Tachanka as well in play all the way from the pizza corner, that's also denying a lot of that area. And there goes Selberg, 1 and 2. Twift and Callum are both gone. Tash does manage to find Reaperance with a frag grenade. He's trying to find another one there onto Rush. He will not be getting such luck. He manages to find one through the vertical, but immediately traded out by Keppa from inside of the bomb site itself. Diffuser now lost on that breach, basically in no man's land. Actually, it's not on the breach. It's on the 90 corridor by Gong, so it's still retrievable, but it's still in no man's land. Tony manages to find it. gonna try and get this breach opened up, or is actually gonna rotate
Alright.
around. Of course, the remaining two attackers completely disjointed, and I'm just giving himself away completely. Again, no drones, no information whatsoever onto the player that's playing nearby of Selberg. Of course, he was able to find the opening 2 frags, and our tools still haven't been able to really recover from that, even with the 2 frags they were able to find. Selberg on a lurk finds Tony. It's all down to just 2 noob. Frag grenade will be coming out, trying to find somebody, but that fire will be flaming his way. A player right up on the breach, a minute just to find him. I think it would have been a TK with that fire anyway. 30 seconds to go. That fire just doing so much damage, and it's in the end the LMG up at the Chonka to find Rush, win that round, and well, 5STARS put themselves on a map, match, series, everything point. It is all down to this round. Arctic Wolves, if they manage to stay awake and alive through this round, take it to overtime, and hopefully close it out quickly for their own sake. And then we have to watch an entire border, and which I have zero clue how that will turn out. I had quite an inkling about the way that Cafe was going to turn out. I had really no expectations for a theme. I just knew that if Arctic Wolves wanted to continue, they had to win it. Border, no clue. I could not tell you a single thing that will impact that. I mean, because both of these teams have been making certain mistakes. You know, it's like, okay, 5STARS have been very, very slow in their attacks. Arctic Wolves are really, really good with their droning. You know, 5STARS have also started lacking in the droning department, but you know, it's fatigue, 100% playing a really, really big part at this point. I mean, we're at the tail end here of map 4. It was already a very, very late start. People have, you know, if not had work, have definitely had busy days all day, and it was already a late start. It's going to be a late finish no matter what. It's fatigue 100% is playing a very, very, very big part in both of these teams. Quite a few misplays, and it'll really just come down to survival of the fittest, especially if we get to that 5th map. I mean, I think we're going to be seeing more mistakes than ever, just because everyone's going to be so tired and are not really aware of, you know, the fact that they might be making mistakes. But here we go. The round begins, potentially a final round of this entire show. And Wolves are having to attack onto that labs and storage yet again. Last time, no success. Hopefully they're going to be able to find some this time.
Well, 5STARS are going for that widespread once again on the top floor, especially Solberg, and I'm sure I saw one more person. Rush getting the entry onto Dash. That's the Yana of the board. 2 nades. The two only nades, I should say, that Arctic Wolves have. A lot of utility would have been able to be cleared using them, but right now, sadly, Arctic Wolves do not have that ability, so they need to find a way to work around that. 5STARS, they're holding their positions. They have 2 people on the top floor, playing really well. One in initiation and one in bank. They have so much control to their name right now that AW need to either go for a roam clear that's going to take a lot of time because there's not a lot of time left, or they can just really quickly relocate over to the side window and go for a fast plan. Twitch getting one NTP onto, or one refrag onto Selberg, and almost the second one onto Rush. But Rush will be the wiser here, dropping down, going closer into side and closer to his teammates, saving himself and possibly the round out of Death's grasp.
Yep, a minute to go still. They managed to equalize that man count. Very desperately so. They have information about exactly where Rush is, but they cannot find the angle to finally kill him. There goes another breach charge that will be deployed right on top of him, but he's still tucked into the corner. Zephyr finds Twift. Again, things are not looking too good for Arctic Wolves here. That was Zephyr trying to, or that was Twift trying to push into that barrels room, trying to find the kill here on the Rush. I'm just finally manages to find it. But now he has that long angle to try and contest against the Zephyr. There goes a player inside a bathroom. Callum is in. manages to find one. Zephyr far away from sight. Keppa far away from sight. The plant is going down inside of the bomb site. Keppa and Zephyr both will have to retake. Callum, I believe, has made his way upstairs and is doing vertical work. Zephyr pushing in through barrels. Now, I think. Oh, Callum's still in the bomb site. I'm just a noob on the rotate. Will find himself dead. Zephyr's still trying to make his way into the bomb site. Keppa is in the bomb site. There's a player outside the window. There's a player inside. Callum will find 1 and 2. Arctic Wolves win the round, and we are seeing overtime for the 3rd time tonight. And, well, I don't know where you are in the world, but for me, it is officially past midnight, so, well, I'm not going to sleep anytime soon. And again, I have to remind you so that I can remind myself and cry about it for the foreseeable future, but it is infinite overtime, so this could go on for a while. I don't see it going on for a while. I think at most we'll be seeing like round 17, just due to the, again, fatigue. I can't tell in which team's favor it's going to go, but I really cannot see this going on for that much longer. I think back on Oregon, I think was probably the best a chance for us to see a really long infinite overtime. This far into it, I think, you know, after a couple of rounds of overtime, after a couple back and forths, somebody's bound to slip and just let it go. So, you know, it begins. A potential hell for everybody involved begins. But, you know, if you are watching, and especially if you haven't been watching for that long, so you might not be all that tired. Maybe you're an Arctic Wolves fan still rooting with your entire heart. You want them to take this. Well, then, you know, you're probably a lot more hyped than I'm sure all of the players in the lobby currently are, and then, you know, me and Ultra are. I know that I'm very tired, of course. I will continue casting, and even if I have to solo cast Map 5, I will do so. I am here for the show, but I will also not bite my tongue, and I will say that I'm a little bit sleepy. I will say that. I'm sorry to admit it, but it's true. I'm a little bit sleepy.
It's fair to say, man. Don't
Yeah.
worry, I'm also sleepy, as you can tell. I'm not trying to be silent because here it's 1 a.m., not just 12.
Yeah.
So it's kind of later, but it's fine. What I think it's worth mentioning is the fact that both teams won 5 rounds on attack
Yep.
or defense, maybe. No, I meant
On defense, yeah. Both teams
So-
managed to find 1 round on attack, which is
Yeah,
pretty much theme
Cool.
park to a T.
yeah. It's kind of poor performance, but at the same time, it's very balanced for both teams, so that's a good thing. Keppa going down first. We haven't seen Arctic Wolves getting the entry pick in quite a long time now. But it happened, and they followed up with
Wow.
the second entry. So Tash with a double kill in just under 10 seconds. Very well played from Arctic Wolves. Getting that shield down as well, that's huge. Will they be able to clear the rest of the roamers and anchors in order to push the side? By the looks of it, Selberg is going to be the wiser here, and he's gonna fall back himself, since
Mhm.
there's a whole minute and a half left, and 5STARS are down to mine, which is really not good right now. So, Arctic Wolves, will they pick up on that Q and push the side?
Yeah, is it just me, just the UI broken and we can't see who we're currently spectating? There we go. Selberg manages to find 1 on a beautiful turnaround. He cannot find the kill as Twift. Twift remains the hero of this lobby. And I just want to point out the just complete disparity between Twift and Tony at this point. And it's like not supposed to be a dig at Tony. Of course, he's a very new addition to Arctic Wolves, and this is by no means, you know, oh, Tony is bad again, because, good lord, go back to Oregon and Chalet, he was dropping numbers. I think for him at this point, it's just fatigue, and I don't know, maybe Twift took an espresso shot right before this map, because he's been on an absolute tear, and he's continuing to
No,
drop those bodies like clockwork. Rush and Reaper still in the bomb site, trying to hold on to this round. Reaper's
don't think-
behind. Oh, actually, they're both behind the throne. Oh, that
Oh, yeah.
could be bad, as now the barrels wall is going to get opened up too, or they're at least wanting to get it open. But with that yellow wall opened up, oh, beautiful
Quite
shot there from
good.
Callum. He knows the other player's behind the throne too. Can't quite find the shot, and he finds.
Quite
It's actually
success.
Twift. It's actually
of course.
Twift from the barrels wall that manages to find that kill. And Arctic Wolves put themselves on overtime match point. This could be all over in a couple rounds should 5 stars win a couple here, or considering the fact that we are back to Arctical's defense and they're going down to Armory or Throne, which did not go 5 stars way both times they played it. It
Oh, yeah,
really
definitely.
could be a problem here for 5 stars, as we could just be going all the way down to border, which is no man's land at this
Attackers
point.
need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
About
they can.
like I love the fact that you mentioned Tiff getting an espresso shot, but it's more like he took something different before this game. More
Yeah, well, we can't say that on
powdery.
broadcast. We can't say that. So it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, he took some espresso. It's fine.
Yeah, some sugar. So like
Yeah,
some sugar, you know?
yeah, some sugar.
some flour.
Yep, yeah, that's exactly what he took. Yeah, we all have some sugar, and you know that's fine. Maybe I should do that. Yeah, double espresso, extra sugar. Exactly. I mean, I don't know what else people were thinking. What
I mean,
else could you
I'm
possibly have?
thinking is that further cappuccino is better, but that's my opinion. So
I mean, I agree with that, but also,
Yeah,
you
sure.
know, cappuccino has less what's it called, caffeine in it than what's it called, than coffee does. So that's
sugar here, though.
well,
And
you
can
know.
definitely have more.
Yeah,
mean-
actually, yeah. Well, it depends. It really you could toss like a whole bunch of sugar into your coffee or into your espresso. That's totally doable. People do it all the time. But I think you might be right though. And I've expanded my spreadsheet by a few rounds here in overtime. Although I don't know that it'll necessarily be necessary. Twift is on a roam. I think that this was a strategy that Arctic Wolves pulled out, called Twift Go Kill. And so far, it has really, really worked in their favor. So I think it might work again. I mean, this is pretty much where we saw him come alive. It was on defense, and it was up there on Dragon. It was where he was absolutely tearing them down. He will not be finding that 20th, at least not yet. As he goes down, Keppa finds him. It was a bit of a late trade there from Keppa, considering the fact that he was the first one down last round, and I think that it was the Twift. So actually, no, it was the Tash. Tash found those opening first kills. But nevertheless, it was Keppa on that opening frag last round, and now he was like, you know what? I'll do it. I'll find that kill instead.
So, Pastors are in position to get the bridge now, as you can see as well. But Arthur also, I think, quite close to it. I feel like they're gonna have a lot of C4 kills coming in, or like one, because Tony is the one that has the C4 left. Callum with an aggro play here, will he be able to catch someone off guard? It looks very likely to happen, since he's completely unspotted right now. As long as he manages to waste a bit more time and get a couple of freebies, that's gonna be huge for them. Tash gets a kill onto Kepa instead. That's Thatcher on the bridge dead, which is really good for Arctic Wolves right now. So are 5 stars going to recover that death though? Because Kepa was really important to stay alive there. Silver will get the refrag onto Callum. And that's the front end of the board. He has been spotted at last. He couldn't really do much of that.
Yeah, time low again for 5 stars, but this time they have a lot more control, and they have the man advantage working in their favor as well. I'm just on a very deep roam. Could be going for a bit of a flank, which really could put a damper on this 5 stars party. Player's still upstairs. It's Rush. He could be getting caught off guard, although I think that he'll be guarding that hatch instead, or any of these vertical positions. There goes a grenade. One got swallowed by an ADS, and that one was a bounce off and got swallowed up as well.
That's so unlikely.
So that's Tony staying alive off of Rush's a bit of a whiff with those grenades. But look at that timer, only 15 seconds to go. They're opening up that yellow wall from the sounds of it. Zephyr will be the next one to go down, but Reaper makes his way into the bomb site. Rush finds one as well. Just a noob, however, answers back immediately. 1 versus 2 now. Selberg such low HP, might as well be dead. Reaper is planting behind that throne. The plant will stick. What a beautiful kill from him, just a noob, but now it's just one player left until they move on to border, or Reference can find this, but he's at such low HP. And he's playing with the SMG-11 in hand. He now knows he's behind that throne. What a beautiful shot! What the heck did this guy just do? I'm just a noob. A beautiful clutch. Not just to win the round, but to win the map, ladies and gentlemen. We are going all the way. 5 maps.
You
Map
are going all the
5
way because I'm going to dip, everybody.
is, yep, you will dip, and I will continue to solo cast this. So if at any point you hear me just completely start rambling about things that make no sense and I've completely lost sense of reality, I don't know. Happy just
Honestly.
kicked me from the channel or something. Wow. I've said before that we're not gonna ramble. I'm especially not gonna ramble anymore now. Good night to you, Ultra, and well, everybody else, strap in, get your bro.
Oh God.
Oh, no, get your popcorn ready, because we are not going to sleep for another possibly hour. Good lord, if it goes to overtime again, oh my god, I'm gonna be here till 2 a.m. I swear to God.
You are.
Yeah, but
You
we'll
are.
be back soon. It'll be map 5. It'll be border. Everybody, get your friends, get your family. Everybody needs to be seeing this because oh my god, I did not expect this. Holy crap! Wow. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Revival League Season 2 Grand Finale, and the finale to end all finales. My name is Retro, and this time I'm joining you completely alone. Of course, I had some of the nerds for the majority of Map 1, and then I had Ultra to join me for Maps 2, 3, and 4, and for this one, for Map 5, I will be alone. It is Arctic Wolves versus 5STARS. At this point, the scores don't matter because it was 5STARS to take an initial lead. The first infinite overtime map that we saw was all the way back on map 1, where it ended up 9-7 in 5STARS' favor. Then they followed it up with another beautiful one, 7-3. Arctic Wolves answered back on Cafe with an 8-6 overtime win, and then managed it again. 8-6 overtime win on Theme Park, and now only good Lord knows what will come here of Border. I have no idea what to expect. I had the initial prediction that this wouldn't end in a 3-0 for either team, and then a further prediction that Arctic Wolves would be taking Cafe regardless of how Chile and Oregon went, which were maps 2 and 1. I had no idea what Theme Park would bring, and I have even less idea about what Border will bring. To me, it's a complete no man's land. I don't remember seeing either of these teams, ever play this map before. So it really is going to be complete no man's land. I don't know. Happy struggling to and finally managing to type "May the best team win." It really is going to be survival of the fittest, because at this point you're going to be seeing things that you've never seen before. You're going to be seeing these teams.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Wow.
attackers.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be seeing things that you've never seen before. You're going to be seeing mistakes. You're going to be seeing crazy plays. You're going to be seeing, truly, in no other way to describe it, things that you have never, ever seen before. And the reason for that is the fact that this is map 5 of an already very late start to the best of 5 series. People have had long days. People have, really had a lot to do today. Not just, maybe in their private lives, but also just in Siege to get themselves to this point. And it really is just going to be, fatigue is going to be at an all-time high. Energy is going to be at an all-time low, and morale could really be an issue as well for some of these teams. I think Arctic Wolves might have the advantage, just considering the fact that they are now coming off of 2 back-to-back wins. Of course, they were very long games, very long maps. Both went to overtime. They managed to win it out in overtime with a 2-round difference. They managed to win at 8-6 both times, but nevertheless, though, they still managed to win that. They're coming off of 2 wins, and especially if you watch that last map and that last round, you'll know how crazy of a map that was, and you'll know the clutch, the impossible clutch that had to be achieved from Arctic Wolves in order to win that, and I'm just new managed to do it. So, just based on that, I think that, morale is probably going to be a little bit higher for them, knowing that, oh my god, we have a crazy player on our team. And I think that for that reason, it really could work in their favor a little bit more. But 5STARS, for the same reason, are going to be so much hungrier than I think we saw them be on either of the 2 maps they won. So I think that they really could bite this one and not let go. But it looks like Arctic Wolves are already ready for them to be angry and aggressive and hungry by bringing that Capcan. A very, very good counter to that, and probably the best counter to that, is IQ, which 5STARS seem to have enough idea of the playstyle to know that they would probably need her. If not for the Capcan, then essentially a Valkyrie, who could potentially be on the board at some point. Isn't currently, but she's also not banned, so we really could be seeing her. Of course, wow, the opening kill, Selberg yet again finds himself with that opening frag onto Tash. Tony trying to re-aggress, taking a little bit of damage. I'm just a noob in a really good position there. It's Callum, actually, who goes from the office to manage to find that kill, but I'm just a noob from that position that I was speaking of. Instead of Fountain, did manage to find one at the Keppa, and now, all of a sudden, 5-stars find themselves with man disadvantage at hand. Rush using, of course, the Zero and his cams to disable or to destroy the mute jammers to be able to look into the site, or to be able to breach that wall open, of course. Wow, I did not even realize that the timer is so low. Wow, 5-stars are really slow in this attack, and now Reverence is in the bomb site, tried to go for the plant, but nothing can be done as it was a thorn trap to take care of Reverence. Callum found Zephyr. Yikes. If that's true, Tash just said default cam, by the way. Yeah, that is rough. And this is exactly what I was talking about. You're gonna be seeing things you've never seen before. You're gonna be seeing a default cam, probably the most basic thing in Siege. You're gonna be seeing that get left up because people are so tired and so focused on the wrong thing to the point where it is a genuine fault. Arctic Wolves find the first round, which at this point, if you've been following along, you'll know that this is not surprising at all, considering the fact that every single map so far, they managed to find that opening round every single time. And I mean every single time. Every single map so far, they managed to find the opening thing. And if not, they actually, every single overtime, they managed to find the first round. Except for the first one, I can't confirm for map one just because I didn't take notes during overtime. I was too excited. But for every other map, I can confirm that they did find the opening round in overtime and not. Of course, on Chalet, they couldn't find it in overtime because there was no overtime. But you know what I mean. On the regular round, they managed to find the round.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, okay, there we go. I just got confirmation from Observer and producer Happy that indeed, even on the map 1 with the first overtime that we saw, they found the opening round on that overtime as well. So they're definitely very good at getting these opening rounds, but they're not really too successful at getting anything else after that. Of course, you know, I say that they managed to find cafe and theme park, but how much is that really going to mean? Especially as now Twift is downed, Callum very low HP, but Tash actually ends up being the one to find the opening kill. He was outside. How was nobody covering that? Was there not a player on the Oh no, that was the player that died. It was good because I was gonna say, wasn't there a player there? Why wasn't there rushing? But no, that's the player that died. So Tash got one, got away with it. Twift's currently irretrievable, so he will go down, unless Tash can get to him in time. He might. No, Rush has that covered. Keppa will find Callum. Twift will bleed out, as he is indeed irretrievable for Tash, who dropped away anyway. And 5-stars managed to find themselves with man advantage after quite a while there. It took a while for Twift to bleed out. Twift, of course, the undisputed MVP and hero of the previous map. If you only saw the things that he did, I don't think he managed to get 20 in the end. I don't think he got the opportunity. I think he died before I think he died on 19. But nevertheless, though, undisputed hero, got an ace, completely woke the team up. And there's only so much to really say about a player who manages to pull off the amount of rounds of just unadulterated disgustingness that we could see. But now a lot of verticality coming in from 5-stars. Tash still on quite a deep roam here, pretty far away from sight. Tony in the bomb site itself, I'm just a noob, sort of extended, still close enough to contest, but also far enough to potentially let it slip. Taking a little bit of damage as well. That means they found him. Kappa will be the next one to go down as Tash takes him out from inside a passport. It looks like drone game once again is being a problem for 5-stars because they had no idea Tash was there. And Tash will find another one at the Selberg. Effectively 2 versus 2, as I don't believe that I'm just a noob is retrievable right now for either of the defenders. Might be for Tash, and if he manages to get away with that, that will be a really bad misplay for 5 stars. But 10 seconds to go. Tony still has cover of the bomb site. There goes the drop. There goes the attempted plant in the corner. Tash finds one, and he can't get the ace. Reprints, no time whatsoever on the board. Tony knows exactly where he is, and, well, at least we'll save the KD. Articles find yet another round. 5 stars really, really suffering here. Not really able to find anything. And, well, I mean, so far it remains that Twift is the only person that has aced. Everybody else managed to only get up to a 4K, and then it was either stolen or they died. But Twift managed to translate it into an ace, and it didn't even come down to 1v1. He wasn't even forced to do it. It wasn't a, match point, nothing like that. It was just, he got it. He wanted it, he got it, and we went there. What's happening? There we go. I was talking for a while there, and it was still not loading, but here we go. Another round coming out, and it will be Bathroom and Tellers for Arctical's third defense. I think this is the longest that they've held a win streak for single map. Yeah, because they started Theme Park on Attack, so yeah, this is the longest that they've had a win streak on a map. I don't think they've won 3 in a row. Maybe back on Cafe. Let me check. No. Wow. They've only ever won 2 rounds in a row, so they're matching their own streak and are looking at potentially getting another.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, I meant on the opening. You, like, I literally just said except for the theme, but they started an attack on theme. God damn it. Wait, what? No, they started on defense on theme. Oh, then I'm definitely wrong. Okay, lol. My brain's fried. I apologize for the wrong information there. Early engagement here coming out from Twift, but he will get shut down as they had the necessary cross, but immediately Callum's there. He's immediately traded out. Immediately. How many times can I say that? Not sure where Keppa was taking all the damage from. Was up from below? It must have been. He was either, oh yeah, it had to have been. Yeah, yep. I thought it was either that or a team kill, but like, who would be shooting at him? Tash will find Zeppin, and I was gonna actually mention him before that entire ordeal with Keppa taking damage from nowhere. That Tash is still lurking around the east stairs and could be finding some damage as well, and he did find just as much. Found that kill there. Now, 90 seconds to go. Again, 5 stars being rather slow with their attacks. They have had this issue all throughout, and it persists again. Of course, they do have that vertical control now, so it's not as slow as we know them to be, but there's still so much work for them to do. That I don't know if they're going to have the necessary utility and time to be able to do it, especially without proper vertical pressure from either the sledge or the buck. Losing both of those operators definitely is not ideal, as they only have 3 of those breach charges, but they're able to find a kill using them anyway. I was going to say that they need to know exactly where to put them. They need to be very, very careful about where they put them so that they are going to be in a good position, and that's exactly what they did. Tash and I'm Just a Noob now trying to make something happen with this. Tash sees a couple of players there, not able to find anything. I'm Just a Noob trying to pressure on the bathroom side, but it's Keppa upstairs still with that hatch control and that vertical control as well that will be able to shut them down should they try anything. And even if they manage to find Reprints and Zephyrus, it's not really going to mean all that much, and it's actually Keppa and Reprints that both pick up a kill for their own. The round finally going 5 stars way, and they're shutting this streak down for the first time. Well, not for the first time, but again. Well, is it? I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I really apologize. My casting is really going to go down the dumps now because this is map 5. I've already been casting all day. My mouth and my voice, they're all gone. So this is gonna be quite a bit tougher
Attackers need to locate
to do. So I apologize if my information is a little bit off and if my general demeanor is a little bit off. It really has been a long day, but I will try to deliver. And of course, being alone, that I feel like does a lot of damage, because usually whenever I'm alone, it's like okay, it's like sort of like midday and I'm like a lot more prepared for it. But after this amount of time, and especially when I've already gotten so used to casting alongside someone else, it is quite difficult. But I will try to do my best to deliver as good of a map as I can here for this final one, to give it a proper send-off. Of course, it's all to play for here for both of these teams. Arctic Wolves are looking to remain Revival League champions. 5STARS looking to dethrone them, and they're representing Premier League in its entirety. Every Premier League team is essentially now just waiting for 5STARS to win this in their name. Premier League teams everywhere.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Initial pressure here coming out from the same side again. Of course, they managed to find that opening kill last time here, but they weren't really able to do much after that, especially with how slow they were. So hopefully this time it's not really going to go that same way for them. 50 seconds already of this round gone. Twift opening up that door and trying to find a little bit more eyesight onto these players. Reapers was the first one to go down. It was a run out from Tash that got him that kill, and it took down their only hard breacher. Once again, that happened to 5STARS. They were able to get a refrag onto Tony, and now they found another one of the Tash that's a direct refrag, and Rush is now trying to find something with a grenade. Little does he know that Callum, the player that he was trying to get with that grenade, has retreated far back into the bomb site already, and is just going to be awaiting their push. Much better time management here from 5STARS, as they already have that southern side of the map control with 90 seconds to go, and they're continuing with this man count going their way as Selberg takes down just a noob. Twift taking a lot of damage, didn't really anticipate somebody to jump out that window, and Selberg will pick up his third. 5STARS win the round, equalize the scoreline, and continue with the pace of potentially winning this half. And then on a sort of mid-range defense-sided border, could potentially even be finding a, map win, could potentially end this best of 5. Earlier, Ultra asked me, who my bias is for, who I would prefer to win, and I said that I would like for 5STARS to win. I said that would be pretty cool, just considering the fact, of course, I already said it. They are the Premier League team. Would it be cool if we had a Premier League team win it? It would really show that, Premier League teams can be really, really strong as well.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And also, I generally don't like repeat winners too much. I think anybody that watches F1, the same way that I do, will know how truly annoying that can be. Of course, having to watch, Lewis Hamilton win it time and time again, now having to watch Max Verstappen, it's not all that fun seeing the same exact person and team win it all the time. I do like to see other people get a little bit of that glory, so for that reason as well, I would like 5STARS to win. At this point, I have no biases. All of those biases blew out the window. Whoever can get us over the finish line quicker, I'm rooting for them. I'm really sorry to all the Arctic Wolves fans and all the 5STARS fans that might be wanting me to root for them. Whoever wins, I've rooted for them all along. But anyway, another push onto the vents bomb site for 5STARS. Of course, the last time did not really work out for them. They managed to get it sort of, to a point where they could maybe win. But then they just weren't able to clutch it. There was just no much time. There was no more time, and they were far too slow which seems to be a problem for them time and time again. So hopefully this time they're not going to have that same issue and they're going to be able to go a little bit quicker. But so much of that time is already gone and they really don't seem to have all that much control just yet. Rush, however, finds an opening kill there onto Callum. Finally managed to isolate that player and give them a little bit more breathing room. Rush now going for a bit of a clone to try and find a little bit of information, and as Quick tried to shoot out that clone, Selberg knew exactly where he was and was able to follow it up with a beautiful kill. And Gone 6 went out towards east to find that shield. Tony, how the hell was he allowed to do that? Finds one kill. Tash is able to find another. He is immediately shut down, however. How did they let that cam be up? What? Oh my, at first it was default cam all the way back on round 1 and now that? What are they doing? I mean, I said it already, but it still shocks me. I said that we're going to be seeing so many mistakes because people are tired, but what? Oh, never mind. Everything's castled off. I was going to say, if I'm just going to be able to kill Keppa here because he's just sort of in the middle of nowhere droning, I was going to be mad, but no. He's not going to get a chance to do that. He's going to get a chance to shoot his toes, however. Keppa did manage to place that castle barricade down and is going to be able to traverse further through that main lobby, but how much is that really going to be worth, especially as that time's now going down and Tony is so far away all the way inside of vents. They could be contesting this entire bathroom side push coming up from 5STARS. Oh, he sees the head there of one of the players. Can't quite find that kill. 30 seconds to go. 5STARS really have to make a move, and they have to make it soon. Tony still inside of vents, just waiting for somebody to peek their head on through. Oh my god, and he finds Zephin. Zephin had information, tried to go for the kill, couldn't find it. Reaper's now going for the plant. His teammate a little bit too far from him. What? Tony! Oh, actually, never mind. It was Tony. I thought it was just a noob that found that angle somehow, but no, it was actually Tony from all the way inside of vents, and it's Just a Noob to find Keppa there at the end. He tried to hold on, brought it down to 1 versus 1, but ultimately it was Just a Noob to win it, and Arctic Wolves retake the lead. Unbelievable. Unbelievably misplayed from 5STARS all throughout. Zephin, for absolutely no reason, peeked Tony on an angle that he could not contest. There is no amount of information that you could have. He sees your head before you can see him, and he is prone, which makes him a tiny, tiny little speck on the ground for you to try and shoot. Do not ever peek that. If you're watching this currently and you think, oh, I want to be like Zephin, I want to do Zephin things, that is one of the things that you absolutely will not be doing, because that is such a bad idea that was never going to work. I don't know what he did. They didn't need to do that. That's the sort of overwhelming issue, is that he didn't need to do that. It wasn't a 1v3 where he's scrambling to do anything, and if it's risky, well, it might work. No, it was, they had man advantage, they had an avenue of entrance, they clearly had information about where he was because he peeked him perfectly. It was just an unwinnable gunfight, but if they had information about where he was and where he was aiming at, they knew that they could actually go in through the bathroom rotate and enter the site and try to go for plant. There was zero, and I mean zero, reason for him to try and peek that. I will never get over that. There was no reason to peek that. They had med advantage. They could have had the cross cover. Reburns goes for plant. Keppa's all the way inside of square. He can hold up Just a Noob if he tries to go through customs or if he tries to go through main lobby. And then you have Zephin holding behind, holding down Tony if he tries to push in anywhere through workshop. Reapers is going to get the plant down. The plant will be down. Reapers is going to have his gun up. And then you can unnecessarily peek stupid angles. But not before. Never before. Why would you do that? I'm so upset about that right now. And I think they lost a round that could have been free. It reminds me of so many other times that 5STARS have done this. It is like they love to torture me with rounds that make zero sense for them to play the way that they do. They've already wasted a minute. They still have not gained any semblance of map control whatsoever. And they're attacking onto Bathroom Tillers, which of course was a site that they had won. the first round that they had won. But I am slowly starting to lose faith in their general game sense that they're going to be able to do this. That is now Zephyr again with the sledge, trying to give himself quite a bit of line of sight there onto the bomb site itself. And it's Justin that will find the opening kill us again. He was allowed upstairs. How does this happen again? Tash is still on a tear. He will find Keppa. Reference finally finding Twiff, but still not finding Tash. And Tash has now tucked himself into the corner in office, and he's not going to be able to get cleared out because they have no information. And it doesn't look like that's what they're even trying to do. Okay, now it does. As Reprince is trying to open up the wall into Fountain, or not Reprince, it was Selberg. Reprince in the meantime opening up this castle barricade, and they're going to try and double pinch him. But again, they have no information or idea about where he is. So they're just going to waste so much more time. What am I watching? Unbelievable. There goes Flashbangs. They have some information about where he is, except none at all. He's able to find Reprints, immediately refract, thankfully. But look at that time, and look at how many people they have left compared to their opponents at this time. And not even anymore as Zeppelin goes down. Selberg now all alone, 1 versus 3. Time as low as it can be.
10 seconds left.
Trying to find this round. He will find one at the Callum. 5 seconds to go. Diffuser in hand. He's going to have to jump in through the window. He'll manage to do that. He now knows both players are all the way on the custom side, but he doesn't have enough time to even try and get that plant down. And the round once again going Arctic Wolves. Because why? 5STARS cannot drone, apparently. What did I just witness? I mean, it is a defender-sided map. But they didn't lose that because of defense or attack. They didn't lose that because they were on the wrong side. They lost that because they played it so stupidly. Both times. Zephyn did not need to peek back on round 5. And on round 6, just how did they let that happen? This has actually happened to 5STARS before, where it was on Chalet. I think it might have actually been against Arctic Wolves. It was either Arctic Wolves or Eterna back in the upper bracket, either semifinals or finals. But they had the exact same issue, where they just kept getting flanked on Chalet, which is a very flank-heavy map. And they just kept getting flanked time and time and time again. It was actually against Arctic Wolves because the third map was supposed to be Cafe. And I was saying that that's another very flank-heavy map, and if they don't figure this out, they're going to get absolutely decimated on Cafe. And then they got decimated on Villa instead, which is also a very flank-heavy map. So the fact that they're repeating these same mistakes, of course, I said that this would happen because of fatigue and because they're also tired. But it's such a basic principle of Siege to have flank watch. Where was it? I mean, luckily, thank God they didn't have a Nomad, because if they had a Nomad and Tash was still able to do that, then I'd be pissed. But still, they had so much information, so many drones. Where are they? You have 10 drones at your disposal, and you still let Tash take care of your entire team and waste 3 minutes of your time? How? I don't get it. But now they're in defense, so they don't really have to worry about it that much. But they're going to have to worry about it if Arctic Wolves are better at doing it than they are. Arctic Wolves, see, already way better on those drones, and they're the team that we were griping on for ages about how they don't know how to drone, and how they have been misdroning all around. And now for the past 2 maps, it seems like 5STARS decided that they wanted a little piece of that misdroning pie, and have been completely letting it slip. But Selberg, on a very deep ROM down below, because Tash limited information that could be going down next, or first, rather. Half of that wall has been left open, or a third of that wall has been left, not open, but soft, so... Oh, but now that, what's it called? Jackal track will find, the player inside of office. The opening kill did go 5STARS' way, as it was indeed Selberg on the road that was able to find Tash, but immediately again traded out, as that was Callum that found Rush. Was it? I don't know. It was somebody. Somebody found Rush. Nevertheless, 90 seconds to go. Arctic Wolves are still looking pretty good. They have all of this map control on the southern side. Now it's just about trying to gain an entrance into the bomb site itself. That's, I believe, Reaper is still behind that wall, not letting anything slip past him. He has the cross cover from Keppa as well. A bit of a pixel angle there onto the wall. Wall will be getting opened up. They can't quite get the other one open because of the mute jammer there. Keppa is trying to get that shot out, but of course, if he tries to peek that again, he will get shot. Twift will find Selberg. Twift in the Fenrir gadget. How? 3v4 now. Keppa has retreated all the way back to the bomb site. Reprints couldn't do anything when he was all alone. 2v4 now for 5STARS. Zephyr taking a lot of damage. Keppa from inside of Archives is going to have to try and do something. Zephyr finds a wall bang up to Callum. 30 seconds to go. Still so much time, considering how much utility and how many players Arctic Wolves still have at their disposal. Twift trying to rotate around through the outside. Zephyr, low HP, still trying to contest. There goes a C4. It won't find anybody. It finds a little bit of HP if I'm just doing, but that's all. Keppa. Oh my god! What did they just let Twift do? I could not agree more with those question marks. What? 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 Where are your headphones, Keppa? Bro, how did you not hear the man? The lion is like one of the heaviest operators in the game. He makes so much noise. I want to hear the comms of that round from the side of 5STARS. I want to know, because the only way that that's justifiable for Keppa to live through is if everybody was screaming. At this point, this has become a hate session for 5STARS, and the reason for it is because so many of these things are so basic that it upsets me that 5STARS, who've gone such a long way, are letting this happen. It pains me knowing the things that they have done so far, knowing the perfect score, the near perfect score that they had in the qualifiers, the near flawless run that they had throughout the entire Premier League. A beautiful comeback after losing it in the lower bracket, or the upper bracket, the upper bracket finals. The beautiful comeback against the Turno to win a 2-0 in the lower bracket finals, to get all the way here to grand finals, to win the first two maps, and then take it to overtime for the following two, and now on map 5, losing it to the most basic things. Round 1, default cam still up, they were slow as hell. It was 10 seconds on the round. They had no control, and they tried to go for a Hail Mary plant that, of course, backfired. You know, round 5, the Zephyr peak that didn't need to happen. Round 6, where they just let Tash tear through them. And now this round, where I don't know if Reprints overstayed his welcome or what exactly happened, but none of what has happened right now to 5STARS that was negative could have happened. It truly isn't at this point even to, oh, Arctic are just better or whatever. Because it's just, of course, they are really, really good. They wouldn't be here where they are if they weren't. I'm not trying to dispute that. I'm just saying that they are just taking advantage of 5STARS having misplay after misplay. Good God. Anyway, defending Vents now, trying to defend that bomb site. And Reprints, who is trying to hold up inside of Office, has to retreat as there's too much pressure on him. Keppa will find the opener there on the Twift, but Selberg is now about to be under a lot of pressure. Zephyr is there to help, and he will find Tash. The grenade will not connect. 5STARS finally looking a little bit better, but look who's creeping through bathroom or through tellers. It's Callum. He could be finding a little bit of pressure of his own. Here goes a drone through the wall. He's going to try and find a little bit of information. I do believe that a Russian knows that he got drone. Nope, he has no clue. Zephyr looking through the skies, looking through those vertical holes, trying to deny any more advantage coming Arctic Wolves' way. Of course, they don't have too much at this point, but that could change all in a heartbeat. 70 seconds still to go. More than enough time, but Keppa will find yet another one on the Callum, and now it's looking grim for Tony and I'm just new, but Keppa's making so much noise behind that table that I don't know how he thought that he would be alive. Tony manages to find him. Rotates back around to the bathroom. Rotate. I'm just a noob still upstairs. Some information about where Zephyr is. I'm just a noob. Drop down. He finds the kill into Zephyr, who was completely clueless about a potential drop down from those stairs, as I don't think he expected anybody to still be up there. I'm just a noob finds Selberg, and suddenly this round is blown wide open. 30 seconds still left to go. More than enough time for them. But Rush will be rotating upstairs. The right call in this situation. Plant being attempted by Tony. He has to rotate from it as he understands there's a player still above. Overextends a little bit. Reprints finds the kill. Tony now, I'm just a noob now all alone. Once again in a clutch situation. Manages to find Reprints. He's going to be rotating all the way around to try and find that plant. Rush will have to drop, and that will be loud. The plant canceled by Just a Noob, who now has all the utility and all the information that he needs. Thank God. The timer finally ran out onto Arctic Wolves instead of it being the other way around for once. Although Just a Noob absolutely 100% would have found that kill. I'm just saying, he absolutely would have found that kill because Rush was in a completely horrible position there to try and contest that. Which, luckily enough for him, he didn't need to contest it. He just needed to hide. And I'm glad that he didn't try to contest it because there was no way he's winning that because he has no idea where the other person is. He was still thinking that he was going to try and swing him through the doorway. He didn't. He went around the pillar, and he absolutely could have found him. But 5STARS managed to cut a little bit into that lead that Arctic Wolves are now built on themselves and are going to have to try and put a little bit more on that cake. Arctic Wolves just a step away from match and series points. They're just a step away from securing themselves at least overtime, which of course is only going to wear out 5STARS even more, even if they manage to equalize. Of course, we've seen them both equalize at this point. We've seen 5STARS manage to equalize at this point back on Cafe, even though Arctic Wolves managed to prevail. And then Arctic Wolves managed to equalize from this point on Theme Park. So this really could go either way, but I don't know what I want to predict anymore. 5STARS might be coming back alive. They might be feeling a little bit better. It's gonna be a long while before I can say that with 100% certainty, though. It will be a bathroom hold this time, and a lot of pressure already being put onto the bomb site itself. A jump in for Callum does not work out. Keppa has that covered off. They lost their bucks, so that means any vertical pressure that they wanted to do will have to be achieved with Just a Noob and his breach charges. Of course, something that we saw 5STARS be forced to do back on their attacking half, and they were able to do that, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it again. Rush at the bottom of the east stairs couldn't do anything. He was going to get pinched in a second anyway. So Twift maybe did him a favor by taking him out. Lion E1D scan goes out. A couple of the players were caught by it, but not really enough to mean anything. Selberg is able to find Tash. Tony, I thought he dropped the hatch, but no, he just dropped outside, nearby the window. Oh my god. Just a Noob sees Reprints in his leg. Reprints has pulled himself back a little bit further. The clutch of that. But I do believe Just a Noob is preparing yet another one of those, and he will find him. But of course, Reprints, as he is Doc, is able to find himself a little bit more HP. Selberg, under a lot of pressure here inside Customs, can't waste any more time. Just a Noob will cut him off. Reprints still in that god-awful position, but so far so good. They're going to be trying to open up this wall now, or nope, they're not going to be trying to open up. He's just going to clear the mute jammer. And now, again, Reprints is in such a bad position that he cannot move. He just has to stay there and has to stay alive. Zephyr, in the meantime, has managed to go on a bit of a roam and a bit of a flank, and he could just be finding... I think that's Just a Noob outside there. All three attackers quite low HP. They're all about a bullet's worth away from death. It's actually Tony there. Stefan, where are you going? He has no idea. He's breaking this doorway now, giving himself away completely. 35 seconds to go. Twift is right at the bottom of the east stairs. Just a Noob looks to be hunting for Zephyr, perhaps, which really would not go well for 5STARS. time is not in Arctical's favor. Zephyr going back on that roam. He just missed Tony there. He might be able to find him here through this hole. He knows. Oh, wow. So unlucky. Now they made themselves an entrance that Zephyr cannot contest. Justin Noob is right behind him, but Zephyr is able to contest onto Twift. Immediately traded out. Reprints finds Justin Noob. It's all down to Tony. 1v2. Keppa will find him finally, and 5STARS take the round. Oh my goodness, this has been so nerve-wracking all throughout. I've not taken a single note since that Zephyr peak back on round 5, so I have no idea how these rounds have gone, but 5STARS put themselves a step away from equalizing this, and could be looking at potentially taking this, which it's still such a long way away. I know that, you know, oh, it's only 2 rounds, it's only 3 rounds. But, and I would agree in every single other situation. I would agree if this was map 1. I would agree if this was, you know, start of the season, end of the season. I would agree in every single other situation. Considering the fact that this is map 5 of a best of 5, every single rule flies out the window.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
And that's all that I have to say on that. I have really no idea if I broke down the attack from Arcticals at all that round. They tried to go for rush, it didn't work. They tried to gain a little bit of vertical pressure. They weren't really able to gain too much, and then they wasted about a minute and a half at the bottom of the E stairs just trying to get themselves reorganized. And of course, working with such low HP, no information, limited utility, really wasn't too much for them to do. I think losing those early players definitely played a part in how that round went. They were able to bring it down all the way down to a 1v2, which is more than you could ask for in a situation like that, but still, it was too little too late, unfortunately. 5STARS now defending Customs and... what's the other bomb site called? Supply? I think so. Okay, thank you. It is called Supply. Frankly, I don't know what to call that because I never play this site. But yeah, they are playing Customs and Supply, and it looks like the initial pressure is already coming in here from the passport side that Zephyr tried to block off with the... wow, with the bandit charges. Instead, it goes to C4, and Callum is down. That is the shield off the board, and that will be huge for the remainder of this round for both of these teams. For 5STARS, and the fact that they do not have to deal with the shield anymore, there is going to be a lot easier. But for Arcticals, is the fact that they do not have their shield anymore, and now they have to waste the only 2 remaining impact EMPs on that bandit charge. Of course, they were able to finally take it out, and the E1D scan will go out to follow it as well. They did manage to open up that jail wall, but it's unknown yet how much that's really going to mean to them. 90 seconds still to go. Oh, good lord. That's so unfortunate for Rush. He was under a lot of pressure. E1D scan. Very, very quick. Justin Noob, he found that kill. Oh, got a lot of pressure there onto whoever that was. I think it might have been Selberg, but Zephyr was able to find Swift. What a shot there onto Tony! Oh my lord. Justin Noob dropping the workshop hatch, trying to still hunt the player that was there. That they had information on, but had no information about where he went. And now one of the defenders has retaken upstairs, but Tash seems to be on the hunt for that particular player. I don't know who that is. Fortunately, Tash only has one avenue to try and find him. Oh, good lord, that's a thorn trap going away as well, finding him, but Selberg is found as well. Tash, the beautiful kill, immediately traded out. Keppa is there, and now he's under a lot of pressure from Justin Noob. He pulled off a clutch like this before back on Theme Park. Can he do it again? Doing a lot of damage there onto Keppa. I don't think he even knows how much damage he did. Finds the kill. 18 seconds to go now. Diffuser is not in his possession. Zephyr tried to contest, but it didn't work, and it's all down to reprints now. 1v1. Justin Noob, such low HP. He has to run. They have information. He cannot find it. Thank good God. If reprints lost that, I would have been... I genuinely would have been upset. Not because I don't want Arcticals to win, but because I don't want 5-stars to be throwing rounds like that. That truly would have been a throw, in every sense of the word, because a 3v1 where, again, you do not need to peek. Just to throw it out there, Keppa did not need to peek. Zephyr for 100% did not need to peek. And then they had so much information about reprints which also tells me that reprints had no idea that they had that much information on them. So that really could have worked out completely wrong for 5-stars, but they did manage to find that round. Reprints with the sort of clutch. And now round 11 begins. We are definitely confirmed to see all 12 rounds of regulation. Whether that means that we're going to be seeing overtime as well is unknown at this point. Keppa struggling a little bit there with shooting those drones.
10 seconds left.
Defending Armory and Throne yet again. We've seen 5-stars here before. My memory serves me correctly. It was a round that was completely abysmal for the side of 5-stars, who had everything going for them except the fact that they couldn't stop being in their own way, and they lost it in a quite an annoying fashion where they just gave too much of themselves away too quickly, and they really weren't able to recover from that. But hopefully this time they're going to be able to not really give away that much of themselves. Of course, Arctic Wolves so far have been very methodical with the way that they work. I think this is the best form that we've seen them in for a while. As far as droning and information goes, it is something that they've struggled time and time again throughout all of these maps so far. And right now, it is the best that we've ever seen them as far as that goes. And Callum will be finding that first opening frag onto Zephyr, no less. That means that those smokes, should Callum still have them come late round, could really be playing an important part. Reprints, what are you doing? He has the shotgun, but what are you doing? There was no reason for him to do that, especially considering the fact that you just got spotted by the Jackal. He goes down. Selberg taking a lot of damage, and it's another completely abysmal play from 5-stars all around. Arctic Wolves don't really even need to do anything. They're just taking advantage of the misplays from 5-stars. I'm really not sure how Zephyr died, but Reprints died because he overextended and got a little too excited when he really didn't need to. Rush now being droned out this position. I'm surprised that he is still able to hold on to, considering how late in the round it is. But there's still a minute to go for Arctic Wolves. They still have so much time and the man advantage in their favor. Rush finally with an answer onto him, just a noob, and retreats from the position that he had been allowed to hold on to far too long. Selberg finds Callum, but immediately traded out through the wall. I don't know if they know that he's downed, but they're definitely going to be gumming for him. Keppa and Rush now all alone. There goes the jump in through the window. Far away angle grants Keppa the kill. 2v2, 45 seconds to go. Still, again, more than enough time here for Arctic Wolves. They cannot breach the wall. Oh, they're going to be able to, actually. No, I didn't realize that was already on the wall. There we go. The wall is going to get breached into the bomb site itself, and if they're able to pull off a plant behind that bomb chassis, it is all over for 5-stars. Keppa still has a C4 in hand, but from this far away, he's not going to be able to utilize that at all. Tash going in through the doorway, trying to make something happen from there. He gets shut down. Now on the breach, beautiful shot from Keppa. 1 and 2, he finds the round. 5-stars put themselves on match point first. Oh my goodness, but I don't know. I truly don't know if this means that we're going to be seeing 5-stars take it all home, or if we're going to be seeing Wolves retake it here, and if we're going to be seeing overtime for the fourth time, because there was only one round, only one map that didn't have overtime. So we might be looking at overtime for the 5th time here tonight. Arctic Wolves taking a timeout. This is the second timeout that we've seen all night, and both of them have been from Arctic Wolves. Of course, this is the final round. Potentially, if they're going to take a timeout, it needs to be now. They did it in a similar fashion back on Theme Park, where they did the exact same thing. It was at this point that they took a timeout, and it worked out perfectly in their favor because they ended up winning the next 3 rounds that they needed. Was it that way, or were articles already? Oh, okay, because I wasn't sure if 5 stars were on match point first there as well, but or if articles were first on match point on theme park. But no, indeed it was 5 stars first on match point back on theme park as well, and it was the exact same round that they decided to take a timeout. Worked beautifully for them as they were able to win 3 rounds consecutively and take us well here. And here we go, potentially final round of this entire ordeal is upon us. Bathroom tellers again.
Bomb located by attackers.
If I could remember how to tell you, I think the way that it went for 5 stars is, Articles got a little bit overzealous. Immediately, Callum jumped in through the window into Tellers, lost his life right away. I think it was Rush then. I found Tash, who was completely unaware. No, that was a different round. Well, quite a lot happened. 5 stars did manage to win it.
5 seconds left.
What?
Attackers objective.
Yeah, it does. That was Observer Happy in my ear saying it all blurs together. It really does. After 5 maps, it all blurs together. And of course, the downside is the fact that I decided to not start keeping any notes. After round 5, I sort of just couldn't keep up anymore. But if I did keep any notes, that would probably help me with my information a lot better. But in any case, though, I do know for a fact the fact that 5 stars did manage to win that round. And now they're looking to win it again. Zephan getting droned out and running for the hills, deciding to not give them anything to bite onto. Slipping away before they could take care of him. Of course, not holding onto that top floor advantage or top floor control for long enough at all. Keppa blowing a C4, the only C4 fairly on the side of the fence. Not able to pick up anything with it. Meanwhile, Reprints still on this hatch. I think that's Selberg joining him as well. So they're still going to be holding on to that top floor control where it matters, over on the office side of things rather instead of armory, which of course isn't above the bomb site itself, so it's not as important. And Twift is going to get taken down first. Selberg running for the hills. It looks like 5 stars have entered this round with a new strategy of if you get a kill, run, or if you get droned, run. Just run everywhere. Do not stay in one place for too long. It is a perfect strategy for them currently, considering the fact that they have struggled with that quite a bit, where, you know, they get droned out, they get, you know, too aggressive, too overzealous, and they're just not able to do anything. Tash's clone following, I don't know who that was, but following him all through sight, just chilling. I think it might have been Zephan, and he would get shut down as Tash now knew exactly where he was, off the back of the fact that the drone was following him for like a million years. Tash now with the grenade is trying to catch a little bit of utility there in the bomb site. Not sure what exactly it was. Might have been a Fenrir gadget. That would be my guess, considering where it was. That was a bulletproof cam. Okay, thank you. Do they? Oh, they do have one. Or had they had one? Rush in a pretty crucial position here, could be taken down. Somebody here, should they peek onto him, it could be Callum. Especially with the fact that he's now being distracted a little bit from the player. Oh, but he knows that there's a player there, or he at least had an inkling that it might be somebody there. But Rush was a little too good with it. Tony now in the bomb site itself could be going for the plant. The timer is so low. He will be going for the plant. I don't know why he didn't go sooner. Oh my goodness. Keppa will find. I'm just too noob. Keppa now aggressing into the bomb site. Can't quite find. Tony, Tash, and Tony both now in sight. Hatch control being regained by Reprints. He finds the kill there onto Tony. He still has one syringe left to heal himself back up to full HP. What is Selberg doing?
Attackers need to
Selberg, my guy. Okay, Tash finally finds the kill. He was showing off that one a little bit. What? He finds one at the reprints as well. Now it's all down to Rush to try and clutch this around that should not be in a clutch situation at all. And Tash finds it. What is he doing? How did they lose? I want to go home. I don't want to do this anymore. What? What? Oh. Once they had that man advantage when Rush killed Callum, I was like, okay. I was catching my breath to, say, oh, and it's all over now, and we get to all go to sleep, and congratulations. And now I have to cast again. It's Infinite OT. Oh my god, this could go on forever. We were joking about that before. Whenever we said, oh, this could go on forever. Oh, wouldn't that be fun? We were joking. I'm, at this point, not joking. Because it could go on forever, and I'm stuck here. Forever. I'll kill them all, I swear to god. If this goes on for like... If this goes on past 20 rounds... Just... I don't know at that point. I have no idea how Kixon and Taro did that at SI 2019 when it was G2 Empire 22 rounds on coastline. I don't know how they did that, truly. In fairness, okay, just to be fair here, okay, they didn't have that late of a start. And it was on map 1. Okay, they got it over with map 1, right? It wasn't map 5 at 1 a.m. Oh my god, it's past 1. Anyway, 30 seconds of this round gone. Initial pressure there. Where did Zephyr take all that damage? Never mind, he's dead. And so is Rush, bro. I swear to god I'm gonna get a noise complaint from how much I'm yelling about what 5STARS are doing. Reprints having to retreat. Selberg still trying to hold the pressure down from jail potentially. Which does look like a wall has been opened there, so that could be a potential pressure point. It is indeed open, so they could be looking through that, but again, this time they have their shield at their disposal. Before, whenever we saw Callum playing the shield, it was back when 5STARS were defending customs and supply, and the shield was dead immediately. They were able to win that round and gain a little bit more advantage. I'm just taking a little bit of damage, really not enough for it to mean anything for them currently. Reference is sort of stuck where he is right now. Actually, never mind. Okay, I thought that door was castled off as well inside the tellers. I was like, he's stuck there. He can't go anywhere. But no, he's fine. That door is still open for him. And Callum is going to be jumping into vents, no doubtedly going for the plant. That's exactly what he's doing. They have no utility to try and contest against this. Players aren't in position to be able to contest against that. Selberg does find it down there. Keppa immediately dead. There goes the drop. Keppa, or that's Selberg that finds him. There goes Reprints dead, and Selberg is all alone. There's nothing that he could do, and Arctic Wolves take the round. Suddenly, they are on overtime match point. Why? Because 5STARS like to mess around. And now, do you want to know the kicker of this entire story? Is the 5STARS had everything going for them, I don't know, 2 rounds ago, where they absolutely should have taken it all in regulation back on round 12. And now, they're going back to attack, where, get this, they were terrible on attack back when they were attacking for real. They were good for the 2 rounds that they were able to win. Well, sorta. They were good on the bathroom attack. Against sorta. And then, good lord, I cannot remember how that armory attack went the second time around.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I think it's just that they had so much pressure. Everything's blurring together. Everything that Arctic Wolves did on their attacks is blurring to me like 5STARS did it when that's not what happened, and my brain just doesn't know what to do anymore. But anyway, they're attacking now onto Armory again, which the first time around, if you remember, it got down to 10 seconds, where 5STARS had nothing, no control, limited utility, limited people, and nothing that they did work.
5 seconds left.
And then they had 2 rounds that absolutely should have been theirs,
Attackers are moving.
that they just decided that they weren't gonna win, because they wanted to, I don't know,
Attackers have located
give themselves a
bomb.
challenge. Because the reason why I say it that way and not say, oh, Arctic Wolves are just about, because it was complete misplays coming out from 5STARS. Like, a few of these rounds, I'll give it to Arctic Wolves, they really did pull out their best, but at the same time, they're really not doing much. They're just taking advantage of everything the 5STARS are doing wrong, and there are so many things that they are doing wrong. Again, I said that this was going to be happening because it's 5 maps in, and everybody's tired, but it still catches me off guard how many mistakes 5STARS are making. In any case, 45 seconds off the round, already gone. This time they managed to cover off their runouts with the Claymores. Hopefully those are going to be in their favor. There's no Solus to tell them that those are there, and with the Ying on board, they might be able to pull off a rush here. But of course, there's still a Warden to contest against, and there is, oh, so many C4s. Just so many C4s. And of course, the Mira as well. So there's going to be a lot of utility still for 5STARS to face against, and of course they are an overtime match point. They have to take this round in order to win it. They have to take this round in order to still be given another chance. There's no other chances. If they lose it here, we lose it. Well, we don't. They do. Was that a drone being thrown? What the heck was that? It was a cell. I was hoping it wasn't. Selberg managed to find the opening kill there onto Tony. Not the operator they wanted dead. They would have wished one of the C4... Well, I guess one of the C4s did go, but they would have wished that perhaps the Warden would have died. Because that could really sour their plans with the Ying. Oh my god. Okay, Callum did not find the kill there, which I really thought that he could, and now he's going to try and go for a C4. C4 will not connect, but Selberg will connect onto Tash. He's very low HP, but still largely uncontested. And now Callum is trying to go for a Hail Mary flank, whatever this is. And he might just be able to do it. There goes the Candelas, and there goes the plant attempt from Reapers. No C4s remaining. Twift is able to find one. So is someone else. I don't know who that was. Callum is able to find Keppa 2v2. Post-plant situation. Zeppin finds Callum. It's all down to him. Just to noob, of course. He is the Warden, so he is able to find these peaks through the Candelas and through the smokes, all of which are gone at this point. Found quite a lot of HP there onto Zeppin. Not enough, really, to kill him. And now, behind those Talonate shields, he just has to hold. No C4 in his hand. He brought the shield instead. He knows exactly where Reprince is, and he finds him somehow. But now the timer is so low, he has to go outside, and Zeppin, too quick with it, finds the kill. And we're in this for the long run. And especially, you know what's happening now? Everybody that watching, do you know what's happening now? This isn't now, oh, round 15, best of, both worlds, and whoever wins it, no, this isn't sudden death. This isn't. You see how it says? I already explained this before. You see how it says underneath the score line, how it says overtime, like right above the bands, right above the operator bands, how it says overtime instead of it saying overtime match point. That is because we are in infinite overtime, which means that we need a 2-round difference. Which is why the previous round, Arctic Wolves were on overtime match point because they had a 1-round difference. And so if they'd won that round, they would have, won it all because they had 2-round difference. But now, they do not have 2-round difference, and neither do 5STARS, because they just managed to equalize. So now it's going to take all the way into...
Barricade up!
10 seconds left before insertion.
Oh, that is unlucky. Yeah, that is really unlucky per
Defuse a bomb.
Revival League rules. the round begins is when the prep phase begins, unfortunately. So, and the issues that people might have that are cause for rehost have to be called in the operator selection. So, now that prep phase had begun and Arctic was a call for rehost, they were not able to be granted it as it was a little bit too late, unfortunately. But it looks like they're well prepared to contest against this regardless. Callum already with the shield pushing in. Of course, Monty in play yet again. It worked and didn't, depending on the round. And now Zephan all alone, having to retreat as he cannot really contest against the Monty, but he can contest against the Ace. Can't find the finisher as he downs him. Couldn't find him through the wall. He crawled away already, and now he's able to get retrieved. The diffuser is safe and sound as well, and as is their hard breacher, but their Monty is not. Callum is able to find that kill at the Callum is able to find the kill at the Callum. No, it was Keppa that managed to find the kill at the Callum. Meanwhile, Reprints died. Could not tell you where, as I didn't even realize it until I just looked. We are back on Bathroom Tellers, which worked really well for 5STARS and then worked abysmally when they threw. And I'm just an Uber Fine Rush, so that will give another advantage here to Arctic Wolves. Still so much time left to go. There's a definite difference between the way that both of these teams attack, and that is that Arctic Wolves are definitely very quick with it, and now all down to Keppa, 1 versus 3. Plant going down, grenade being tossed in his face. He cannot even find the kill there onto Tash. I do believe that the ping had a little bit to do with that, considering how fast he was moving and how much he was whiffing. Actually, no, never mind. His ping stabilized. So what the heck was the rehost called for? I guess it stabilized after that. I don't know, but now Arctic Wolves are back on overtime match point. They have to win this right. Okay, this is the second time that this has happened for Arctic Wolves, in fairness, is the fact that they started the round, had really bad ping, Tony all the way back at the start of Theme Park had like 700 ping, and then he was fine. So Arctic Wolves really need to check their bandwidth and see what the heck is going on with that. But nevertheless, though, back on overtime match point, back on defense. There is only so many times the 5STARS can completely botch around before it catches up to them. It will be another Bathroom Tellers defense.
Bomb located by attackers.
Again, if I could remember how this went for 5STARS, I'd tell you, but I don't think that they've ever won this round. I'm lying. They won it back on round 3. Oh, and then didn't on round 6. 'Cause
5 seconds remaining.
was that round
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
when they had like a man advantage and then they just like gave it away? I don't remember. Anyway, they won it once, so they might win it again. Oh no, I remember what happened. No, I remember. Yeah, round 6 when they just allowed Tash to completely decimate them because they had 0 flank watch to speak of at all, and now they're doing the exact same thing again with no flank watch whatsoever and a vertical push, so they're gonna need the flank watch. Yeah, I'm excited. Anyway, Arctic Wolves, pretty much the exact same setup that we've already seen from them, especially on this bomb site, except Twift is continuing to be quite aggressive. Also, my goodness, I did not realize Tash was on 19 kills. What the heck? You know, these people are just nuts. Following in the footsteps of Twift, and I think that might actually be the record for the entire series. I don't think anybody's had more than 19 kills. Keppa will find the opening kill there on to Tash, so he will not get his 20th, at least not right now. There might still be a chance. Should they win this round, Twift under a lot of pressure as well, getting drowned out, and the pot shots are coming his way, but he's still largely fine. 90 seconds have already gone for 5STARS, and they still have very little to speak of as far as map control goes. Of course, they have this upper floor south side, but that doesn't really mean much. Considering that it's not really anywhere near the bomb site. Selberg taking a lot of damage, dealing a lot of damage. Both players still alive. 60 seconds left. Or 70 rather, but closer to 60. Swift is upstairs and undroned. I'm willing to bet everything that they did not drone him. It doesn't look like they're going to be going for the hatch in the first place, especially because they don't have the necessary utilities to use it, to deal with it, but oh my god, they better be aware of Tony's position currently. They better be. I think that they are, considering that there's still pressure coming in from the custom side, but oh my god, if they try to go for the plant inside of that breach, I hope that they know that they're not going to be able to do it. Swift manages to find Zephyr because, again, he is completely undroned. 5STARS don't know how to drone, apparently. That castle breaker gets blown open, forces Tony to pull back and away, and now Reference is trying to set himself up for a potential plant here, but Rush will get taken down. Reference taking so much damage from inside the bomb site. Swift is still upstairs. He finally gets shut down. Reference and Selberg both find a piece, but the timer once again is so low. Callum, how did they let him do it? What the... I can't... What? GG's. GG's. 100% GG's. Good job, Arctic Wolves. They win it. They win it all. Map 5. Unbelievable scenes. What I've just seen here. I could not believe what I've just seen. At all. Like, truly, like, at all. Because what? Again, congratulations, Arctic Wolves. They remain the undefeated Revival League champions. They won Season 1, they won Season 2 gruelingly by taking it all the way down to Map 5, winning 3 maps in a row in depressing overtime. But they managed to find it. And they managed to win it. So, good job to them. Commiserations to 5STARS. They had a brilliant run throughout the qualifiers. They had a brilliant run throughout the Premier League as well. They had a pretty decent run throughout all the playoffs. Got all the way down into the grand final. Took 2 maps and were not able to hold on to it. Although they kept in it. It was not a sweep by any means. The only sweep that was achieved throughout this entire evening was back on map 2, where 5STARS swept Arctic Wolves 7-3 on Chalet, and then that was not repeated again, ever, by any team. They kept it in. It went all the way to overtime 3 times in a row. Arctic Wolves was just a little bit too better, where I don't even want to necessarily... Again, I don't want to take away from the work that they've done, because absolutely deserved. And absolutely, they've done the work throughout this entire season. I mean, they had a near perfect, record throughout the entire Champions League. And throughout the playoffs as well, they didn't lose a single game. Throughout pretty much, not even pretty much, throughout the entire playoffs, they didn't lose a single game. So, absolutely hats off to them and props to them. But I truly don't think that tonight they won because they were necessarily better or stronger. I truly think that it was the fact that they were a little bit more collected and that they were a little bit more in it, and that they were able to recognize all of the mistakes that 5STARS were making and were able to take control of that and completely take advantage of all of the mistakes that 5STARS were making, which we counted them all the way back on Oregon. We knew that they would be making some mistakes. We knew that this would become a problem, come Cafe, that they were very slow, that they were very, disorganized. And then the more that it went on, the more mistakes they were making. This was especially apparent on Theme Park as well. But now, Florida was just a complete, if I may say so, shit show from the side of 5STARS, where there were so many rounds where they completely misplayed it, and the only thing that really can be to blame is the fact that everybody's so tired. But it's still such a shame to see that that's the way that it had to go. especially considering how many times that they had match point, overtime match point. Like, they should have been able to close it out, but it just wasn't meant to be, I guess. And Arctic Wolves, props to them for sticking it all through and for taking it all in stride, especially with the date being changed so short notice. Of course, the grand final was supposed to be played yesterday, but due to some scheduling issues, it had to be moved on to today with a very late start. People already, had a long day, school, work, whatever it might have been. They already had a long day and still were able to play out 5 maps, and were able to take it in the case of Arctic Wolves. So definitely props to not just Arctic Wolves for winning, but to everybody, to all 10 players in the lobby for playing. Thank you all for watching and for sticking with us for these 5 maps. Again, I truly apologize for the sort of lackluster casting throughout map 5. I know that it's definitely one of my worst moments, but it's just so tough being alone and doing 5 maps in a row. This is my first time doing a best of 5, so it was a new challenge that I'd definitely not anticipated. So again, I apologize. I hope that it was at least a little bit watchable throughout map 5, and I hope that you enjoyed our duo of casting throughout maps 1 through 4, and I hope that you enjoyed also my co-casters, some of the nerds and Ultra. Thank you to them as well for hopping in and helping us to cast this and to broadcast this and to give you as big of a show as we could. Thank you everybody throughout the Champions League, the Premier League, Alpha League, throughout qualifiers, everybody that competed in Revival League Season 2 in any capacity, regular roster, subs, teams that dropped out, teams that dropped in randomly. Everybody, thank you so much. It has been an incredible season. I think I already said this at the end of Champions League regular season, right before the playoffs. I think I said this exact same thing or similar to it about how, I joined sort of like at the beginning of last season, but I didn't get to cast much, unfortunately, until the playoffs. So, come playoffs, I really didn't know too many of the teams or the players. I was sort of just going off of, raw statistics. But this time I really got to know the way that these players operate, and where these teams think and work, and the ins and outs of a lot of these teams. I've gotten close to a lot of teams. There's been a lot of love sent to me and to the entire production team from a lot of teams. So thank you for that as well. Thank you, of course, observer, producer, everything, Happy for producing this entire season alongside me, for observing pretty much every single game. Thank you to everybody from the production team that ever jumped in to cast any games or to observe any games. He's highlighting also for editing the Wikipedia page. Thank you for that as well. Happy, of course, providing the utmost information and all the time keeping it updated, making sure that everybody can see everything. What? Oh, absolutely not. Okay, I've just been giving the information that Tash got MVP, and I don't think that can be given to him at all. And the reason for that is because of theme park alone. I don't think the Twift can be given MVP on the ground of border alone, because here in parentheses, okay, I have 2 things to say. Cafe, where I put down MVP for the map, I said Callum or I'm just a noob, Twift and Tash sucked on entry, and that was so true. They died every single time that there was an entry kill. It was either Twift or Tash, and then it was a little bit of Callum. So I cannot give it to them. I'm sorry, it cannot go to them. And then also, Twift had the ace. Twift woke the entire team up from the dead. They were completely gone, and then Twift got an ace, and then all of a sudden, Arctic Wolves were like, okay, I guess we're just not going to lose anymore. So it cannot go to Tash. I'm sorry, Tash, but Twift, I feel like Twift deserves it a little bit more. I also feel like he had a lot more grit work done throughout map 5. Of course, not to take away anything from the fact that the guy got 19 kills on map 5. The dude's insane. I am just saying, I feel like Twift, across the board, actually, no, because Twift was asleep for the first 2 maps. And in fairness, everybody was asleep when Arctic Wolves were the first 2 maps. So I'm not even counting those as anything to be counted towards Arctic Wolves' favor, because if we're counting that, it's going negative for them anyway. So Swift will be our final MVP, but honestly, everybody has been MVP throughout this entire season. Everybody, in my eyes, is the most valuable player because you all gave me a job. You all gave me something to do. You all gave me the opportunity to cast. So, in my eyes, everybody that played is an MVP. And at the end of the day, the whole thing of who's MVP on Wikipedia means nothing because it gives nothing. I don't think you get any Wikipedia weight for that. So, it's like, who cares? I don't think anybody even checks it. In any case, that will close out the grand final, and it will close out Revival League Season 2. Of course, we still have relegations, but I don't know if those are going to be casted. I don't know how many of those are going to be played. They're coming up this weekend. So just in case I never get to say it until next season, thank you, everybody, for watching. I love you all so much. Please go get some rest now. Have a good night, and I'll see you when I see you. Bye-bye.
Looking for something that ain't fading. And all this time, it was right in front of me. I've spent all my days wasted. I've spent all my days wasted. Looking for something that ain't fading. And all this